And here it is. It is here. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. It is here. I am here. Hope you are. The session has commenced and your company is required. So gather, come, let's do that thing that we do round about this time. It started again. I am in situation. Situate yourself with me and surrender yourself to the session for however long it lasts. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPA families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Another Savior. Holy.
So there you heard it. They are at it again. The voices from the East continuing to insist that Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. So holy, 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 holy Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. As guys, I bring you this. Nigerian Anti-Drug Agency NDLEA declares suspended police chief Abba Kyari wanted for drug trafficking. So that is where it starts. But it doesn't stop there. The bulk of this session is going to be about this narrative, I suspect. Nigerian police arrest DCP Abba Kyari wanted for drug trafficking. So declared wanted and subsequently arrested. Disgraced, third headline, the disgraced cop Abba Kyari leads cartel of drug barons operating Brazil-Ethiopia-Nigeria route, offered operatives 35 million naira bribe, NDLEA. So it's just open and short. I cannot see how this guy will ever wear a uniform again. But then, of course, I say I cannot see, but there's the proviso that is Nigeria. But I cannot see it. To the next headline, NDLEA releases video evidence of Abba Kyari's drug cartel link. So we've got that video and we'll play it to you shortly. But before we play it to you, let's just go on with the headlines. Pantami, not a professor. Is Futo appointment illegal? ASUU is speaking, Academic Staff Union of Universities. So Professor wants now know more from the illegality of his professorship. So from that to this last headline, 2023 Tinubu very sick, Farouk Perogi opens up. Tinubu very sick, Farouk Perogi opens up. So that's the lineup for you. But before we start off with anything, of course, we're coming now via what we are now having as the new intro, which is via the West to Yoruba land and Herbert Ogunde.
Àgbà kì í ṣòro bí ewé.
There you have it. That video clip, by the way, courtesy of the mighty Baba Akure. Baba Akure sent that in once upon a time. So I'm going to start off with a video clip. The video evidence that the NDLEA put out to nail this Abba Kyari as a drug dealer. So I cannot see how this guy can escape. A drug dealer, a conspirator with criminals, a killer, just you name it, all criminalities, this guy does it in a uniform. So how he escapes this will be novel and interesting. Here is the evidence released by the NDLEA. Watch this.
Exactly
Okay, so I'm not quite sure what we are especially meant to glean from that, but that was the evidence released by the NDLEA. So we kick off. Nigerian Anti-Drug Agency NDLEA declares suspended police chief Kyari wanted for drug trafficking. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency NDLEA has declared the suspended head of the Police Intelligence Response Team, DCP Abba Kyari, wanted over suspected links with international drug cartel. This was made known by the spokesperson for the NDLEA, Femi Babafemi, during a press briefing held at the agency's headquarters. The NDLEA said in an investigation. The NDLEA said an investigation has revealed that Kyari is a member of a drug syndicate which operates across the globe. The shocking revelation comes amidst the police chief's controversial involvement with self-confessed internet fraudster Ramon Abbas, popularly known as Hush Puppy. In July 2021, the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation revealed how Kyari allegedly collaborated with Hush Puppy to jail one of the latter's associates after a dispute over $1.1 million scam on a Qatari businessman. The FBI also alleged that the embattled social media celebrity sent money to Kyari via a third person's bank account and hosted him in his Dubai apartment. According to the United States Department of Justice, a criminal complaint initiated the prosecution of Hush Puppy as court documents show that Kerry, 37, pled guilty. The United according to the, let me take that again because I'm not quite sure how that reads. According to the United States Department of Justice, a criminal complaint initiated the prosecution of Hush Puppy as court documents showed that Abbas, 37, pleaded guilty. The United States Attorney's Office, Central District of California, had issued an arrest warrant against Kyari. Hush Puppy has since pleaded guilty to the charges and, if convicted, risks a 20-year jail term, 3-year suspension upon completion of jail term, and monetary restitution to the tune of $500 million or more. The court documents also outlined a dispute amongst members of the Hush Puppy conspiracy, which allegedly prompted him to arrange to have an individual identified as co-conspirator Kelly Chibozo Vincent jailed in Nigeria by DSP Kyari. Following the allegations, the top detective was suspended and a panel was set up by the Inspector General of Police to probe the FBI allegations. Kyari denied the allegations, claiming his hands are clean. So his hands are clean, the opening salvo from that to this. Breaking: Nigerian police arrest DCP Abba Kyari wanted for drug trafficking. The Nigerian police has arrested the suspended head of the Police Intelligence Response Team, DCP Abba Kyari, for being one of the leaders of a drug cartel. Correspondents earlier today reported that the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency declared Kyari wanted for being one of the leaders of a cartel of drug barons operating the Brazil, Ethiopia, Nigeria illicit drug pipeline. Spokesperson for the NDLEA, Femi Babafemi, during a press briefing held at the agency's headquarters on Monday, said Kyari is needed to answer questions that cropped up in an ongoing drug case in which he is the principal actor. He also accused the suspended police chief of offering $61,400, which is 35 million naira, to NDLEA operatives as bribe. The shocking revelation comes amidst the police chief's controversial involvement with self-confessed internet fraudster Ramon Abbas, popularly known as Hush Puppy. So that is how the story progresses, but it doesn't stop there. Disgraced cop Abba Kyari leads cartel of drug barons operating Brazil, Ethiopia, Nigeria route, offers operative $35 billion bribe, and the LEA. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has declared the suspended head of the Police Intelligence Response Team, DCP Abba Kyari, wanted for being one of the leaders of a cartel of drug barons operating the Brazil, Ethiopia, Nigeria illicit drug pipeline. Spokesperson for the NDLEA Femi Babafemi, during a press briefing held at the agency's headquarters on Monday, said Kyari is needed to answer questions that cropped up in an ongoing drug case in which he is a principal actor. He also accused the suspended police chief of offering 35 million naira to NDLEA operatives as bribe. The shocking revelation comes amidst the police chief's controversial involvement with self-confessed internet fraudster Ramon Abbas, popularly known as Hush Puppy. So I think this goes on to repeat. Okay, let me just take it from a later paragraph. Following the allegations, the top detective was suspended and okay, let me take it from this paragraph, which is somewhat fresh. However, in a new revelation by the NDLEA, the agency said Kyari is a member of a drug cartel that operates the Brazil-Ethiopia illicit drug pipeline. The agency also added that he refused to cooperate with them, hence the reason for their declaration. So this is the full statement from the agency. Gentlemen of the press, there is no better way to start this press briefing than to remind us about the enormity of the drug problem Nigeria has on its hands and the imperative of well-meaning Nigerians to play a positive role in curbing the illicit drug menace. Even before the damning findings of the 2018 National Drug Use and Health Survey, Nigeria's drug problem was getting close to epidemic proportions. And if anything, the arrest and seizures by the NDLEA in the past 12 months is an indication that the country's drug problem was grossly underestimated before President Mohamed Buhari resolved to strengthen the NDLEA and the subsequent launch of offensive action by the agency to clean the society of the menace. In just 12 months, even the most cynical Nigerian now agree that the country is really in a drug quagmire and therefore appreciates the relentless effort of NDLEA operatives. Unfortunately, some law enforcement agents who should be partners in the pursuit of the president's mandate are at the forefront of breaking the law as they aid and abet drug trafficking in the country. Today, we are forced to declare one of such law enforcement agents wanted in the person of suspended DCP Abba Kyari, the erstwhile commander of the intelligence response team at the Force Intelligence Bureau of the Nigerian Police Force. With the intelligence at our disposal, the agency believes strongly that DCP Kyari is a member of a drug cartel that operates the Brazil-Ethiopia-Nigeria illicit drug pipeline, and it needs to answer questions that cropped up in an ongoing drug case in which he is the principal actor. His failure to cooperate forced the hand of the agency, and that is the reason for this press briefing. Let me give a synopsis of what transpired. The stage started on Friday, January the 21st, 2022, when DCP Abba Kyari initiated a call to one of the NDLEA officers in Abuja at 2:12 p.m. When the officer returned the call 2 minutes later, Kyari informed him that he was coming to see him to discuss an operational matter after the Jumat service. He appeared as agreed. He appeared at the agreed venue of the meeting with the officer and went straight to the crux of the matter. This was it. His team had intercepted and arrested some traffickers that came into the country from Ethiopia with, according to him, 25 kg of cocaine. He proposed a drug deal whereby he and his team are to take 15 kg of the cocaine and leave 10 kg for the prosecution of the suspect arrested with the illicit drug in Enugu. In the meantime, the purloined cocaine will be replaced with a dummy worth 15 kg. He asked the NDLEA officer to persuade men of the FCT command to play along as well. Now, anybody who is in touch with the reality of the renewed drug war by the NDLEA since January the 18th, 2021, would know that that was a tall order because our officers and men have rededicated themselves to the war against illicit drugs. And what Kyari was asking for was not tenable, not in this new dispensation, not with the new NDLEA. We can recall that one of our officers was in the same situation in May 2021 when a drug kingpin, Ejiofor Felix Enkwuriekwu, flew from Brazil to Nigeria to negotiate the release of a 27.97 kg shipment of cocaine intercepted at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport. The drug lord offered a bribe of $24,500, but our officer placed duty above pecuniary interest. We all know how the episode ended. That is the ethos of the new NDLEA. Our officers proved it again this time by reporting to the authorities. By 11:05 a.m. on Monday, January the 24th, after the agency gave the officer the green light to play along, he and Kyari began a WhatsApp call for the rest of the day. The officer conveyed their willingness to play the game. At this point, Kyari disclosed that the 15 kg already taken out was shared between the informant that provided information for the seizure and he and his men of the IRT of the Nigerian Police Force. According to him, the informants were given 7 kg whilst he and his team took 8 kg, which was already sold. He then offered to pay the NDLEA team, that is the officer and the FCT commander, by selling on their behalf half of the remaining 10 kg, thereby further reducing the original cocaine for the prosecution to just 5 kg. At 7 million per kilogram, the proceed from the 5 kg would amount to 35 million naira at the exchange rate of 570 naira to the dollar, being the black market rate for the day, January the 24th, 2022. In effect, he would be delivering $61,400 to the NDLEA team. He put pressure on our officer to wrap up the arrangement with the commander of the FCT command to take custody of the drug and suspects from his men who were on the ground in Abuja. At the time, he was speaking from Lagos, where he allegedly traveled for private business. So Ashewo is going to, do prostitutes, essentially. The next day, January the 25th, Kyari offered to send his younger brother to deliver the payment whilst his men delivered the suspect. But our officer turned down the suggestion, insisting he would rather deal with him in person and was therefore prepared to wait for him to return from Lagos. And by 5:23 p.m., and met with the officer at the same rendezvous where they had the first meeting. In their discussion, he disclosed how his team received the information from a double crosser who betrayed the traffickers to him, showing a sordid connection between law enforcement agencies and the drug underworld. He narrated how, acting on the tip-off, his team departed Abuja to Enugu and arrested the traffickers, removed part of the consignment on his instructions, and replaced same with dummies. He also indicated how to identify the remnants of the original cocaine that will be delivered to the NDLEA. 5 original packages marked with red dots. 5 original packages marked with red dots. The reason for this was to avoid the dummies being subjected to test. He forwarded a picture of the marked original cocaine package. According to the plan, once the 5 kg cocaine has been tested in the presence of the suspect and confirmed positive, there will be no need to test the remaining ones, being dummies. He also brought with him the money from the sale of the 5 kg share of the NDLA team, a total of $61,400. Our officer, however, preferred to take the money inside his car. Well, the car was wired with sound and video recorders, and the moment was documented, part of which I will play to you at the end of this briefing. So we have a trove of intelligence, hard facts, from conversations to photos and video, and a detailed transcript of the communication between him and the NDLEA officer. This is not the place to delve into details, but it is disheartening to hear straight from the horse's mouth the kind of sleaze engaged in by this team of the rogue law enforcement agents led by Kyari, the members of whom he described this way. The boys are very, very sharp. They are very loyal. It is disheartening to hear him say of this rogue team, and I quote, I do take good care of them. And this kind of work is done only by this team. It is equally disheartening to hear him give details of another similar operation, which they pulled off 3 weeks ago, according to him. Well, I am not here to wash his dirty linen in public, but I want us to understand how we arrived at this juncture whereby we are having this press briefing. NDLA has the mandate to take custody of suspects and consignments of drugs seized by other arms of law enforcement. And it stands, and there is a standard protocol for the transfer. This we duly followed. The suspects and the drugs were delivered to us on February the 8th, but the last part of the process yet to be completed is the debriefing of Kyari. Gentlemen of the press, DSP Kyari was invited by NDLEA for the sorry, pardon me, let me just Gentlemen of the press, DCP Abba Kyari was invited by NDLEA for debriefing on Thursday, February the 10th, through two main channels because there is a whole lot of questions begging for answers. The invitation was legitimate and formal according to our protocol. But up till the close of office hours on Friday, February the 11th, he refused to respond. Up till this moment, he has not responded. We are a law-abiding agency. We follow due process. In that vein, we will not detain suspects beyond the stipulated period according to the law before we charge them to court. And Kyari must be debriefed before the suspects are arraigned. Having failed to honor the official invitation, NDLEA has no option but to declare DCP Abba Kyari of the Nigerian Police Force wanted right from this very moment. I must say this publicly. We are not unaware of the threats to the lives of the NDLEA officers involved in this investigation, even as we continue to do our best to protect our officers and men in the line of duty. We are making this strong statement to those contemplating harmful action against NDLEA officers. They would only succeed in compounding their problems in the event of the murder or harm of officers and men of the NDLEA. So it can't be any clearer than that. And I think now that explains now this video that we were watching earlier on. So let's watch a little bit more of it because this goes to the heart of it. So this is now the exchange of the money and the recording of Kyari, the damning evidence. So there you have it, open and short case against the gangster cop. So where were we? Let me just see. Okay. So one last one on the Kyari narrative to wrap up. NDLEA releases video evidence of Kyari's drug cartel links. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has released video evidence against the suspended Deputy Police Commissioner Abba Kyari, NDLEA showed footage of Kyari trying to bribe one of his operatives in a bid to carry out a drug heist in the country. Recall that the agency had declared him wanted over alleged links to a drug cartel. NDLEA Director of Media and Advocacy Femi Babafemi had linked the former intelligence response team boss to a drug cartel operating the Brazil, Ethiopia, Nigeria illicit drug pipeline. Babafemi, whilst addressing a press conference, also gave details of how Kyari approached his operatives to help the cartel's operation. To further buttress the NDLEA's claims against Kyari, the footage of him giving the operatives wads of dollar bills was released. So that explains then that video clip that you just saw. So from Abba Kyari to Pantami. Pantami, not a professor, is FUTO appointment illegal? The Academic Staff Union of Universities has deemed the appointment of Issa Pantami, Nigeria's Minister of Communications, by the Federal University of Technology Owerri as a professor illegal. The stance was made known at a press conference by ASUU President Emmanuel Osodeke on Monday, following the union's National Executive Council. You cannot be a minister and a lecturer in a university. It is an encouragement of illegality. So you cannot be a minister and a lecturer in a university. It is an encouragement of illegality, Mr. Osodeke said. Pantami has to quit as a minister and be tried for doing double jobs within the same federal system. He is not qualified. Pantami should not be treated as a professor. The declaration by the union came after an independent panel was set up last November to look into Mr. Pantami's professorial appointment. Correspondents had in September reported that Governor Bello Matawale of Zamfara placed commercials in newspapers congratulating Mr. Pantami on his promotion to a professor of cybersecurity, resulting in backlash and criticism from academia. In documents seen by correspondents, Mr. Pantami said he accepted the role of Professor of Cybersecurity on the instruction of President Mohamed Buhari. This decision is sequel to my briefing to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on Friday, the March 26, 2021, and his permission for me to go ahead and share my knowledge and experience in the academia, which is a form of community service to our citizens, Mr. Pantami said. Mr. Pantami had accepted the position at the Imo-based institution before it had been formally offered to him. Based on the reported documents, the Islamic cleric accepted the position in March. However, the appointment letter offering the professorship post to Mr. Pantami has August the 20th as its date. So there you just have it. It's just flawed all the way through, isn't it? A total nonsensity, categorical, absolutely, and beyond equivocation. Okay, so let me just okay. Let me actually give you this before I go on to the last story. This is Buhari and the borrowing again. Buhari regime will continue to borrow without, oh no, this is an old story. So let's go now to the final story. 2023, Tinubu very sick, Farouk Perogi opens up. Popular writer and critic Farouk Perogi has said that former governor of Lagos State and 2023 presidential aspirant Bola Tinubu is very sick. Perogi, who was reacting to a recent viral video of the politician experiencing alleged incontinence, tweeted that his health is not. Let me start all over again. Popular writer and critic Farouk Perogi has said that former governor of Lagos State and 2023 presidential aspirant Bola Tinubu is very sick. Perogi, who was reacting to a recent viral video of the politician experiencing alleged incontinence, tweeted that his health was not good. He wrote, Tinubu is sick, very sick. When I read about the widely circulated scatological disaster that allegedly happened to Tinubu when he flew to Mina on January the 20th to seek Buhari's blessing for his presidential run, I dismissed it as a probably made up antidote by his political opponent. So I don't know how this. Sorry, just going to have to take that all over again because it's not flowing as I would like it to flow. Uh, Popular writer and critic Farouk Perogi has said that former governor of Lagos State and 2023 presidential aspirant Bola Tinubu is very sick. Perogi, who was reacting to a recent viral video of the politician experiencing alleged incontinence, tweeted that his health was not good. He wrote, Tinubu is sick, very sick. When I read about the widely circulated scatological disaster that allegedly happened to Tinubu when he flew to Mina on January the 20th to seek IBB's blessings for his presidential run, I dismissed it as probably a made-up anecdote by his political opponents. Then came the video of Tinubu in what appears like a mortifying urinary calamity at the palace of the Awujale of Ijebuland on Saturday. And there is now no doubt that Tinubu is way sicker than we ever thought and than Buhari has ever been. In a serious country, this should put paid to his political ambitions. I hope his wife and people who truly love him will be kind enough to advise him to stop subjecting himself to further public humiliation by giving up his presidential ambition and going to take care of his health. I may die before him, but Asuu Rock is not a hospice. I sincerely feel sorry for the man, but I am even more sorry for a country that considers someone like that as an option to be president. So there you have it. I've always said it on this platform that the only thing that will stop Tinubu is his health. And rather than him running around trying to campaign, he should have just kept it steady and hid away like Buhari did. So he should have just hidden away. But now, I think too much damage has now been done for this guy to make his way back into any really serious political consideration. So there it is. So, gentlemen, I see you. Babakure, I see you. Thomas, I see you. Ejiro, I see you. Solly, I see you. Tony, I see you. And here in Ghana, Vincent, we see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. And Ola, I see you too. So good to see you all, gentlemen. And quickly then to Babakure. Babakure, Tinubu should just give it up. But it's very difficult for him to give it up because he has chased this thing all his. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you go to somebody? I'm still trying to get my food organized.
Oh, look at that. The pounded yam must be demolished first. Thank you, Baba.
No, I'm trying to get some jollof rice here.
Okay, brilliant. I'll have that later when I finish. So thank you, Baba Kure. Let me go on then from Baba Kure. Let me go to Vincent. Let me go to Vincent. So here in Ghana, Vincent, they're in Ghana. So Vincent, to you, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, one man.
So I was just saying to Baba Kure that just the Tinubu narrative is so sad, but it's untenable now. Just on the human level, this is somebody that has aspired for one singular thing pretty much all of his adult life. Because this guy has been agitating and politicking and maneuvering towards that seat that he wants to be president, pursued it for 30, 40 years. So now he's just now one step away, but it looks as though his health will fail him. So what are you making then of Tinubu peeing himself all over the place?
Yeah, one man. Good evening to you. Thank
Good evening
you
to
for
you. Yeah.
giving me this privilege to appear on your platform. Good evening to the rest of my friends in the studio and our able listeners all over the world. One man, I will beg your indulgence not to speak so much on an elderly man that is in the person of Ahmed Bola Tinubu. It's an old man.
But that's right enough. But he wants to be president, so we can, I have sympathy for him, and we all have elders in our family, but they are not running around at 79, 80, wanting to be
Yes,
president.
70 years old man. I I beg you, pardon me for not speaking against, trying to expose what transpired when he visited and his ambitions to become the president. If actually, if he these medical conditions, didn't come into few, into the let me just say, a few view of the of every
There's
of
somewhat of a
everybody.
staccato. There's somewhat of a staccato in your.
Mm.
It's like a dig, 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 some sort of staccato
Yeah,
in
yeah,
your.
yeah,
Maybe if you want to
exactly.
move around a little bit, the signal is
Okay,
poor. Yeah, yeah.
okay. You see, like I said before, I will create your indulgence to just permit me not to speak, on this man. He's an elderly person. I do not know his age, but I believe that he is double my age, and I will not speak concerning if
Okay. Let me move you
please.
closer then to a territory that you are more familiar with. You ex-army, this guy somewhat comrades a police officer, but is
Mhm,
he really a police officer? Evans, the kidnapper, he told us that when he was picked up, Abba Kyari killed 6 people in front of him. So that's ongoing. Hush Puppy,
mhm,
we know, was giving him bribe. They are asking him to go and lock people up and traumatize
mhm,
them. That's
mhm,
ongoing. But
mhm,
now the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency categorical red-handed caught him in drug deals. From Brazil to Ethiopia to Nigeria, that is his route. A hardened drug baron is the leading police officer in Nigeria. What are you making of that? Abba Kyari, open and short case.
I okay, come on. I do not know because as I speak here, as I see it from my own perspective, Abba Kyari stands, innocence until proven guilty. I do not know how hefty the evidences against him, will prove him guilty. Because when you look at the video that you just played, from my own perspective and from the, my own field of operation in the past, and what I'm still doing right now, I don't think that any reasonable court will use this video evidence that you have played there coming from NDLA, to convict Abba Kyari in a competent court of jurisdiction. I don't
Uh,
think so because there is no facial
sorry, Vin.
evidence.
Sorry, Vin. That video is just one element of a plethora of evidence. So that video was just from one angle. They have
Yeah.
transcript, they have WhatsApp messages, they have audio recording, they have those videos from different angles. They have him just all the way through. They have him right from when he approached the guy until when he handed over the money. They were tracking, documenting, recording, taking pictures. So there's a lot of evidence, a lot.
Yeah, that is what I say. He stands innocent until proven guilty. It is
All right.
all these things that we are talking here is alleged. You know, when you come to when you look up the, the pure jurisdiction, you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt.
Sorry, Vin, your line is fluctuating, you know. I even barely hear you. I don't know if it's like that to other people. I barely hear what you're saying.
I don't know why it's happening that way. Can you hear me now?
I can't hear too. It's broken.
Yes, we're struck.
Can you hear me now?
No,
You are
not
breaking.
that. Yeah, no, not very well. Yeah, I was trying to.
What about now? What about now?
It's still the same. There's a staccato. There's a tick 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 tick. It's just tick,
Are you
tick,
using?
I am in my village, so you don't blame me for this. I don't know what is
Don't worry, that we can hear you at all.
Are you using earpiece?
No, I'm not using the earpiece. I don't know what is happening, but I'm in my village, so I do not know what is going on.
Okay, let me give you a moment to sort that out, and then
Okay.
let me instead go on and sample Ola's opinion. Then I'll come back to you just to give you a moment to make the adjustment. So Ola,
That's okay.
Vin, not especially convinced, but I read about 3-4 articles. I don't think they've got this guy banged to rights, as they say. They've got you banged to rights. This red-handed. You know, from the moment he approached the guy, he went to report it at the office, and they put all manners of gadgets on him, photographs, audios, videos, everything, up to the dollars that he handed over. They've arrested him, but there it is. Abba Kyari, a hardened criminal.
Good day, everyone. I think, in my opinion, that guy, his criminal activities, to the best of my knowledge, is well documented. There is a difference between going to the court, proving your innocence, and when you have the fact on ground that is staring at you. That is aside for the accusation that is on ground, in which they are here to repatriate him to answer for his crime. Whether the court will find him not guilty is another thing entirely. So, on his involvement now, this one is even bigger. It has even escalated. This one is even well escalated beyond the original crime. Initially it was having something to do with a hush puppy, but this one now is more of global crime than even the crime between hush puppy, Abba Kyari, and the United States of America. This one is a global crime.
You're right.
You are talking of substance trafficking here, the trafficking here. With this guy, they have all the evidences. Now, like some guys, I learned that some guys were coming to even renegotiate confiscation of one of their assets in this crime from Brazil, and they apprehended those guys, and those guys even shed more light on exactly what is happening. And FDLA too, they'll be able to do the investigation. So what they are saying on that media is just like summary, just the tip of the iceberg. So not the real details. So to me, I'm sorry to say, this alleged criminal in a uniform, in the police uniform, I think it has already had it's called feed up. So it's only, let's see how the court will handle it, because if they cannot handle that of hush puppy now, let's see how Nigeria will not even be able to handle this one. So, like you were reading, that famous kidnapper, when kidnapping was not as this bad, even made some allegation against him, right? But unfortunately, that time, who will believe the kidnapper against the super cop, the hero that people say used to see as the role model, as someone that is a no nonsense cop, and and the most patriotic cop in Nigeria. So to me, it will take a special lawyer that know how to turn things around for this guy.
I don't even think Fulani can get him out of this one, because
Can I interject briefly?
Yeah, come in, Baba Kure.
Please go ahead.
Actually, you see, this case is very, very, very funny one, right? So I want us to also look at it in this way. We all know that this man supposed to have been extradited or in extradition process to the United States.
I know where you're going. Go on.
I am thinking, or don't you think that this could be set up in order to retain him in Nigeria?
I was thinking that.
No way.
No, hold on, because I was thinking that, and Baba Kure is saying it.
If they convict him in Nigeria, they will put him in jail. So he is not going to go to any United States for a very long time.
So Baba Kure, I was just waiting for Ola to pause for me to say exactly what you've just said. So I was thinking exactly that same thing.
I don't think so. What I think is,
I heard what Baba Kure.
Don't say
what I'm saying to you is, because it's even Nigeria, if they don't want to release him, US don't have any authority to come and just pick him. If they go to court and they say they won't extradite him,
with this one, the prayer.
If Nigeria doesn't want to extradite him, they won't extradite him. So they don't have to even do this. I just think this guy is finished. They've actually summoned all his squad to Abuja because they said they are loyal to him. That means he's still in control of them. So they've summoned all of the squad to Abuja now. All of them. So I don't think the guy is finished. Abba Kyari is finished. Because
can I interject?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Who wants to interject? Please go ahead.
Okay, all right. I heard this saying if they don't want to extradite Abba Kyari, they don't have to. Yeah, they don't have to, but there are consequences. If you don't do, if it's found wanting, and the country is aiding and abetting, they're not wanting to extradite him, which is international law. And Nigeria is going to pay for.
And it depends on billions of dollars from US to run Nigeria.
Yeah, there are consequences. There are consequences of that. You know, it's not just enough to say they are not going to extradite him. No,
Nigeria
we don't want
doesn't care about the consequence. What about this guy that died in?
Hold on. Let me land the point. They will care. They will care because Nigeria is among the world nations. You know, United Nations. You know, so they will care because it becomes a global what is it called, fight, because in that case they can take Nigeria to the World Court, you know, so they will care. There are laws and rules and regulations, you know, in that aspect.
I don't think there's any country on this, even the United Kingdom. Remember that Julian Assange, that was hiding away in an embassy. As soon as they kicked him out, the United if Jamaica says hand somebody over, you will hand it over. Russia, maybe only Russia will be able to protect somebody.
Even with the paycheck they are getting from the United States every single year, they will not turn him over. They will. You don't know how many millions of dollars they are getting from US every.
But outside of that, Baba Kure, all their loot, all these criminals, America knows where they are now. America knows where they park their money. A lot of their money is in America, and they know that America knows. They will hand him over if they want it, if the Americans want it.
That's why the threat, when they detain Sowore, worked very well. When those members of the lawmakers, when they wrote Malami, Kia, they then released Sowore fast because they realize the consequences if they refuse not to listen at that particular point in time. Now, on this Abba Kyari, it's difficult to believe that they don't want to release him to Nigeria, to America, and you now give a greater and weightier offense against this man. You know, this type of offense can even lead to capital punishment in some other countries. So I don't think if they want to protect him, they will have got a smarter way of doing that. Not at this level.
But if they want to protect him, though, they will have to look for something that outweighs what.
Let me just chip in with what you just said.
Hold on. Let's hear from.
Let me just tell you something. Online, you said you don't believe that, right? I'm going to paint a story. I mean, the narrative. What they will do for you now. They will put him in jail, right, for a very long time, but yet he will still have freedom in Nigeria. It's just like Escobar that built jail for himself. So he has free movement. He can eat whatever he wants. He can sleep with any guest he wants. That will be what will happen to Abba Kyari. He will have freedom. He will be in jail, but he will have freedom and do whatever he wants to do. That is just it.
But what's left for him in life, for example, when it's not as if America
somebody can just come there when somebody come.
What's left for him in life? It's only 37. They jail him for 10 years. He's 47. All of his life is still ahead of him.
Let me tell him something. You see, when another government get there, then they will now give him clemency.
Yes,
that is what you better know Nigeria very well. Then they will
and the case against him in America is just fraud, though. It's just money fraud, just taking bribes from.
That's what I'm saying. They will rather let him go there, but here, before they extradite him, a judge has to grant that he's guilty for them to be able to extradite him. So if they want to protect him,
you know why they are reluctant to let him go to America. Abba Kyari has been used by a lot of top names, maybe all the way to the top, for all manners of dirty jobs. They disappear people, they take them out of this planet, all of that. If he gets to America and the Americans, they will get the information out of him now. And they will never let him go to America.
They will be talking like parrots.
Yes.
No, see, if America want to investigate all those officers they are talking about, it is not 100%. They may not get it as a one, but it's not 100% that they need Abba Kyari to get.
No. What officers?
They can pay for information.
So what officers?
Officers? What I'm saying is this: if they want to get to the root of those crime he has committed, sometimes America may not even need him physically to do that. They can have another channel if they want to do that. See, some of these people.
No. Hold on. I don't know where you're going. But what America wants him for is they found details of money transactions between him and Hush Puppy on Hush Puppy's WhatsApp. They found their WhatsApp exchanges where Hush Puppy was paying him money and they were negotiating. They found also a conversation about Hush Puppy requesting him to detain one of his business associates that double-crossed him. So he detained that guy, tortured him hard, and Hush Puppy paid him. So all of that was all enmeshed in the Hush Puppy corruption case. And they found sufficient enough evidence for them to assure him. So that's the real reason why the Americans are after him. But what I am suggesting is when he gets to America, in the course of interrogation and to plea bargain and protect himself, all the atrocities that he would have committed for all of the top political names, they are at risk of being leaked to the Americans. And all the top political names, they know what they have used this guy for, all the dirty work they've used him for. And they will not allow
Can
you hold on? What do you mean they don't need it?
What's their own with the crime he committed in Nigeria? What they want him from is the money. You don't know how much Hush Puppy has stolen.
Don't forget.
If it's somebody that is based,
about,
like now in the UK, if they catch you for something else, if they find other things, and which is like that in the UK, if they find your laptop and maybe they catch you for assault and they take your laptop, take your phone, and they find fraud and all those things on it, you will answer to it. But what America is going there to get him for?
No, you don't get it. Baba, could I please explain it to Solly?
It doesn't work like that.
It's not Solly.
DOG, we know.
Okay, DOG. Okay. So it doesn't work like that. Because though I don't really know much about what is going on in UK, but I can really tell you about what is going on in Canada here because as a matter of fact, I studied.
But it's the US, it's not Canada.
And even in the US,
all work the same way.
Hold on, sir. Let me tell you something. When you get a search warrant, they will specify what you are looking for in that search warrant. They will write the location. and the name of the person. So you cannot go to somebody's house and let's say you are looking for marijuana in somebody's house. Then you bump up into some document on the floor, and then you cannot arrest him because of that, because your warrant did not state that when you get to the house you should look for the paper. The warrant specify you are looking for cocaine, you are looking for marijuana, the address and the name of the person. So that is what you have to deal with, because if you interfere with what that person has, if you interfere with other things that is in that house, then that person may sue the government because they breach his own right.
So you just buttressed my point. I'm saying US want Abba Kyari for Hush Puppy case. They don't care about whatever atrocity is committing with the government in Nigeria. Whoever they've killed is not their business. But why I'm even bringing in UK, if they come to your house and they find, even if they arrest you in the UK, your phone, they will check your IME phone or your phone. They will check if it has been reported stolen. If it has been reported stolen, that's another case for you.
No wonder Nigeria police is behaving like that too, because they were trained by British.
You get?
No, not like that, not like that. Excuse me. Let me just come here, briefly. In Germany here, if they catch you for driving with alcohol and then they go to your house, maybe you drove your car to your house. If they get to the house, whatever they found there, they will use to implicate you. You have to go to jail for either marijuana is there, whether you had anything there, no matter. So that is why Africa is not functioning. Once police get to your crib or to your house, to your residence, anything found there will be used to take you on by the law. Thank you, sir.
So like I was saying about what you just said, buttressed my point. US won't come to take Abba Kyari in Nigeria and be bothered with whatever atrocity is committing in Nigeria. What they want him for is what he has done with Hush Puppy, the money laundry.
No,
they will take him.
He explained to me, and I'm
DOG, they will debrief him.
Implicated. DOG, this is what one man is saying, and I want to disagree with him based on that too. He's saying if Abba Kyari get to that place, he can leak the secret of the top government officials. That's what I understand.
That won't help his case.
Yeah, and that's
their business. It won't help his case. They are not arrested.
Where foreign countries spy.
Okay, hold on.
Give me a second, please.
Hold on, Baba Kure. Let me just give DOG a scenario so he understands. Okay, there's somebody, he's been picked up for pickpocketing, and the police are investigating him. During the course of that investigation, they find out that it's a hired killer. Are they going to say, "Oh, we are not interested that it's a hired killer"?
Is he a hired killer? Is he a hired killer in the US?
What they will do is that they will now
investigate.
What they will do is that they will
This conversation is bizarre.
What they will do is that
it's not. Like Baba Kyari said, Baba Kyari just said something like, even in Canada, if they come to your house, they can't.
One after the other, please. Everybody's just talking at their own. One after the other. Let's hear what they are saying. If everyone is talking, no one is talking.
DOG, let me say something. DOG, let me say something. See,
go on.
Listen to what one man said very well. I understand you as well. If in the course of investigation, if they find out new things, that new things too, you can't erase the possibility of having something to do with America. But the information is information. They get new things. Whether those new things are significant to them is another. You just pick this thing now. You pick this guy now. The guy say, "Oh, I'm not the only one. There are some kind of officers in Nigeria too that they are doing some kind of criminal activities in United States of America. They are my bosses. They are doing this." If you just peel all those things open, for example, it's opening another channel for another set of investigation entirely.
Exactly.
You just made a statement now. You said he's doing something with people in the US. That's what I'm saying to you. People are not trying to understand.
No, but it doesn't have to. No, you maybe I'm not sure. I mean, this is a very strange conversation. if Abba Kyari, okay, let's get it down to what we're talking about. Okay, Abba Kyari is a dirty cop and a killer, and politically exposed people, presidential aspirants, governors, senators, a lot of these people. So let's assume, and we're probably safe to assume that they would have used him to kill their opponents, to burn down buildings, to disappear people, all of that. Top people in government have used this guy to kill and destroy. So if this guy gets to America and he starts to sing that this former presidential aspirant, this governor of this state, this senator, he told me to kill XYZ, he told me to kill ABC, that information is now with the Americans. Whether they act on it or not, that information is now with them. You know,
You
which
are
then
digressing from your point earlier
no,
on. So
but
that means
no,
they
that
will
is
just
the
add
point.
that's what I'm saying. They will just add, if they even have the information, they just add the information for having it. It
No,
won't have anything to
no,
do.
you don't
It
get
won't
it.
have any.
They will never get it, woman.
Okay, let's just move on.
Have,
I don't think you don't
Woman
get
is
it.
better, yeah. But
Yeah,
because they say
let's
when you
just
live in
move
a
on.
glass house, you don't throw no stones. When
No,
you live
no.
in a glass house, tell
All right,
DOG that.
Tony.
Yes, when you live in, once you live in a glass house, you don't throw no stone.
That's fine, Tony. Let's just get back to Ola. I don't think Tony gets it.
One man.
Foreign
One man.
No.
government are
Leave
always
DOG, because
interested.
I think DOG thinks we're talking about them investigating crimes in Nigeria. But what we're actually talking about is the secret of
Exactly.
high value politically exposed people
so which
getting
might be
into the
why they are trying to
And the
restrict him from
civilized world,
going to the US.
civilized.
So I'm
Hello,
saying
yes.
to
one man.
you,
So
I'm here.
Jesus.
yeah, no, we have Ola speaking now, so we're not going to abandon it while we're here.
DOG, let's move on. That thing is possibility. So you get it right, because that is why they can say Nigeria is abusing human rights, all those kind of things they use to negotiate.
One man, there's something I wanted to speak to DOG, if you will permit me.
Please go ahead.
Ola, you
Go
see,
ahead, please.
in the line, there is what we, in security and investigation, there is what we call in line of investigation. In the line of investigation, if any other crime is seen on you, you are culpable of that crime, no matter where you commit it. Thank you.
Accepted. You people are not. You are the one. I listened to Abba Kyari. I understand what he was saying, and he even said, even in Canada, you can't take other things to indict that person. If you go to a court of law, even a prosecution lawyer that is probably against you can raise other matters.
Unless where it is only where there is what we call let's say scale. It's when they put up, this is where you should not go and where you should not go. This is where you should investigate and where you should not investigate. I would like to tell you here now today is this, BOG or DOG, is this. In the line of investigation, anything that is caught in your domain, contrary against the law of that particular country, you will be culpable for it. It doesn't matter where it originates, it doesn't matter where you commit it. You will be charged for it.
All right. The conversation is taking somewhat of an unusual. So, Ola, just back to the Abba Kyari narrative.
So the thing I see there is to lay that that finding in with a prohibited substance, I think is even weightier. Then there's one thing in Nigeria, I'm yet to see where they actually pardon someone with such case. I've not seen. So maybe if we take an evil president or someone to do that tomorrow, we don't know, because it will be interesting to see to see the interest of the future president that will make him give pardon for such a thing.
All right. Okay. We're not even talking about the pardon at the moment. We're talking about his crime. But we cannot say that this guy is alone in this act. So he's just the one. They say Bubuane Barawo Entoba Mulole. So this guy is not the only one in that force. But then look at the narrative. They got 25 kg of a cocaine, you know. So immediately this guy just took 10 out and added yam powder as the rest. Not happy, he then goes to the NDLEA to try and corrupt that agency. So he found what he thought was a willing agent and then tried to corrupt him. 35 million naira he offered him. But then in that 35 million naira, the 15 kg that is left, he wants to cut another 10 and pad it again with yam flour. You know, and to the point that he actually, you know, sold it, changed the money to dollars to then come and give this guy dollars in the car. This guy, but then of course, we've always maintained that the Nigerian police, they're just criminals in uniform. This is now yet again another proof of that.
So that public
sorry, let's hear from Mola. Yeah.
So that public perception, you know, it's not just a mere perception; it's a fact. There are set of facts that people they've been able to establish against them over and over and over. So whatever Abba Kyari is doing now is reinforcing what we've already known. You see how sophisticated that guy is now, substituting prohibited substance with yam powder. And it's able, so it's telling you that we just have criminals, you know, their affairs.
When next I'm seeing this NDLEA saying that they've seized drugs and they're doing this public showing of burning it, I will be left wondering how much of that is actually drugs, how much is that a lubo, you know?
Exactly.
They take cocaine and substitute it with the lubo.
Exactly. I know our NDLEA. Sorry, just a minute. Our NDLEA now, they be failing in the sense that people do escape from Nigeria with such kind of prohibited substances, and just to be caught in Malaysia.
Allah, please, if you can just allow me one man, or you know, with your permission, please. There's something I would like to, you know, tell us here. You see, one man, investigation. And those that are the participants in this investigation that you see all over the world, if they want to hide all the evidences and without showing anything to you, they will do it. It is within their power to hide it, and it is within their power to tell you what they have. Even if they have 100, they can come out and tell you that they have 20. What they tell you is what you will see. What they publish is what you will see. I will give you instance. Here in Ghana, like I always say, 1996, 97 or 98, thereabout, there was a load, let me just say, load of cocaine that was intercepted in Ghana here. I think from Equatorial Guinea. They were coming with it in a speedboat. It was huge. And they were arrested in Ghana, detained in the police custody. But during the investigation, this cocaine suddenly or mysteriously turned into coconte. What we call coconte here is what you call amala. Or let's say cassava powder, cassava flour in Nigeria. It turned to coconte. And that is how the whole thing vanished. Till today, the culprits were not arrested. The investigation stops there. You see, it is good that this thing is happening in Nigeria. For me, investigation is still ongoing. I do not know how long or how far NDLA has gone into this investigation. Maybe they might have so many things in there. But right me, as I'm sitting down here and talking, I would say Abba Kyari, you know, is innocent until proven guilty by a competent court of jurisdiction. You see, those information you have in WhatsApp messages might not be him. It can be proven. It might not be him. In line of investigation, it might not be him. Someone might be typing for him. He can put that in evidence. So these are some of the things. Before you catch a criminal, my brother, you have to be a criminal twice to catch a criminal, unless a lazy criminal. Thank you.
All right, hold on, Ola, because I don't think Vin fully understands what do you want me to reread what they've said? Let me reread what they said.
I heard you. I heard you. I followed you from
Yeah.
the beginning. I heard you.
They have transcripts of the conversation. They have audio recording of his voice in conversation. They have photographs of him with the agent, and they have videos of him with the agent. So I'm not sure what is more. If they say open and short case, I'm not sure what is more open and short than that. But Ola, to you. Ola.
So yeah, to me, like I said, based on what I've read, based on what I've heard, it will be so difficult for him to get out. But the ingredients, the one we are hard in hand, that maybe they want to keep him in Nigeria, it will be so interesting because where if they are doing it to is a gamble, because we don't know the type of Nigeria we may have tomorrow. You understand? So we don't know the type of Nigeria we may have tomorrow. So I think it will be so stupid for those people that are trying to keep him to go that route, because I don't see it as doing him in any favor. I don't think so, because it's so. To me, I believe some people really want him out. Not that he has not committed that offense, but some people really want these guys out of their way totally. So people like that, they will do everything to make sure too that they reveal all the secret, and
There's a lot to the argument that this might. This is what Chris Nwagu super chats. It says this was purported to keep him in Nigeria, staged, so concocted. I think he meant to say this was concocted to keep him in Nigeria. So there's a lot. Thank you for the Chris. So there's a lot to that narrative that this might well be some three-dimensional chess because there's just so many people that this guy can implicate in so many things if he gets into the hands of the Americans. And what they're accusing him of now is of a vastly higher quantity than what the Americans want him for. So there's sufficient enough to keep him in Nigeria to face those charges. And like Baba Akura described, they would jail him with soft paddings, some open jail where it's like a 5-star hotel. So there's something to that narrative, I feel.
Yeah, I got you, and I understand. It is unfortunate that our agencies, the government agencies in Nigeria, we can no longer trust them, even when they are sincere, because already they have reputations of justice, miscarriage, and so many illicit dealings. We understand that. But to me, I'm just looking at it from the weighty allegation. This allegation is weighty. Even if he goes away with it in Nigeria tomorrow, let's assume that Nigeria is so bad for him and he want to get out of Nigeria. Where does he want to go to with that record? Canada, America, or Malaysia, or United? So it's like they've restricted his life to. It's as good as someone that is in the village that has never been outside of that village for once. So to me, even if he agrees to such kind of dealing, then I think it's stupid, because Yorubas will say sometimes that it's even better for someone to die than for someone to be messed up. That's the way I see. So because this guy's life will never remain the same, psychologically, this guy will never be mentally okay. Even though, we can say it deserves it. But if this type of
how do you mean? Why will he not be mentally okay? He's a criminal.
So that's what I'm saying. It's a criminal.
Yes.
If they want to, Nigeria is trying to bail him out of this. That means in forever he cannot leave Nigeria. Forever.
Yeah, so what? A lot of these people, they don't leave Nigeria anyway. The only time the northerner travels is to go on Hajj. They are not travelers.
I don't know, for those of them that have not tasted life. So many allergies, we buy houses in the United States of America, Canada, and some of them.
No. He's not there. A lot of them, they just Hajj and Dubai. I even saw some American that was traveling Nigeria, and he says, "Oh, The guy was saying, I've been to London and Saudi, but I prefer Saudi. They're just anyway.
Saudi
Round up
will not
your thoughts.
tolerate.
Yeah. Sorry, go
Saudi
on.
will not tolerate the like of Abba Kyari. So
Yeah,
when you look
okay.
at those politicians, are not because this guy is stealing now when he has not even been at the political level, right? Now, when that kind of so when these people steal, at the end of the day, or when they make their money illegally, they are taking this money outside the country. Like we've seen grass cutter people, we've seen those people that are into snake farming, all those kind of things. They still manage to go beyond this. So if this guy now commit this crime, for example, I want to buy houses in America tomorrow, you want to go to United, with this record, to me,
why would he want to buy it? It doesn't want to buy a house in America now. Why are you saying that? What indication that he wants to?
Do you know why our politicians and those people that got the money?
You know what? What was that? Burutai. Once they were saying that they would get him internationally. He says, "I don't even travel internationally. I stay locally within Nigeria. There's nothing that I'm looking for." This was Burutai, the chief of army staff. He doesn't go. So
but he has a house in Dubai. He has houses in Dubai.
He has houses in Dubai. But these people, but that's not a Western world, though. And these Arabian countries, they are complicit in that sort of thing. Dubai, you know that Dubai is a money laundering hub. Do you know that?
You see that Dubai you mentioned, yeah, it's true. But do you know they are good friend of United States of America?
Oh, so forget all that.
If Borotai so much believe that he doesn't travel and buy houses in Dubai, so it's at the place whereby even United Kingdom can just
because of hush puppy. Hush puppy is a nothing now. Hush puppy, there's no weight behind hush puppy. It's just some guy from
if they want to cash Borotai, they will lay United Nations crime. This and that's what they will lay. What they call it, a crime against humanity, homicide. So it's like a war crime. It's like something that has the gravity of war crime is what they will bring against this guy. So if they want him, that United Arab Emirates is very easy for America, for United Kingdom, and for the Western world to pick because they are pally to those guys. So
okay, that's your narrative. Anyway, yeah. So sorry, round off your thoughts on that space, and then
So why? I just want to say why our politicians hide their money away is this: if they put that money in Nigeria, one crazy politician that want to ruin him will just rise up tomorrow and they will kill him. So that is why they will take their money. So if whatever he makes in Nigeria now, if he step upon any toes tomorrow, it is very easy to step upon toes in Nigeria. They will still ruin him. That's why I'm saying that they've restricted his life. The vast opportunity that this guy used to have now, once they convict him of such kind of weighty, they sentence him for that kind of weighty crime. For example, honestly, they've taken 99 over 100 of his freedom of his opportunities in life away. That's the way I see it.
How so? He's a wealthy man already. Do you know how much when I was reading it out, they said he had done a previous deal just a few weeks ago, and that it would not be his first or second or 10th or even 100th deal. This guy, this guy, he owns streets in his local Kebbi state or Yobe state where he owns streets.
I agree with you.
He's only a 37-year-old man. What are you talking? How is his life
going? If Nigeria can repatriate money from Switzerland, from America, from United Kingdom, the money in Nigeria, the property in Nigeria is the easiest to retrieve. That's exactly.
Yeah, but who's going to retrieve it? Which money have they ever retrieved from any criminal?
What Abba Kyari and this former EFCC boss are doing is exactly what anybody with his criminal mind can do to this guy tomorrow. It's just for someone to say, okay.
Like you are talking about Magu.
Yeah. So
how much have they retrieved from him with all the allegations?
I don't even know what Alola is talking about.
They mostly do this thing when the government in power, the government that bring them in are no longer there. The question you ask is
name an instance. Name an instance when this thing has happened that you are saying they mostly do it.
Honestly, I don't have the document now, but trust me, I will do.
It doesn't exist in Nigeria. It doesn't exist.
I don't know what. What you're talking about,
it exists if they want to strip you off. See what they did to people like Hebrew. See what they did like to people like Akimbola. I'm just mentioning those people that within my list that I can mention offhand. So there are a lot of people that they've stripped off their asset in that country. I can even that of Akimbola I'm talking about. They even went to London again to even instigate another legal case.
Ola, because they are Southerners. My friend, just go and sit down.
Because they are Southerners. Forget about that. That's not true. That is not true. It's not because they are Southerners. This thing, that's why I'm saying it depends on the government in power. It depends on the store you have stepped upon. So anytime, it can be 10 years, it can be 20 years. Even Abacha in his death is still even giving good money to Nigerians up to in his death. So don't just step upon tools in Nigeria. They will strip that person off whatever he has acquired.
All right. Talking about stripping people of what they have acquired, once upon a time, Professor, but only briefly for a moment, Pantami, who essentially just a malam, trying to pass himself off as an academic from Yobe State. I've never heard such a thing. The Nigerian Union of Universities, they say, no, not on our watch. You cannot firstly be a minister and a professor in a university at the same time. That is already an illegality. And you have to have a body of work, before you are a professor. So that is also a process that has not been achieved. So if you want to be a professor, resign from your ministerial post and then go take up a position in academia. Do not call him professor, is what the Academic Association of something or the other, what are they called again? Academic Staff Union of Universities are saying. Not a professor, is a Pantami. Malam is a Pantami. So what are you making then of the stripping bare of the Aboki?
You see, when they first did that thing, even I want to believe that actually more than 50% of people here will believe that thing was just a matter of time. That when you are dealing with people in the academics, right? They have the type of their own stubbornness. Even let's assume that Futo even took bribe and they cannot do everything. But when you talk of the global body, they will fight you to finish just to make sure that you as an outsider, you don't have any advantage over them. Because there's so much that thing, that position, they work. This guy really worked to become a professor, and you can't just bring some kind of riffraff. Sorry, it's not a riffraff. Sorry for that language. You can't just bring some kind of person that you cannot even substantiate his work and just come and mix them with them. They will never agree. We know Asuu for that. They would rather even close the entire university in Nigeria to make sure that they get this guy out. I can remember this former head minister, Aminu, what's the name of that guy? When he could not get his professorship, he was in the University of Ibadan. They sat on that. They did, even despite political say he had to run to ABU, but despite running to ABU, he didn't get it easy. So when this guy, what this Asuu, what they are doing is this. Even though we may say our institution in Nigeria, they don't have the right standard, or maybe the standard is low, but this thing that Pantami is actually bringing, it's not what they are going to allow, and I'm proud of them. At least they've not proven so many of us wrong. At least they start for things that is right. See, you can do your fraud everywhere. You can do everything, but there are some things that you don't dare. Just because you study overseas, yes. If you must even acquire this particular position they are talking about, get something equivalent. So some people, they've been there before, and nobody does this thing. Now, to me, this is my personal opinion. I believe that we've not seen the end of this thing. Even those people that confer this guy, I'm still watching what is going to happen to them in the future, because Asuu, except they are no longer Asuu we used to know. Even some of them, they've been infiltrated, they've infiltrated that group, though, but still, it's just like our court. Even despite the rubbish in Nigeria today, we still have a situation whereby the cost in Nigeria, they still give a very, very good judgment that you will be wondering that, this guy, they don't even care about it. So we can look at Asuu from that list, at least for now. So what I will say is this: it's good for that guy. Stripping him of that particular professorial something is not enough. If to say we have government that understand perception, that understand the corruption that is trying to fight against. This one is a large-scale corruption. How did that guy get that thing? Where in a country where we think by tomorrow, for example, this guy is not supposed to be our minister. We know what happened in Canada, for example, when this Nigerian this thing that happened to be Minister of Justice for Abata. Now, this guy paid for that ticket too, but they caught him. According to the police, they said that he was distracted driving, So they got him ticket, he paid. And later, several months later, he called the police chief. So I would like to know that if we're not profiling black just because of his skin, the police chief said no, and they reported to the premier. Immediately they reported to premier, he was suspended for investigation. Even though he paid, though, he didn't influence him because they said he was trying to influence the outcome of justice. This is the ticket that he paid for several months before he even raised that issue. So in a country that if you are serious, if we understand what we are doing, a person like Pantami is a risk to that country, not only because of the way he has been romancing all this kind of terror organization or whatever, and the type of violence he preached in the past, even for the fact that even someone that you say you pass through academic processes and you are trying to bribe your way, that is that is part of academic integrity you talk about. You understand? You are trying, that's a malpractices. So enough, that one alone it's even a jailable offense. And those are the kind of person that you are rewarding. You are rewarding as a minister. So to me, it's a good thing to strip him off, and we expect the government to actually do better.
All right, thank you. It looks as though the academic staff union, they've not stopped there. ASUU directs schools not to address Pantami as professor, says it is illegal. So they continue to hammer down on that space. The academic staff union of universities has rejected the promotion of Minister of Communications and Digital Economy Isa Ibrahim Pantami as Professor of Cybersecurity by the management of Federal University of Technology, Owerri. ASUU president, Professor Emmanuel Osodeke, told journalists in Lagos that Pantami's professorial appointment is illegal and urged schools not to address the minister as a professor. So they doubled down on that space, but the police are also fighting back now against the Abba Kyari narrative. Not only Abba Kyari, NDLEA operatives were also involved in international narcotic cartel. This is the police. The Nigerian police force has thrown more light on the activities of members of the international narcotic cartel, for which embattled Abba Kyari, a suspended deputy commissioner of police, has just been arrested and been detained. The spokesperson of the police force headquarters, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, a chief superintendent of police, in a statement today, February the 14th, said that though Abba Kyari has been arrested and handed over to the NDLEA, there are more facts needed to be told. Olamuyiwa said that the police arrested Abba Kyari and 4 other police officers for their involvement in an alleged case of criminal conspiracy, discreditable, unethical, and unprofessional conduct, official corruption, and tampering with exhibits in a case of illicit drug trafficking involving a perpetual transnational drug cartel. The arrest of the officers was sequel to pieces of information received from the leadership of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency on the 10th of February 2022. He said in line with the standard administrative procedure of the force, the Inspector General of Police ordered a high-level, discreet, and in-house investigation into the allegations. The interim investigations report revealed that 2 international drug couriers identified as Chibuna Patrick Umebi and Emeka Alphonsus, both male, were arrested at Akanu Abiam International Airport Enugu on the 19th of January 2022 upon their arrival from Addis Ababa aboard an Ethiopian airline flight number XYZ. The arrest led to the recovery of substantial quantity of powdery substance suspected to be cocaine from the two narcotic couriers. The operation, which was intelligence-driven, was undertaken by a unit of the Police Intelligence Response Team. Although the case and two suspects were subsequently transferred to the NDLEA on the 25th of January 2022, the findings of the in-house investigation ordered by the Inspector General of Police established reasonable grounds for strong suspicion that the IRT officers involved in the operation could have been involved in some underhand and unprofessional dealings, as well as official corruptions, which compromised ethical standards in their dealings with the suspect and exhibits recovered. Beyond this, the police investigation also established that the international narcotic cartel involved in this case have strong ties with some officers of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency at the Akunu Abiam International Airport, Enugu, who are on their payroll. The two arrested drug couriers confirmed that the modus for which the transnational drug barons are to conspire with the NDLEA officer on duty and send them their pre-boarding photographs for identification, seamless clearance, and unhindered passage out of the airport with the narcotics trafficked. The two arrested drug couriers also confirmed that they have been enjoying this relationship with the NDLEA officers at the Akunu Abiam International Airport since 2021 had in this instant case of 19th of January 2022 been identified and cleared by the NDLEA officers as customary, having received their pre-departure photographs and other details prior to their arrival in Enugu and were on their way out with the narcotics when they were apprehended by the police. Olamuyiwa said that the police investigation report also indicted DCP Abba Kyari, who had been on suspension for his alleged involvement in a different fraud case, being investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, for complicity in the allegation of official corruption, tampering with narcotics exhibits, and sundry unprofessional conduct that negate the standard administrative and investigative protocol of the force, as well as extant criminal laws. According to him, Abba Kyari's involvement in these allegations occurred whilst his suspension. So this is the because I've been having secondary thoughts about this. So this guy, he's been on the hush puppy matter for so long, for a year and a bit now. And our impression, what they told us publicly, is that he was suspended. But this instance now was December last year, January to February this year, where he is operating as a police officer. So how do the two cohere? Only in Nigeria. According to him, Abba Kyari's involvement in these allegations occurred whilst his suspension from the service was subsisting, adding that on the strength of the findings of the in-house police investigation panel, the Inspector General of Police has ordered the immediate arrest and transfer of all the indicted police officers to the NDLEA authorities for conclusive investigation, whilst appropriate disciplinary actions are also being initiated against them by the police force leadership. The concerned officers are DCP Abba Kyari, ACP Sunday Uba, ASP Bawa James, ASP John Umoro at large, Inspector Samuel Agrigba, and John Nuhu. They have all been, accordingly, handed over today, the 14th of February, to the NDLEA authorities. In doing so, the Inspector General of Police has also formally requested that the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the NDLEA should ensure the identification, arrest, and investigation of the agency's officers who have been found to be colluding with the international drug cartel involved in this case towards advancing the anti-narcotic agenda of the federal government. The Inspector General of Police assures the public of his administration's commitment to upholding the tenets and values of policing in line with the agenda of ethical regeneration, restoration of professional standard, enhancement of anti-corruption drive, respect for the rule of law, and inter-agency collaboration in the drive to stabilize the internal security order of the country. So there you have it. The police fights back. Ola.
This is very interesting, and it's a very sad situation as well. You mentioned someone now. You said Sunday Uba. I hope it's not Frank Uba. I hope he said Sunday Uba because I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked because it's SCP you mentioned, SCP Sunday Uba. I hope it's not Frank Uba anyway. So
no, Frank. No. That's Mba. That Frank Uba. That's the police spokesman now, Frank Mba. So that's a different name. Yeah.
If it shocked me, because I like that guy. So.
The one thing that's been striking me is that this guy was meant to have been on suspension, and it still goes around leading that team. So how is that even possible?
It's telling you the type of power this guy wields within the force, because it can only happen. Because, for example, someone is outside, is on suspension, and is still able to move around with the same power that he used to move around to carry out operation before. It simply means that there are many of them, or it's working for some people within that place, that they don't just want to see this guy go, and that's the only way it's possible. But do you know now? Some counter that some NDLE, yeah, good. It's not unexpected that some NDLE, agency, agents may be working for all this kind of, it's not unusual when you look at the landscape corruption in Nigeria. But at the end of the day, the what I want to see here is this. I'm going to be political now. Buba Marwa is the chairman and chief executive of NDLE. It will be interesting to see what we will be able to do in this situation. I will be hearing some kind of feeling that is one of those presidential candidates. Yeah, I don't know whether this one will be an opportunity for him to launch himself, because I'm trying to have some kind of, because why all these things? Because I know that all these stories must have been on grand things. But why now? We know they must have known that these guys are criminals before. Why now? Why now? So to me, it's a sad situation. But at the end of the day, I expect there will be justice. But how that justice will come, it will be interesting.
The other thing that struck me is the narrative of the processes of the drug trafficking. Firstly, the names, they are Eastern names. I think we all noticed that. But then the location is also Eastern. So that Akwa Ibom, that Ibom something or the other, Abiam airport recently opened. And a lot of people, you see, this is some of the narratives. When people are saying they're not opening ports in the East, this is some of the counter arguments.
Sorry, one man. Akanibia is in Enugu State. It has been there for a long time.
Well, yeah, is that not in the East?
Yeah, but Akwa Ibom is not in the East. Akwa Ibom is Uyo. It's part of.
No, I didn't say Akwa. Did I say Akwa Ibom? Yeah, yes. Well, in the East, essentially, is what I was. But the greater narrative that I was going to is that some of the counter arguments of not opening the East internationally, so with standardized airport, with a viable seaport, is that it opens a portal for importing arms and drugs and things like that. And this a good example now. So this
excuse me, one man.
No. It's not so. They should open up the ports. There's no country that is not corrupt.
No. Tony,
calm down, Tony.
Not doing that. Yeah.
One man, what I want to ask you, are you trying to say there is no drug-related offenses in Lagos and Abuja? So why are you using East as an example or as an excuse not to develop that area?
Do you not see how that fits hand in glove with
No,
the
it doesn't
narrative?
fit hand in glove. Crime is
This
crime.
doesn't fit hand in glove with the narrative of why the political space is recoiling from opening the East up internationally. Is
No,
it
it
not for
doesn't.
this
You're
reason?
only making an excuse for people not doing what they are supposed to do. That is what Ajale Koko and even our new chief Akbelua has always talked about. You know, we don't have to say because it happened in this area, those people do not need development. No, a crime is a crime. Every criminal should be punished regarding where you are from, who you are, or whatever. You know, with all this going on, it's only a matter of time. Obi Kubana will be picked up because I don't know his affiliation.
No,
with,
it was
I don't know
no
his
doubt
affiliation
about
with
that.
that guy. You know, it's all what we've been saying. Continue to mingle with these people and come back in shame. Distinguish yourself from these criminals. Then we can move forward. Thank you.
No. I'm not sure. Continue to mingle with these people and come back in shame. You won't come back in shame if you've not done anything wrong. So there has to be wrongdoing for you to come back in shame.
Okay, there's this saying, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. Well, you cannot be a friend to a criminal and you won't be involved in one of their criminal deals.
Yeah,
so
but
that's what I'm trying to say.
But exactly. So you just made the point. So if Kubana, if he's friends with Abba Kyari, then show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are.
You know,
so
somebody said something to me before that he helps Abba Kyari to clean his money through his business,
through
which is laundry.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the thing.
So it's only a matter of time.
You know, we always say Nigeria is a crime scene, but it is a crime scene. Nigeria is a crime scene, you know.
Like me, I don't care if you're my brother. Just don't do it at the detriment of others. Because from every drug you push, you have killed at least 100 people. At least.
I hate drugs. I hate drug traffickers. I hate them. For the same reasons that you are describing, Lord Michael, I hate them. You know? Well, are you there? Oh, all right, we lost them. Yeah, no, Baba Akure, I was just saying I hate drug dealers because they are worse than hired killers because they kill people slowly, and then the drug addicts, they destroy the life of their families, they steal from their grandmother, they depress their family, and the family it's the whole family that is wiped out when you have a drug deal, and then it's always these drug couriers. I hate drug dealers, man. You know. But Baba, don't comment on that.
Can I say something before Baba Kure continues?
Yeah, come in. Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's gone. He's back. Lord Michael is back now. He has a strong argument, though. You know, when you say we saying or people saying, let me generalize it now, that they don't want to open the port at the eastern quarters because of all this 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, there's some school of thought that will still go by that narrative that you just painted. That because of this, while some others against, we say no, they are doing it in the other part of the country. Why would they not do it across the country? That they have a opportunity for them to open it for, you know. So at the end of the day, the system, and it still fall back to the system. The system in Nigeria is corrupt, is rotten, you know. So what Donald Trump said that Africa is a shithole is the same thing. He has a point. Him saying that, you know. So our people are rotten.
Thank you, Jiro. But just to go back to what Lord Michael was saying about Obi Kubana, it's tying together, you know, Lord Michael, because you'll recall that a few weeks ago, just a couple of weeks ago, Obi Kubana, this same Obi Kubana, was questioned by the NDLEA. Remember, when the day came out, and then they've picked up Abba Kyari linked with drug trafficking and all of these dealings in the East. So within the next 2 weeks, if they don't pick him up, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, if they don't pick him up, then that means the drug ring is very strong.
You know, the biggest mistake that guy did was to have that party. He should have just kept his head down. Having 70 cows, and throwing money, spraying money all over the streets.
There's a challenge in that space, in Nigerian space. They are all challenging themselves,
Yeah,
who get past who, So that is what happens.
That's local thinking.
Yeah,
now.
because they are local champions, so that's what
they
they
will just
do.
go and buy a house in Victoria Island and keep quiet.
Yeah, that's what they do. Even the chief priest. There's one other one called a chief priest. There's a chief priest as well. What's his name?
That is Obi Kubana's boy.
Yeah, there's another boy, money. All of them are going to be picked up.
I was somewhere and somebody said Obi Kubana has paid his dues. Do you know what I asked the person? Who did he pay his dues to? And what dues did he pay?
Abba Kyari now. He paid it to Abba Kyari now. you know? But God, Nigeria is a crime scene. Scene.
Can I come here a bit because we know we'll be bounce back, please?
Oh yeah, but please don't.
Okay. No, not. Not. So
to what we are talking about. Yes.
Yes. So you know that. Don't forget that the law says that one man may commit an offense and get away with it. Other man may not even commit an offense and then he will get in. So that's in. So in other words, they said that the law is an ass. So Obi Kubana has not been indicted for anything, and then is doing a very great job in Nigeria. Is empowering people right now. Is give people money to set up businesses. So it's a good man. As long as it's not be caught, with wrongdoing or whatever, they should let him be. You know what I'm saying. So let us say, and then to the other point again, I want all the whole posts in Sapele, in Wari, even in Benin, in Ondo. Let them put the whole post to Calabar. And Onitsha, dredge the river Niger and let business flow. Okay, thank you. Because there's no country we see without no drug business or no criminality like Italy, USA, everywhere, Germany, everybody. But the show must go on. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. Tony,
thank you.
The show must go on, according to Tony. The show must go on.
The show must always go on, because if the show doesn't go on, then what will keep us amused? So yeah, back to you, Ola. Ola, round off your thoughts, and then I'll go on to Baba Kore. Yeah.
Okay, Lord Michael, I understand your feelings, but unfortunately, every region in Nigeria, they have some type of crime associated with them, and yeah, we know some people that want to score some kind of political points. They will always use that one to say, "Oh, let us deny them of that play of a particular benefit." I agree with you. Crime is a crime. Not developing a particular region because of a particular crime known with the people around that place is not holding water. As a matter of fact, knowing it should be the reason why the place should be developed, and where they should make sure that they put all necessary measure, maximize all necessary measure to stop that. So crime is not limited to a particular region. All the region in the country, they have peculiar crimes associated with them. So to me, I don't see why they should not develop East, and I don't see why some people will use that as a political point not to develop. No, the place should be opened, and you put the right measure in place to do that. So, because whether you open the place or you don't open the place, criminals will always find their ways to. If they don't do it within the region, for example, assuming that particular type of crime is related with them, they will always find their ways through another route, because those people in that particular type of crime, they see as a policy, they will always find their way to reroute that criminal opportunity to somewhere. So that's what I say about that. It's not an excuse.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. And can I just point people in the direction of the thumbs up button? If you look on your screen, you'll see just how many people are watching. So thank you for that. But then you see how many people are thumbed up. So let's just let those figures match up a bit. So as you go about thumbing up, listen then to the dulcet tones of Baba Kure. So Baba Kure, I am taking you to Yoruba land, and we're going to Tinubu. So this guy that speaks about Tinubu is a well-respected journalist, and he doesn't speak casually. His name is Farouk Perogi. So he's saying that Tinubu is very sick. So the incident that's led him to say Tinubu is very sick is that infamous video clip that he had a damp patch on his butt. So that video went viral, of course. But then this guy referenced something. He referenced something. Let me just give you that space. It says, hold on. There was something he said. He wrote, Tinubu is sick, very sick. When I read about the widely circulated scatological disaster that allegedly happened to Tinubu when he flew to Minna on January the 20th to seek Buhari's blessings for his presidential run, I dismissed it as probably an anecdote by his political opponent. So, essentially, this guy is saying that sorry. So essentially, this guy is saying that this is not the first instance. This is not the first instance that Tinubu has messed himself. So when Tinubu went to visit Buhari, Babangida rather, in January, that there were reports that he also soiled himself. So now this viral video, this time it was captured. So he got that information that Tinubu soiled himself when he went to visit Babangida. So he soils himself again. And, coupled with all of the concerns already about his health, and this guy rounded off his narrative by saying that Tinubu is even more sick than Buhari ever was. So I've always been of the thought that the only thing that would defeat this guy's presidential thrust is his health. And it looks as though the health has now defeated him. What are you then making of the Tinubu narrative, Baba?
Thank you very much for having me. Actually, I saw the video clip yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? Through Koiki postage, because it was Koiki posted it on Facebook. Actually, I dismiss it as propaganda anyway. I may not like Tinubu to be the president of Nigeria, or I may not like him personally, like the way he's so greedy of clinging to political posts, or for his own benefit, or for his own selfish interest. But I don't like propaganda. If you want to tell me fact, just give me the fact. So I dismissed it when I saw it on Facebook. But when you mentioning now that it has happened 2 times before, okay, so I may somehow be in the middle, 50-50, that, okay, well, maybe it is true that maybe so what I'm thinking now is that maybe he's using there is a bag that this doctor or nurse always give to the patient if they cannot urinate. I don't know if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You mean it's leaking
trash bag.
Yeah.
These people will not tell us the truth. So maybe he has it, and if that thing overflowed, then somehow the clothes will be wet. So I think maybe that is what is going on.
Do you blame his handlers for this? I think his public image is being badly handled. Because Buhari was very ill when he became president. They shielded him completely from public glare. You will never see this guy. The only time you saw him was on just a few occasions during the campaign. He will mount the rostrum, wave the broom, and people will cheer, and he will sit back down. And that
is true. All these things that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing, Buhari did not do it at that time. Yes. Honestly, he did not do it. It is Amechi, this the same Tinubu, Osinbajo, and those like Bisa Akande. These are the people that traveling from one place to another. When they want to have a rally, Buhari will just sit down somewhere until when they are ready for him.
And then they will stand up, wave, they will cheer, and then that's it.
Like you said, I think this guy is already exhausted himself. And it is telling in his body right now. If this happened 3 times now, I want to assume that is using they call it maybe patch bag or whatever.
I think somebody is calling it a catheter. That is what
oh, okay. So
Adewale is called Adewale.
Okay, yeah. I think maybe that is what he's using. Because they have to put it inside the clothes, so the clothes will cover it up. So maybe that thing is leaking, or maybe it's overflow. Then it is messing up his clothes. To me, he has everything that anybody want to have in life, and I think he should be home now because I think he's. Based on his age, he said he's 70 years or 69. Is that his age?
Yeah, it's been 69 for 69 years, but
okay. Okay, so my uncle is like 6 years older than him, which I strongly believe that he will be older than my uncle. So you see, when you are not greedy, you have a very good life. The same man that I'm mentioning here, this my uncle. His life is just eat and sleep, just like you stressing yourself about things. So this is the type of life that even me, I want, because I emulate things that I think is good. But when you fighting for presidential post, and after you already acquire all what you want, you have house in France where
you know all these things that he's doing. He has to do it at some point, but not to the level that he's doing it. So because we still have 12 months to that election. Well, yes, we're in February now, so 12 months, just a solid 12 months. So is he going to be going at this pace for 12 months? Because usually it's about 2 months to the real election, then they have a real pump, you know. If his only focus should be on the ticket first, you know.
You know, the reason why he's doing this is that he knew himself that he has a health problem, and people may want to use it against him.
So he wants to show us that he's healthy by running up and down.
Exactly, showing that, number one, and also put pressure on people that will support him. You know, when you constantly pushing, pressurizing people, you will see they will just fed up with the job. Okay, well, we'll give you the mandate. I think this is what he's doing to force people so that they will embrace him. But if
sorry, Baba Akure, let me just quickly interject.
Okay.
You say to put pressure on people that will do what? That will support him, right?
Yes.
Which people want to support him? Is it the people that he told that their PVC is expired?
No. The place where they show, listen to me. You see where they show him now that they took his video clip where they claim he has some water wash on his clothes. He went to King at that time. He went to a palace. I don't know the palace, maybe somewhere in Ogun State or Oyo State, or I know it is in Yoruba land. So
Awujale for Jabode, Awujale.
These are the people that he didn't really care much about people walking on the street, because he knew that Kabiyesi and all these king, they also have their own cankers. They also have people that love them. They also have people that king can just tell them, okay, go and do this, and they will do it. So he is putting pressure on these people so that they will give him blessing that he wants from that king. Then remember, we can say whatever we want. King of each community still have influence to some extent on their citizens, either we like it or not. When your king say, if you really love your king and you are the follower of your own king, I think let's just go with this person, because and they will narrate all kind of story. It doesn't really matter. So now you will fall into that trap of that king. This is what this man is doing.
I got you. But Bola Ahmed Tinubu is mentally unbalanced. He has made
you can't say that.
Yes, because he said so many things in a very funny way. The other day he said they recruit how many million youth? 50 million.
50 million. The
other day he said that people PVC has expired. So many things happening to him. His health issue is another baggage. He has made billions. Let him go and relax and enjoy his billions.
I understand all that. I'm saying to you, the man is putting pressure on kings because these kings still have influence on their citizens, either you like it or not.
Okay, Baba Kure, can I tell you something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know the influence the kings have on people? It's gradually coming to an end, and by the end of this year, that will be almost or totally over. Mark what I'm telling you today.
What you think? That is what you think.
No. I am just trying to project something.
No, hold on.
Mark it today.
Okay. No, don't say mark it today. What are you predicating that? That's a big statement to make.
Good.
So
you know what? Our people are waking up.
Look at this guy.
Let me
explain
what
you're talking. Our people are waking up.
No. What is my status say?
Okay. Everybody is being enlightened. For example, you think what we do here is a joke? You think people are not making contacts? You think people are not waking up? Gone are the days when one man will sit somewhere and everybody will say, Cardi is CEO. These days, people begin to think. Gone are the days when one man will stay somewhere and say, God told me that. Now, people are beginning to ask questions. If you say God created all of us, why will God go to you to come and talk to me? That means God did not create us. So that is gradually coming. I'm not saying immediately. I say gradually.
Lord Michael, I'm going to
the others will be around forever.
I'm going to give you one example again. You see, when Bola Tinubu finished with the kings, he will now go to pastors. Then after pastors, he will now go to imams. These are the people that has numbers of millions of followers. You get what I'm saying? You can say whatever you want, but I'm based on my own opinion, and I'm telling you now. The man is trying to put pressure on these people because they have followers. That is
Baba Kure.
Yeah.
Baba Kure. And you know what? What that man is trying to say, he didn't know how to say it, is that as people are coming to kill our people, our Abbas are not coming out to the market square to protest.
No.
So that is why this guy is saying that they should not come and kill us. Person must come out. Pastors.
No, I'm going to have to excuse you from here because I'm giving you enough chances and you always. Sorry, Tony, but when I say that's not what we're doing, that's not what we're doing. Sorry about
One man, please let her just bring him back, please. Okay.
No, how many times should I say this? Every conversation they will take it, and that is why the Fulanis are. We are even talking about Tinubu.
Let's try to accommodate Tony. Let's try to accommodate.
But you hear me say it to him all the time now that stay with the topic. Don't deviate everything to, and then in the north, and then they have coming not to keep every single thing is just that.
Okay,
so
well,
that's the only thing you have to say. Then you know.
Can I tell you something real quick?
Yeah. I've not banned him, by the way. I just removed him.
There are some people who know how to handle people like Tony. For example, Ajele Koko. You don't need to be mad at him or me. I understand him, you know. Maybe you've not worked with some kind of people and you want to fire up to give people brains, so to say, and he's not conforming to what you want. But you know,
it's not that it's not conforming, but it's a single narrative contributor.
Okay.
And this is, you know, we cannot have every single conversation and then it's just, and that is why we have to do away with these people and they're in their bushes. And no, it's not the north. You know, every single.
Let me say something. Let me say something.
We've heard that. You know.
Let me say something. Michael, 1 minute. Let me say something. Tony here in this platform is a bit of comic. You know, I know sometimes he overblow his trumpet, but let's try to accommodate him, please.
No, I like Tony. He knows I like him, but you know, sometimes you know when the conversation is going and we just come in with some off cue. Anyway, sorry, back to Baba.
We love him. Thank you.
I like him too, so no issues with Tony. But
God bless you.
Yeah.
So, like I said, your own opinion might be different from mine, but that is my own opinion. I think he's just trying to put pressure on people, and that is why he's running up and down because he don't want that ticket to slip away from him. When you see all these kings, they will say, "Oh well, it is our son. Let him do it." That is what they will be saying. We'll be saying this for a very long time, and we will still continue. There is no doubt about that.
Okay, Chief.
So,
Chief, you remember growing up, when I was in elementary, I was in Benin City. There is this song we used to sing. PC for body, how are you, shame? So that is coming back now. You know, they say there are 3 types of stages in life. One is elementary, like when you are a baby. Then the other stage is where we are now. And the upper stage, when you're getting back to your grave. That is what some people are, like those of the Tinubus, the Buharis. I think their time is elapsing. But my own advice for them is, they shouldn't force their luck. They keep forcing this thing down the throat of people. They should give way. Let young minds come in. See what we are discussing in Nigeria today. The rest of the world is thinking how to advance. Did you see the bridge, the floating bridge they tried to build in Norway? We are here talking about Boko Haram. We are here talking about Abba Kyari. We are here talking about election. Meanwhile, the world is advancing. So I beg each and every one of us, as much as we try to criticize these people, let us also try to sensitize our people. I might digress a little bit. It's still part of what we are saying, but this is what I realized. Did you guys talk about the priest who tried to ban Igbo music? I think you guys talked about that maybe early this week or last week in Ikorodu, Lagos.
No, we did not. I did see it though, but
okay.
I thought
I just want to
shied
tell you
away
one
from
thing
it because
quickly.
the Igbos, they are after me. That I'm always
no,
scared.
nobody's after you, one man.
Yeah.
Nobody can be after you.
They are not after me.
You
don't
have
see
your
them
say.
sparking cutlass. Or
No,
I only have to say Igbo and they are already three stones.
Relax. Let me say this. You can try to caution what you say. We can try to correct what we think or what we feel it is not right. Nobody can come after you. As long as you are here to sensitize and give or air your own opinion. So nobody can come after you. But what I want to say about that is, all this while in the same Lagos, enters, people were killed. Corrupt politicians has been there. The bishop, I am a Catholic, the Archbishop of Lagos, Archdiocese, never said a thing.
I think it was an Igbo priest that actually banned the music, wasn't it?
It's a Yoruba priest.
Are you sure?
Yes. You are.
It's a Yoruba priest.
I'll give it to you.
I saw it.
So let me learn my point real quick. The bishop knew all this, never said a word. But when it got to the part that would probably affect his offering money, that was when he swung into action and suspended the priest. Our people need to wake up and see that church is nothing but a business. So that is where I just want people to know. It is the same thing with our traditional rulers, our monarchs, our obas, our chiefs, our kings, our ezes, our sarikis, and so. So people should wake up. The tune is changing, and we should stand up for the right thing. Thank you.
All right.
So can we move on to the next story?
Sorry, Baba Kure, this space that Lord Michael has just opened up. Let's just explore that for a moment. It says Catholic Church suspends priest for banning Igbo music in Lagos parish. So it goes, the Catholic Archdiocese of Lagos, or Archdiocese of Lagos, has suspended the parish priest of Holy Trinity Church, Iwu Awo, and is Berigbe. So the name of the Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos, Reverend Father James Anelu. So it is an Igbo man that's banned. So James Anelu for banning Igbo music and choruses.
It's not Igbo man. Find out who he is. Well, keep reading. Keep reading out. Let me do research.
That's the name now. This is the name. I'll pop the name in. In a disclaimer, the Catholic Archbishop of Lagos, Alfred Martins, said the priest action do not represent the Catholic Church's position on the common brotherhood of people of all tribes and religion. He therefore directed the priest to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence. It has been brought to our notice that Reverend Father James Anelu, the priest in charge of Holy Trinity Church, in Ikorodu made some completely unacceptable comments about Igbo songs being sung in church and unsavory remarks that do not represent the Catholic Church's position on the common brotherhood of people of all tribes and religion. For this reason, he has been asked to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence to be given an opportunity for a thorough investigation of all matters relating to his ministry in the parish. The leave of absence takes effect from Tuesday, February the 8th, 2021, till further notice. We therefore urge all Catholic faithfuls to hold on to the faith and continue in worship of God as one big family united and not separated by language, culture, or race. So there you have it, an Igbo priest. I was right because that struck me when I first saw the story. So I popped the name of the person in the comment section. But Abba Kyari, let me take you then to Pantami. Once upon a professor, now no longer a professor that has never attended any lectures or delivered any lectures. So a cash dollar professor, but the Nigerian Union of our university, something or the other, they are saying, no, not on our watch. You can do your nonsense wherever, but we have to keep academia clean. So they're telling all schools now not to reference this guy as a professor, and they also accuse him of fraud. Our thoughts on that, Baba Kyari?
Well, in fact, it is very funny the way our education is being handled in Nigeria. But there is a question I want to ask: which university did he get his professorship from?
It was a university in the east. Let me bring you the name. It's one of I say in the east, but it's actually a federal university. Yes, but it's not actually. So it's Federal University of Technology in Owerri. So it's actually a federal institution, but it's located in the east.
The issue is that it is Fulani administration we are in right now. So. And Federal University of Owerri is federal government something, so they can and Federal College of Federal University of Technology, where they believe that you know much about computer and communication and all kind of things. So cyber crime and stuff like that. I mean cyber something like that nature. Anyway, that you know much about it, so that's why
that thing is a total fraud all the way through. Because we covered that story here, Baba Kyari, when this guy was giving his thank you for the thing, he said he wants to thank the Federal University Imo in Owerri State. So that's what he said. So he doesn't even know, but he was already saying thank you in September. Actually, the dates are there, but it was a good month before the letter that was dated that he was actually accepting the post. So that just tells you that it's a dollar arrangement, and
exactly because for you to receive a professor, you must good as that of Ajale Koko. So for him to receive a professorship, he must have done something. Do a lot of research. But we have not really seen anything that he does in Nigeria for him to be given a professor. But to me, like you said, I believe it's a party arrangement because he is working for federal government. He's the minister for communication, technology and communication, and this university is Federal University of Technology also. So it's party business. So, and moreover, with what you just read, you said after a month that they even gave him the professorship, wrote back to them to thank them. So it is very funny that our education system, there is not we have not to write home about our educational system. So it is very funny that he can get a professorship. Though to me, as I always say, professorship in Nigeria is something that you can just, if you go to Mamala Tarodo, you can get professorship from there. If you go to Mamala Kara, the professorship so useless, so worthless in Nigeria to the extent that even goats, ordinary goats, will get professor.
You know, they've actually already changed this Joker's Wikipedia page to say it's a professor. This is it. this Joker.
What happened there? I think it's an honorary award. Not,
it wasn't though. If it was honorary, the academic staff union not honorary.
Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't have said that.
Why the Asuu is trying to talk about it now is because he is now trying to use it as an academician. So that is why they are telling him and telling the world that this guy is not an academic professor. Because if you are an academic professor, you do not need to thank any university who has given you a professorship because you paid and labored for it. So it is your right. Otherwise, we'll be seeing letters flying up and down, thanking every university. That means
I've never seen it before.
To my university to thank them for giving me my results.
But to me,
Baba, when you got your degree, did you write to your university to thank them for the degree?
No.
What nonsense?
Lord Michael, sorry, Baba. Let me tell Lord Michael something, Baba. Lord Michael, he was appointed as an academic professor, not he was not honorary. You know, there are stages in the professorial ladder. The problem is that if this guy was just some kind of maybe clinical professor or some kind of other level of professorship, there will be a full. This one they confer this guy a full professorship, something at full top. So that's the problem they're having now. This guy was appointed as a full professor, the highest level of this you can get there. So that's why these people are kicking against it.
That is corruption.
Exactly. That is why I even when I hear about this person is a doctor, this person is a doctor. So I now question that this doctorate degree so cheap in Nigeria. then I said to somebody, I said, you see, when those people that I really respect as a professor is that of Shoyinka, Shino Ashebe, maybe those. Let me just say those who get it like after
even for a PhD, you have to be published in journals that are specific to your field.
Exactly.
You have to have done a body of work, research, and things that have gone through peer review. And they would have interrogated your work for years and years before you get a professorship. Anybody that gets professor from 1990 downward here, I don't believe in them. But if you are from 89 upward, I can believe you really work hard for it. But from 90 downward, when you're talking about
please, you didn't have to do and share to Tinubu.
What's that?
The professor now, since he's going around.
Exactly. You don't worry about that. When he become president, he will get one.
Yes.
You can imagine.
One man. Yeah. Even before you become a professor, they will first of all become associate professor. You will be an associate professor for a while before becoming a professor. I've never seen associate professor in Nigeria.
That is what Showore is. So Showore is an associate prof. You know that.
Yeah, he's not.
He is. Pull it. Go and put. Not saying young head. Go to Wikipedia. Go and pull it.
Another
Wikipedia
is there. By the way, one man.
Wikipedia is an open.
By the way, one man. Just a quick one. Just a quick one.
United States, not in Nigeria.
Just a quick one man. You made a mistake. Let me quickly correct that. It's not from the East. Father James is not from the East. It's from Edo State. It's actually a Benin man.
What's the difference?
He's a Benin man. Lord Michael is even close. He's even close to the Yoruba. He's a Benin man.
It doesn't really matter.
It's not from the east. No, you say it's an Igbo man. It's not an Igbo man.
But what's the difference between the
There's a difference now, because tomorrow the IPOB people will come back to you and say 1, 2, 3.
They are all the same now. Come on.
Wow, man.
Anyway,
we are not the same.
What is the difference?
The Benin are close to the Yorubas than the Igbo.
One man, let me tell you the difference. The difference is the language.
Everybody has a language.
Good.
You know if an Ondo person talks, they will say they are speaking Yoruba. I wouldn't understand the word. Don't worry about that.
That is you. That is you. So for the public perception, the man is not an Igbo man. The man is from Edo State.
Exactly.
And even from the Awuchi side, he's from under Awuchi as Awuchi diocese, not even Benin as diocese. So you see the area is linking to. And that Awuchi is very connected to the north because they have a common boundary with a northern state.
You see the difference now. There's a difference.
It's a full name now. Is that what you're saying?
Well, your words.
No, you're the one saying it's connected to the north.
I am just letting you know it's not just a boundary line. So I'm only letting you know where the man is from. His kind of geographical area. So he's not an Igbo man. Thank you, Ejiro.
All right. Well, so you guys are fact checking me now. Look at that. We're in trouble. They are fact checking us.
No, we have to push. We have to push the right narrative, to the world.
That is correct.
For that one, it doesn't really matter because to me, when Igbo sing, I always like the way they sing because. Like the one you always play here, right?
It's just because I love that song. There's no other reason.
Every single time you play, right? I always like to I refresh about that. I just shake my head and say, boy, Nigeria is just so talented that if we could
harness our talents, yeah.
Baba, could I sing it for us? Sing this song for us.
I can't sing it. I can't sing it. but I love it.
Give it a shot.
I know that Savior.
You can imagine how they compose that. You can imagine how they compose that music and they put Igbo language in it. Though I don't understand, but I always like that. So when I listen to Igbo music, I just say to myself, boy,
the rhythm is something else. It's peculiar with other tribes too. Have you heard a Biro man sing? A Biro music. Have you heard one? Or try to listen.
Who is
try
a Biro
to Igbo music.
Maybe a Bira. Maybe you want to say a Bira.
Look at this guy. Look at these people. For people from abroad, abroad people. You can't even
Go on YouTube. Listen to Urobo music. You will love it too.
I like that guy that saying Wekilemo. What's his name?
Asuu.
Okay.
So to cut the story short, the story short, I don't see any reason why one pastor will be banning one type of music from the church. In as much that it's not hip hop, in as much it's not Takasufe, in as much it's not Wasiu and the Barista, in as much that it's not Obesere. So I don't see any reason why any pastor in Nigeria should ban one region from being singing their song in the church, in as much that is in line with that Christendom. So that is my take.
Chief.
That's why I have to mention that I even like Igbo music because I don't know why maybe it's just maybe it's aligned with APC.
Maybe Chief Apelua. See,
yes, sir.
It got me thinking, and I want everybody to think very well. Maybe these people lie to us that it's God that created us. Because if we are serving the same God, all these things should not be happening.
Exactly.
Sometimes I question the stories we see in the Bible. Let me paint a scenario to you. They say God created Adam and Eve, and they lived in the Garden of Eden. And when Cain, the elder brother to Abel, killed Abel, he was banished out of Eden. Then he went to marry in another part of the north So which people were living there? They told us God created only Adam and Eve. Who did Cain go to marry somewhere in the north? You see where these stories begin to differ.
You're opening up a different space. So
Yeah,
because I have thoughts in that direction too. But let me go back to what Baba Kure was saying about how music calls to your soul. So this, we talk about the East and we talk about the West, but the Northerners, they have some sort of sound too. I'm not sure we're going to call them musically gifted because that's just stretching it, but they have some obscure. Let me show you this guy, Baba Kure. This is something that I used to delight in years ago. Hopefully, I don't get kicked off by StreamYard, but watch this guy. Very entertaining. So there you have it, Baba Kure. Nigeria's got talent. That is it. Nigeria's got
exactly.
talent.
Nigeria is a very blessed.
Do you remember Daman Raya? What's the name of that guy?
Dan Maraya Jos, yes.
So Nigeria is well blessed. It's just sometimes when I think about the gifts that God gave to Nigeria, when I think about every single thing, are you talking about education? Are you talking about movie? Are you talking about music? Name it. Sometimes I shed tears. I just that
is the real killer. If we were from Ghana or some obscure, just nondescript country like that, we resign to our faith. But we are from Nigeria and we know. Look at the Skelewu now. Look at this guy. I even prefer that one to the original Skelewu. So we're so gifted in that country. This is why we're so angry that we're not.
One man. We are tribal creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to quickly go to that issue of Abba Kyari.
Abba Kyari, please go there. The criminal cop. Yeah.
Okay. I said it yesterday, right? Because you remember was it yesterday morning? We discussed about the issue the one police officer that got PhD and he never contributed from
Yes.
Hey. You see, in every organization that when you're talking about uniform men and stuff like that, you have a very percentage of them that are very, very corrupt. It is not in Nigeria alone. It happens all over the world. So, issue of Abba Kyari is not something that is so new because he's a uniform man. And that uniform always push them to the extent that, they believe that they have that connection. So, based on this Abba Kyari, I think, like I said earlier, this is likely be a setup because I'm not going to back down on that because they might not want to send him to US and they set him up because, like I said, when you're talking about uniform, immigration, custom, police officer, DSS.
Oh, Baba Kure, don't you think that this setup is even worse than the first allegation?
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
With lies.
Just wait. So when you're talking about anybody with any uniform organization, a lot of them always corrupt. So the issue of Abba Kyari, he is not the only person that is pushing this, like one man said the other time. And this is not the first time that he has been doing this. This has been going on for a very long time. A very long time, I say. It's not, you think it's just yesterday he has connection up to Brazil or to Mexico or to Colombia? You think it's just today, just when they remove him from Super Cup? This has been going on for a very, very long time. It's just, to me, I believe it is just set up because Some of the senior police officers know about all this. They know about all this. The same DSS or whatever that apprehended him. Some of them know what is going on. Long time. They are in the same. They are in the same clique. They are in the same level. So they know exactly what is going on. So to me, I also think this already substantiates the evidence that the United States has against him. This one already substantiated. So,
Baba Okore, do you think the setup is to his advantage?
Can you repeat that?
You said it's a setup. Do you think the setup is to his advantage, to Abba Kyari's advantage?
Yes, because when they set him up, like I said, some people may not believe, but I already put some theory together.
I'm not far away from you. I share that with you.
Theory together. So, if you really read about Escobar, just little bit like this too. Escobar built his own jail, live there, free comfort, bring girls there and do whatever he wants. That is what is going to happen. Because this man now go to US for no reason for now. With what we are seeing here, they will jail him in Nigeria, and he will be living in 10-star hotel, not even 5-star. And he will be able to there will be a time, if you really come on with Abuja, there will be a time that you will see him on the streets of Abuja driving, or sit at the back of vehicle and somebody is driving him. Then when he finishes his transaction, they will put him back again. So to me, this one looks to me like setup. Because I know,
one question.
I strongly believe this is not the first time that they have been doing this. Not today. That he has
one question.
Go ahead.
Why do they need to go through all this for them to get rid of Bakari? They'd rather kill him. They need to kill him.
Because, no, they can't because he has connection with big boss. He has presidential backing.
They can kill whoever they want to kill.
They are not going to kill him.
The reason why they can't kill him is the same reason why they can't kill Showore or
you are the one that was saying.
Can they kill? Hold on. Can they kill Showore?
It depends. They can set it up. Like somebody was going to stab him. If the person was successful, it would have been somebody from the road stabbed him.
Can they kill Kanu?
It is possible. They will just set it up.
The reason why they can't kill...
There were stories that people were killed for no good reason.
Yes.
Was killed. Most people don't know why he was killed.
Well, no, I don't think they can kill him because it's too... The profile is too public now. And it would be too obvious.
Kill anybody in Nigeria.
Yeah, we know they can kill anybody, but it's
they will
highly
just
unlikely.
Set it up like an accident.
Yeah, no.
The guy was going to stab Showore the other day.
They wasn't going to stab Showore. You know Showore, he likes embellishment now. Showore, he just likes to print.
Oh man, let's not open that space. Let's not open that space.
No,
I get irritated.
No, I get irritated when I hear this sort of narrative that they try to stab him.
Well,
even the guy in his car, when he was narrating, he was contradicting him. And he was trying to double down on the fanciful story that he was trying to tell. You know, Showore.
Well, what I know is, I don't think you guys just said earlier that Obi Kubana might be involved. You are the same people that are thinking it's a setup, so they are setting it up so he won't go to the US for extradition, and you are still thinking they will now bring Obi Kubana in the same story. So I don't believe. I think he has less to lose, even if he goes to the US, than this case. This case is
no, it's not about him. It's not about him.
You see, when he goes to US, right?
He won't affect anything that he has done in Nigeria. He will only go and answer to the case of money laundering.
No, I think Baba has already explained that.
Let me tell you something, DG.
Baba already explained anything. Even his point was buttressing my point. When you asked him to explain to me and he accepted, I don't believe all these things is a setup to save Abba Kyari. They can kill him. They killed Delegiwa for what he knows. Most people don't know why they killed Delegiwa till today.
How many people know
Delegiwa? Look. Okay, let me tell you why.
Okay,
hold on.
Who knows Abba Kyari apart from in the Nigerian space? Who cares about Abba Kyari in the whole world?
We know why they killed Delegiwa now.
Why?
You want to know?
Gloria Okon.
Yeah,
You know
because
Gloria
we
Okon.
were doing story on Gloria Okon that
And Mariam Babangida.
Yeah,
about the
why
drug
was
case.
Yes.
Yeah. So about the drug case, Abi?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So they can kill anybody. It will just set it up. It will be like an accident.
Let me explain why it will be difficult to kill Abba Kyari. The FBI say they want him. The Nigerian states, they are putting obstacles in the way. They are saying they are investigating him. He's now enmeshed in a drug scandal, a high-profile one with
in
international.
Nigeria.
With international dimension. It's an international transnational drug cartel. Brazil, Ethiopia, and Nigeria. So it's enmeshed in that. It's enmeshed in the Evans the kidnapper narrative. So all of that, to then say he died from ill health or something, it's just too difficult a narrative to pass off. It's too difficult. Given all that he is, all in the public Nigerian and international space, to then conveniently say that he has died. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. I don't think.
US doesn't have anything to do with him. US coming to get him, they don't have anything to do with what he's doing in Nigeria. It's about the money that Hush Puppy has stole and that he's involved in. No matter what happens that he has done in Nigeria.
Okay, sorry, Baba Kure, let me explain this one more time to DOG. And if you don't get it or you don't agree, then we just move on. It's nothing to do with US being interested. You see, Abba Kyari is a extremely corrupt, extremely ruthless, very dirty police officer. Senior politicians have used him for a lot of dirty work. Killings, kidnappings, disappearing, money laundering, drug dealing, all of this they've used him for. So he has all of those information in him. And if the Americans take him to America in the course of investigation, either to plea bargain for himself or by virtue of their interrogation techniques, if they access the information that this guy has on the highest of the highs in Nigeria, that will become a problem for these top-end people. So that is why they don't want him going to America. And that is what backs up Baba Kure's narrative, that this may well be a setup. And that setup is to come up with a higher crime that just overwhelms the crime that the Americans are accusing him of. And they are saying then to the Americans that this crime are so egregious that he must answer to them in Nigeria. And they will jail him. Then, as Baba Kure said, they will give him a soft landing, put him in some hotel or some apartment somewhere, and he'll just carry on living his life anonymously. So that's what
he has done in Nigeria and US.
Okay, forget it. You don't want to. Don't worry. I just want to say this.
We understand what you are saying. It is you don't understand.
I don't think he understands. It doesn't.
I understand what you are saying.
You don't understand.
They will find out, but it's not what really affects the US. So it's none of their business.
It doesn't matter if you don't get it. You don't get it.
So politically exposed people.
Okay, forget it. Okay, thank you. Don't say anything anymore. Thank you.
The point is that let's just move on
because it will not get it.
This is not the first time this man has been doing it. If either you believe it or you don't believe it, it's not just yesterday that he has been doing it. Not this one. It has been doing. He has been doing it for a very long time. For him to have that connection up the way to Brazil.
Nobody is saying he affects the Americans or not. So what is being said is that politically exposed people, he has highly sensitive information that can destroy them and their career, either in Nigeria, internationally, and it may well even have international dimensions. Some of the crimes that this guy knows.
Exactly, there's no doubt about that.
So this is what is being said, and if you don't understand that or you don't agree, let us not labor it too much and just move on to another talking point. So, Baba, carry on with your thoughts.
Okay, so that is my own theory anyway. It doesn't really matter how anybody interpret it, but that is what I think. This is not his first time of doing this, and they have connection within themselves. So why is it now because I have to question that, because DOG doesn't believe. Why is it now that they caught him? Why is it now? So where did he get all this money that has been spending? Though we know that he get money from Hush Puppy and stuff like that, and some other criminal something. But where did he get money to buy all these mansions? If you
swapping the drugs is where he gets the money from. These guys, their squad is built for a particular reason.
The same thing I'm saying.
As we speak, all his whole squad has been summoned to Abuja.
Okay.
Apparently, there are some people, even in the top higher position in police force, that are skeptical about what those squads are doing all around Nigeria. So that's what I'm saying. You can't just they are trying to save him. They don't have to go through all this stress not to make him go to the US. The court has to say in Nigeria that now they can extradite him. If they don't want that to happen, it won't happen. They don't have to now go and
because they know that it will happen. Remember. Well, there was a time they said, okay, police service commission, they did not have enough evidence. And when they start prioritizing them about a month or 2 months ago, they start prioritizing Nigeria again. Remember, they set up another committee to reinvestigate him. So how do you look at that?
They can be doing that to prolong that's all they need to do to prolong the matter. Hush Puppy's case was meant to be on the 14th. So if they listen to that case and they sentence Hush Puppy, that's the end of his case with Bakari's case with the US. They won't be looking for Bakari anymore. So they've just postponed it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's the only thing Nigeria has to do to keep extending it. They don't have to be going to the extent of now starting video to now say he's involved with drugs. That guy is
all right. But I just abandon that, because I think we're just going to look around. DOJ has made up his mind, and he may well be right, but it's just a difference of opinion, isn't it? People see it differently. But staying within that Abba Kyari loop, but the response from the Nigerian police, it opens up a new angle to the whole thing. So they say that the NDLEA operatives, they are also complicit, and then they described the journey that, so these people, they've opened a tunnel for themselves internationally where they just sweep through. So they send photographs of themselves carrying with the drug couriers from their point of boarding to the Nigerian space, so that the agent then will position himself just at the forefront and then pick them up, take them into a room and says he has checked them, and they just walk out of the airport. So this is how they've been funneling drugs through that Enugu airport. And it is only because somebody tipped off the police, probably somebody that wasn't got a good deal on the something. So just that route. So that's one thing. But then Abba Kyari, this whole thing happened January, February this year. But Abba Kyari, we were led to believe, has been suspended going on 14 months. So how is a person that has been suspended still leading a team that is indicted in corruption to then perpetrate even more corruption? So all of that just untangle that for us, Ababa.
Because we don't have any system we don't have system that is working. And like I said earlier, you see this uniform department, they are all in need big time. As I said, because I have seen something that I would never ever believe. So it's not in Nigeria alone. It happens anywhere in the world. There are some uniform people. I'm not saying all of them anyway. There are some uniform people that they are in all those nonsense big time. They will collude with criminals like a drug baron, and then they cover them. They cover them in all their atrocity and stuff like that. So, and I said, this is not the first time that Abba Kyari did this. It is just that the maybe something did not add up, because like I read and like I because I watch documentary a lot. If they don't pay up, maybe they didn't pay up with their gang, because they will know when one of their gang or one of their members is working at the airport or working at so they already, even up to that of Argentina or Brazil, they already know who is going to be who till when that person will be landed or coming back here. So they know all that. So that's why I'm saying, you see, uniform men, it is just
because that narrative that the Nigerian police painted of these guys sending their photographs from Addis Ababa to Enugu to say this is also just pass us through. So they are bringing the drugs from Brazil and they are going via Ethiopia. So they would have had the same arrangement with the drug agency at the airports in Brazil. Have the same arrangements with the drug agencies in Ethiopia, and the same. So they've just opened a pathway internationally.
Exactly. Because now they amazing. You see, when you're talking about
Baba Kure, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
You remember El Capo?
Yes.
You know that some policemen are behind him. That's why he hasn't been captured since then, before US captured him. So any drug dealings going in the whole world,
yes,
the police, they are involved. If they want to stop it, they will stop it.
Exactly. It also involves police, custom, name it, all the uniform men. It has to go to they are in it big time, so that you will have free pass to do whatever you want to do. So, but our whatever we call it, NDLA, we see a lot of things that happen in Lagos too. Sometimes they dictated thousands of kilos of cocaine at the airport. Then, in fact, last year it was frequent, like maybe every single week. And I said to myself, these people don't pay up. They didn't make their arrangement very well. So it is very shameful that this thing is happening. But like I said, it is not in Nigeria alone. It happens all over the world. So that is it.
All right. Thank you, Baba Kure. So from Baba Kure, let's go on to DOG, who is quite insistent that how at least Baba Kure and I would have it is not actually how it is. So DOG start off from the Abba Kyari narrative and give it and let us hear your perspective on that. DOG.
Sorry, please. Before DOG comes up, one man, please. This is not Baba Kure. He is Chief Apelua.
But he has not. He has not put blood on the floor. Now he has not slaughtered Malu.
Okay, he's an associate chief. He's an associate chief.
Chief elect. Yeah, the chief elect. Apelua. You know that's a real title that has been offered Baba Kure, but he's trying to decide if it's going to take it or not.
Oh my God!
Look at that. And you will see
I'm not interested. So.
But you are already wearing the title and you are saying you are not interested. You are already wearing it now. Look at this man. You are not interested. You love it. Look at this man.
My brother already called me.
He already internationalized the title. What are you saying, Baba?
Look at that.
You already internationalized it. Everybody watching you around the world, they are saying you are Pelua. I'm a wuye, you need.
This is it. He doesn't want us, because he says that this one man, he eats a lot. If I take that title, he will come and eat my whole house. Don't worry. So, Baba, is it a hereditary?
Yes.
And you see,
so according to information, the king said they don't want old people. They want young people that are very educated and
yes.
So
International yoppie. They want to yoppie. So, look at that.
So they don't. So they give shift. Every single house now. If you have shifters in your house, they will tell you to go and bring somebody that is that's educated and maybe see what is going on around the world.
International citizen like you.
So
you know, that is what we're seeing now with the Oni. So I'm looking forward to long may he live, but they are laughing. I'm looking forward to the next laughing, and I think they will try and mirror what happened in Ife, because they want now that generational shift, that paradigm move from the old to the new thinking. You know,
just
the only person that lets us down is the Oluwo of Iwo, who's just some Amugbo. You know, you know.
That's our gangster. He's a good guy, but you know, the thing surrounding him is just too much.
He's a criminal, you know. He's
Oluwo,
in Canada.
But do you know that Oluwo, other than all this internet show that he does, his people in Iwo, they really love him. Oh.
Do you think so?
Oh, they really love him. They love him like crazy because you know one thing about him.
You know, he said he wants to be a sultan now. He doesn't want to be.
So he's just doing all those shows. You know, that guy was doing. He popularized Iwo. He popularized Iwo. You know, Iwo
and he went and took an international ashewo from Canada, Chantel. Can you imagine Olori Chantel?
That Jamaican girl.
Olori Chantel. Can you imagine? You're Olori Chantel. God.
You know that as a king in Iwo, he always protect the interests of all the Iwos in abroad. Those that have landed property and all the rest. It doesn't allow anybody, you know, to how do I say it? It doesn't allow anybody to scam them or stuff like that.
Do you know he once slapped an Oba in Iwo? Do you know he once slapped an Oba?
Yeah.
This guy is
that's not normal now.
He said that's what
I think he used to live in Canada. Am I right? I think he used to live in Canada.
He used to live in Canada, running credit cards. You know, his wife, she took a video clip of him smoking Canada Amsterdam blend.
Yeah.
You know? Colorado is what they call. That's what he said. When they are smoking Colorado, God, that is another Yoruba land. Look at that. And Igbo smoking international fraudster. You know.
But I think Ajanle Koko is right. He popularized Iwo.
He popularized Iwo. He even internationalized that
Iwo. Or notoriety? Is that made it? It's ridiculed them.
No, I mean, he popularized it. You know, Iwo is a small town. It's just known among Yorubas. If not, even not all Yoruba that knows Iwo, except those that know about Yoruba town and older one like us. But today, in this world we are now, there is nobody that does not know Iwo because of this Oluwo of Iwo. Nobody around the world that you are in Nigeria know.
I say Yoruba Sultan.
Emir, not Sultan.
Okay, Emir, correct.
His people love him more. Even those in abroad, those in in diaspora, they really love him. Seriously. He's not.
Have you seen how he dresses? He dresses very fine too.
Oh yes. He always protect their interests in the world. He doesn't allow people to scam them or take their landed property or do
it.
No.
He steals land. He's notorious for land grabbing.
No. He doesn't do it.
He doesn't do it.
He doesn't. I'm telling you. He doesn't. He's different from other. You say that one that is slapped, that king that is slapped. Yes, it's because of the landed property.
He's justified to do so. He wanted to grab his land and the guy said no and they slapped him at the Oba's meetings.
You know what happened? That one has been stealing land and selling it. And he has been warning him. There have been complaints coming to Oluwo that controversy about land. Some people will sell land. That king will sell land to 3 different or 4 different and they be bringing because it's a lesser king and is responsible to Iwo, to Oluwo of Iwo. So complaint have been coming to Oluwo, and Oluwo has been asking, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And at a point, he said, but we have there is boundary between us and Iwo now. We have our own territory. You can't tell me what to do. And when they get to that meeting of Obas, that is why he punched his nose to tell him that you are responsible to me. If I'm talking to you, you listen. So it was because of landed.
Can you imagine the Oni? This is the rascal in question. This is the element. This is an Oba in Yoruba land.
So guy. That one was selling land, and because of that, that's why we went.
The most ridiculous man on the planet.
The guy has some swaggo.
Swag. Look at that.
Well, man, that king is a swagalicious king.
Look at that.
Have you seen that clip where Alafin was chastising him publicly?
Chastising Oluwo?
Yes.
I haven't seen that. It's Alafin for your son now.
Okay.
Yeah, he's responsible.
Yeah, I was going to ask, is Iwo under Oyo Empire?
Yeah, it's under Oyo.
The whole of the whole of Yoruba are under that Oyo Empire.
Don't start that one. No, Ajale will come after you.
No. I said almost, not everywhere. There are some places that had their own, but Oyo was like a general father to almost the whole of Yoruba land. Almost, not all. Almost.
No, I agree. I'm an Oyo man, so that's my. I align myself with that. The Yoruba race.
See, what I understand is that. What I understand is that.
Oluwo is responsible to Alafin of Oyo. So anytime they want to install any Oluwo, it's Alafin that will go and cry him. So yeah, so he's Alafin for your boy now. But he's always at loggerhead with Oni of Ife. they are not friends at all. He doesn't see Oni as
it's an age thing, because he feels that he's somewhat. I think he's older than the Oni, so he wants to treat him like a small. And this is what Showore did as well. He went to the palace. He didn't dobale. It's not the man that is sitting on the stool. It's the stool. It's not the man. It's the
one man. To be fair to Showore, Tinubu did the same thing to him. But it wasn't at the palace.
It doesn't make it any, that is Yoruba right there. Now, that's the Yoruba race. The Oni is the Yoruba race, not the man.
Yeah, but why was there no backlash when Tinubu did it? Because Tinubu greeted him while sitting. Does money have anything to do with it?
I think we covered that here. And it got backlash. There was backlash. There was backlash for that as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, DOG, I just diverted them a little bit. Forgive me.
So thank you. So DOG, then your take on the Abba Kyari narrative. DOG, the original gangster.
Yeah, I just feel a lot of people are in trouble right now because obviously Abba Kyari is not doing this alone by himself, and again, I think this is a bigger mess, which is why I'm not saying it like it's staged. It's the first thing you would think of. I thought about it too, but when you look at the pros and cons, you will look at what's the point. They can keep delaying it till US get fed up and just deal with Hush Puppy himself. Then secondly, Abba Kyari has been involved in so many things in that country that he's probably even stepped on toes. And some people are even trying to just finish him because obviously they're going to sack him now 100% because there is video evidence of him saying all he was saying and how sad it is to know the kind of country we have. Somebody that has been suspended is still in charge of his squad. He even said in the video, I think he said, his boys are loyal. that they are very loyal to him. So I think as things stands, there will be people involved that we'll still hear about. And I think if the top bosses are there, they won't have bring all this out. So then obviously he has dealings with the NDLEA. Then apparently they've marked the box, and I think that's what really killed him. I think he was trying to shank some people from knowing. So he has told his boys to like put like is it a red dot or something on the boxes they will present to the NDLEA officials to check. So once they sample few, they won't have to sample the rest that they have switched. So I think as we speak, Abba Kyari is in a deep mess, a bigger mess than whatever he has with Hush Puppy, because that's just simple money laundering that won't even take him probably 5 years to serve in the US. Yeah. That's how I say it for now.
All right, DOJ. And to the Tinubu narrative, it is just sad, but it looks as though his health challenges now just too obvious and too many. So is it time now for him just to say now that step is that step too far to surrender gracefully so that he can then get to anoint somebody? And if Tinubu surrenders his spot, who do you think he should anoint? However that word is pronounced. Yeah. So to all of that.
Firstly, the Jagaban of Lagos will not surrender. It is only if they have to now put him on a sick bed. But if it's to the we thing, he's probably gonna come back to the UK or go to the US to treat himself or get a sack where he pees and nobody knows anything. And I think it's such a shame with the people because another video came out where similar thing had happened. Then you can see one guy that was shouting at people, stop recording, when they were trying to take him to a corner. There is another video, it was in a blue agbada in this one. So I think this man is sick. We all know it, and he's doing too much for his age, for his health. But I think we can't really blame him because he has a lot of battles to fight, more than Buhari. Buhari has them, Amici, everybody doing everything for him. So we didn't really realize how sick Buhari was when he was going to contest until he got into the position of the president and he started traveling up and down for health issues. But for him, there's a lot of things going on in his camp. And I think people in his camp are the one really exposing all these things because not all of them want him to be. And the party has fallen.
Do you think he will be the president of Nigeria? Do you think he will be?
It's really dicey, and that's why I keep saying a lot of things will happen that we will be surprised because as we speak, APC we can't say they've had primaries and this is who's going to be the candidate.
Do you think if we have just one more health related expose, then that will be the end for him?
That's why I doubt that will really be the end for Tinubu because he's a stubborn person and he really wants to be the president. That's why I say it is only if the sickness puts him to bed that he has to stay in bed. He can't move. But he's just peeing on himself, not like he can't walk or something.
He's just peeing on me. Look at that. Is it something that is just a regular day occurrence? I mean, do you do that? It's just peeing on himself.
I'm telling you, that is the problem. If that is the problem, that guy will probably be putting on diapers. So when he peed, accidentally just go on diaper, he doesn't come to the agbada like he has been doing, if that is the case, because he would do anything. I think it is only if his health take him to the stage of him being admitted, that is when he will give up. But I don't think he will back down. And he has a lot of problem at hand. I pity him. Like somebody says, I think it's just that I think Africans generally, or maybe generally,
okay, DOG. Let's say he does back down, just for the purposes of the conversation. Let's say he does back down. Who do you think he should anoint? Who should be? Who? Because if he backs down with reasonable time, then he still has that grace to anoint somebody. So who do you think he should anoint?
I think his best bet now would be Osinbajo.
Over Fashola?
Over Fashola. Fashola is not really doing as if he's interested.
Yes, but we're expecting a joker, aren't we? We're expecting somebody to come in from the left field.
Osinbajo looks like the man. Even people have been clamoring for. Even he has not said anything. A lot of people, even the Northerners, have been saying Osinbajo.
If Fashola says he wants to run, will the North and Nigeria recalibrate their thinking?
The North will be scared of Fashola.
Because he's a stubborn, he's a
he's another stubborn guy.
Yeah.
And he's a son, so he knows how to deal with things better than all of the other people.
He's a son.
Osinbajo will still be a bit diplomatic with everybody. But Fashola will just come there and deal with people, man.
And Pantami and is bought and paid for professorial whatnot.
I don't think if he actually was a real professor, they would strip him of it. And I remember an issue when I was back in uni. There is this engineer Janle Kuko. He used to call himself Professor Janle
You've been waiting to introduce that, haven't you? Since they saw the name of Janle Kuko, you'll be saying, "I have this story. How can I?" So here is now you better make it
good. When you are not a professor, they don't want to hear somebody because they know it's not easy to get that. You can't even get an honorary professor. You can get an honorary doctorate, but not a professor. So they don't like. So there is a professor that teaches us another course. So I think an issue happened. They said, "Oh, Professor Janle Kuku said." Then he said, "What? Go and call him. He's not a professor. He's an engineer." You know, we went to call him. He came to the professor's office. He said, "Are you calling yourself a professor?" He's not right in front of him. He was telling us he's not a professor. So I think he's rather not a professor. Maybe they just, put it just behind the name to achieve some things. And now they are all looking at it like, how can this guy be a professor? Because I know what it takes to be a professor. I have lecturers that actually got to.
I don't think that Pantami is really anything. It's not anything.
Exactly.
It's just an Islamic cleric. And not to disparage that. That is a noble and respected calling in life. But it's just a cleric of his religion. That's just all he is. Why does he want to wear the toga of academia when we all know that
anything goes in Nigeria? Yeah. I said it one day, like, even if you are not from a state, you can be governor in that state, Nigeria. Once you've been living there, you can just claim the space and just say you are from there because you have been registered in their local government and everything. If you are even born there, you are not from there. So Nigeria, anything is possible in Nigeria, anything. A pastor can turn to an imam tomorrow, an imam can turn to a pastor tomorrow, So Nigeria accept everything. So I think they just wake up to it and think, some people just thought, where did this guy even get his professorship from? And they scrutinize and they find, this guy is not a professor from anywhere, so they called him out.
And when he's saying he got it from Imo, Owerri State, this is what he told us.
How many times, even from back in the days, even
a federal minister,
that they will say they are graduate of one school from India, that they will go and find out they didn't even go to the school, or they would have gone and paid the school to just get.
There are a lot of those institutions online where you just
you just get all those things. So it's easy to pay for all those things. So it's quite funny, and that's the country we live in, and that's why things are so bad like this. Every institution, there is something not right everywhere. Everywhere in Nigeria, there is something not right. So it's quite sad, and it's taking us back. And is that, like I said, there is a guy. His dad is a very popular politician, but because his dad was old, they brought him from the US. He works for he's an IT person. He works for InterSwitch and different companies in the US. He told us after he got the political appointment, he was rolling with politicians. They said, "Come on, guys."
I know the person you are talking to, OG. I know the person you are talking.
If you don't see anything, don't mention.
No, I won't say, but as you don't talk too far now.
If you know, you know now. If you know,
I know, yeah. So you don't talk too far.
So so he said to us one day, he said, the way this country is going, that we will just be trying. We can never get there. That the country will just be trying and be striving with the way politicians do stuff. And that is, from him, is looking at things from a professional angle and looking at how things are done from the world he is coming from, So yeah, there's a lot of things so wrong. Like now, somebody was saying, oh, the Obbas, they were trying to bring the young people. But what about the politicians? Why are they not trying to bring innovative young people into the power? Because all these people are just power hungry. They just want the power. Even some people want to rule forever if you give them the chance. So it's sad. It's sad. It's the situation of the country, and that is what is taking us to wherever direction they are taking us now.
Let me scratch your back. So the people who are going to bring the young people, it's me and you. For example, there is a project I've started from my own village. I'm gathering all the young men who went to school, who can influence people who did not go to school. You know what I want us to start doing? Let us look for people who are the counselors, people who are doing criminality in the village, people who are hardworking and do not have money. Let us sponsor them. Let us start from the grassroots. So if we can have this thing from our house, and we have our house old and strong, then we'll be able to come out to talk. And I'll stop talking about Buhari, because my home is not better than what is in Abuja. So it is me and you who are going to bring the young people. If we can make laws from our government, from our state to benefit our people, who is Abuja to come and tell us how to run our house? Ordinarily in our villages, we are divided. Some people are supporting some are supporting Atiku. We are deceiving ourselves. So it is me and you that will change this narrative.
I totally agree with you, Lord Michaels. Yeah, but it is my own idea too, that grassroots politics, and I've said it. Even I don't want to start about talking about him, because when we start talking about him, it turns to something else. Sure, like you should have started from grassroots and start building things wherever he has lost the election in the first term, instead of doing or whatever he was doing up and down. But let's leave that aside. I think the major problem now, did you know there are some states that doesn't even do chairman, council election anymore? They've scrapped it.
The governor just appoints, Abi.
Yeah, the governor just appoint, and that is where the problem lies. And even this guy used it against them, and I know he was directing it to the Southwest governor Buhari when he was doing the interview with Channel. That if the governors won't won't allow chairmanship election, that he can do whatever he wants to do too with his decisions. So yeah, I agree with you. It's the way to go. But even most of these guys are not given the opportunity. So it's a good idea, it's a good initiative. And if we all could start from somewhere, definitely a journey start with a step. We get there one day. But if we are not moving, nothing will happen. So I totally agree with you, Lord Michael.
All right, thank you, DOG. So thank you, DOG. Let's go on from DOG to once upon a time an Igbo hater, now a Mazi. Mazi Thomas, since when did you suddenly fall in love with the East? So to Thomas and to the Abba Kyari narrative. Thomas, your thoughts? We don't appear to have Thomas. So let's go on from Thomas then to Black League. Sorry, let's go to Solly first, because Solly.
I'm here, woman.
Did you hear the question?
Yes.
Yes, just your comment on the Abba Kyari space. You know the conversation. Share your thoughts.
Yes. One man, nothing will happen to that guy. As you rightly said earlier on before, that guy, so many people he has so many people that he has helped, even in the system. He helps them to cover their crimes.
Sorry, Thomas, you're a bit faint. Your voice is a bit faint.
Let me come in later.
Well, all right, thank you. So let's go to Solly then, who I suspect may not be with us, because Solly is never quiet. Solly, are you there?
No, I'm here.
God, what's happening? You've not been smoking, so your energy is low when you don't smoke, but I wouldn't encourage you to smoke. But But Solly, you've been hearing the conversation around Abba Kyari. Just leaving aside the theory that Baba Kure and I have that this may well be a staged thing. There are corrupt cops and there are corrupt cops. This guy in a special category, linked to the Evans the kidnapper narrative, linked to the Hush Puppy fraud storyline, and now his own storyline itself, trying to corrupt the NDLA with $61,000, and of course they video recorded him. But why is he even in a position to do that? Because 14 months to 2 years ago, they told us they already suspended him. So unravel all of that for us, Solly.
Well, when I was coming in here, that was my first thinking also, that all these things, they were just, film trick. They were just acting so that they will not give him extradition. They will lock him up in Nigerian prison and they will use it as an excuse not to take him out of the country. But second of all, let's say another theory is that, this man is a corrupt cop. He would have scorned everybody in every single area and aspect of that country, and these people just used it as an excuse, because they want to pretend like it's the first time that they were collecting bribe and they did not do anything. They did something about it. They would have collected bribes many times and done nothing about it. But probably somebody in that organization, had a vendetta against him and just used the opportunity to expose him. But my major theory is that this was just a cooked up plan so that it doesn't get extradited. And honestly speaking, I really don't know why they are trying to hold on to this guy, because it's going to cause them a lot of problem. And I also agree, these people are crazy enough. They are crazy enough not to send this guy out of the country. They are crazy enough to lose all the benefits that they are getting. These people don't think about tomorrow. They only think about today. So my major theory is that all this was planned out so it doesn't get extradited. I was expecting it. I saw it coming. It's not really surprising, and I don't think it's surprising any Nigerian.
And Professor Pantami from University of Owerri State, no longer a professor according to the Academic Staff Union of universities. What are you then making of this reversal of fortune of the minister from the north?
Well, I just think they just used it as a way to wash their hands off his case, because he doesn't really have a good image in the country. He doesn't even have a good image internationally, and I don't think they want their name associated with him. I think that's how I just view it.
And the Tinubu narrative, sad, but it looks as though just those fast and loose life that he lived as a youth has now caught up with him. Because they say that guy is partial to, that he has a reputation of, that thing up the nose.
Yes.
So it looks as though all of that lifestyle, is now catching up with him. Tinubu, just one step away, but that one step, a step too far.
Yes, that's sometimes when you come here, you say, it's like Tinubu is an unstoppable train. Nothing can stop him so far. Yes. Unfortunately, age and time is not on his side. If age and time was on his side, you would beat everyone lying down, But we have finally found something that is holding him back. We can even see anybody. I don't know if anybody can notice, but this guy is just a walking corpse being fed by drugs, barely moving. When he wants to move, he just makes it quick and then stops, trying to save as much energy as possible. This guy, he doesn't
care. Solely, are you changing your position now?
No.
But you are always been
because no, I'm not changing it.
Hold on, you always been Tinubu, pro Tinubu. You only been saying here that nothing can stop him. That's the next president. That's the best.
Yes, I am not pro Tinubu.
The best is the one that shows seriousness. Nobody. You have said that here several times. Why are you changing your position tonight?
Slowly, many a times here.
Yes.
You are Tinubu a bestie.
Can I explain? Out of all,
are you one of those people they say they call Igida Yefolo? What is going on?
No, I am a realist. Out of all the candidates, I saw him as the only one that was serious and the only one that is viable to win from what I can see so far. But like I said, the only thing that will stop him is age and time. This guy can still take drugs and still use it all the way to win that presidential election. These people, that's how much greed they have. They don't care if their body is going to suffer the consequences, or they don't care about any other thing. They want the presidency, and this guy can still take drugs all the way down to the campaign and down to winning the presidency in front of all these Nigerian eyes. They already started coming up with the narrative that is Photoshop, that it wasn't a P, that they edited the video and all this kind of thing. They will lie. They will bring their own narrative, and before you know it, Nigerians will eat the lies. So all these ones, we are just exposed and we can say no, but the average Nigerian man, it's just a 5-second video or that they saw. They don't care. They move on. They will vote for him and they don't care, as long as he can still move, as long as he can still talk, as long as But like I said, age might not be on his time, and he may kick the buckets. But if he doesn't trust this guy to
interject real quick, please. Yeah. I would advise you to talk for yourself and stop talking down on people you do not know. You people are brought to stop thinking people living in Nigeria are God. They are human beings. They are not animals. Stop saying it. If you are going to believe in it. Stop talking or stop thinking for other people. Let them have their own say and their own ability. When they tell you, then you can say, thank you.
Okay, Lord Michael, me, I'm looking at the final day. If on the final day you have to choose between Atiku and Tinubu, what will you do?
I will choose nobody.
And that means and then they will still win. Your one count, your one vote will not count. And if we end up getting Tinubu that you hate so much, if we get ahead, so then why are you talking for the people?
I have my stake. That is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking for anybody.
You will not contribute to the vote. You will not contribute to the vote. You will not contribute to the electoral system.
I can swear
Solely, we get your point, and we get Lord Michael's point. But Lord Michael is trying to make a point, not like he's not tackling what you are saying. He's just saying, "Oh, speak for yourself." He has a point in what he was saying, but you have a point. You can just carry on. You don't have to drag it.
So that's what I'm saying. You can still keep on going, but age and time might not be on his side. That's the only thing I'm saying. I've not seen any other.
Do you think it should? Do you think it should still keep on going?
It shouldn't. But this Tinubu we're talking about, he won't stop. He won't stop.
Sonny, let me ask you one question. How well do you know Tinubu, and why do you think he's not going to stop?
Because I'm a Lagosian. I've watched this guy come into becoming governor of Lagos State. I watched him do all this thing, even down to the Sanwo-Olu point. That's how I know. I've seen this guy campaign before. I've seen this guy bring people from nothing to become Lagos State governors. I saw this guy campaign for Buhari.
They put him to bed like, oh, you have to be admitted.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Have you had a one-on-one conversation with this man called Tinubu?
I've not had one. I don't have to have one-on-one to know who
Have you seen him closely?
He doesn't need to have conversation with him.
No, I am
yes.
Have you seen him closely before?
After the shooting at Tollgate, he came out on his interview and said, "Oh, they say I've run away," when they were claiming he's run to France and all that. The whole Jagaban of Lagos. And you look at him, an elderly man, should you really be talking in that direction? So that tells you this guy, Tinubu, is like a thug, I'm sorry to say. Maybe I'm not even sorry to say. So this guy won't give up. If he's meant to give up, he should have given up, even if you look at what is at stake for him, because his health is not on his side. Lots of people are not on his side. And he could have just retained his charge as the party leader and put somebody like Oshibanjo or Fasholas or all those people and just still back them like he has been doing. But he said the kingmaker can also be the king. So that tells you, he said it's his lifetime ambition, which is true. We all know this. That's why I said this guy won't give up. That's why I'm with solely on that. He won't give up until maybe the ailment make them now say, oh, we have to admit you, or you need oxygen, or you are in coma, you need to be in ICU section and all those things. That guy will never give up, Lord Michaels. And
Okay,
this is
is
what is
anybody
giving us
willing to go
changing
for a
us
bet
grassroots.
that Tinubu will not be president?
Is a
No,
possibility.
Lord Michael.
Even Atiku is not sure for him. That is not sure for anybody as we speak. And that's why I keep saying on this platform, a lot of things will still happen because all these things have just been prolonged, and we don't even know where we are heading. We don't even know who the candidate is going to be, and we have February is going to finish anytime soon.
You see, there's so many permutations in that space. So because there's also a thought that we know the North wants to hold on to the power, and everybody knows that Tinubu is very ill. I don't know to what level, but we know that he's a very ill man. So there's even the thought that the North might decide to give it to him, only to take it back 12 to 18 months later when he becomes incapacitated. So there's so many permutations in play.
And because of his
And
ambition,
also, one man.
His ambition, hello, who is that? Because of his ambition, he's too blind. He's too blind to see that he could have put somebody else in place. He could have made another person. He could have used his kingmaker ability to put another person in presidency, But this Ambode situation that happened before has given him a scare. And is not allowing him to have the confidence to put another person there. At the end of the day, this illness that is going to have, I keep saying it, APC is going to remove him and probably put somebody like Oshibanjo and Fayemi there. That's a big gamble I'm willing to take. I'm almost certain that will happen, especially with the illness that is having. If it keeps getting worse,
APC might not give it to him because we cannot see him falling apart publicly, and it's too glaring and too obvious. But they might not necessarily give it to Oshibanjo or even Fayemi. Fashola maybe. I can say Fashola, but Oshibanjo is not guaranteed,
No, see, some people are saying I've lost confidence in Tinubu. Me, I'm a Yoruba boy. I'm a realist. At the end of the day, I'll not try and hide the negative side. I'll not try and hide and pretend like, nothing is going to happen. I'm looking at it. This is politics. We can't count all these things out. And I believe that the best option for Buhari is Oshibanjo because he has been tried and tested through all the rubbish that has been going on. He has not raised
you
his
mean
voice.
He's more malleable? He's more malleable. He's more.
Yes.
The North can.
Yes, he's not really a
twist
threat.
him
He's
around their
somebody
fingers.
Yes, he's somebody that they can put there for 8 years confidently and collect the power back. Somebody like Tinubu is too dangerous for them. It's too dangerous for them. That thing can be the worst thing that can, because power may never go back to the North again.
If Tinubu becomes president, the North will never rule the country again.
Yes, almost certain for them. Yeah. Never. Once Tinubu holds on to something, the kind of
what are you guys talking about?
How did you arrive at that?
Okay. No. Ola was asking how I arrived at that, and it's just a thought. But at Tinubu, because we saw Obasanjo try to break that hegemony by trying to recalibrate the military, and it failed. But Tinubu, he's been in the politics and he's seen the play out up to this point. So he's going to empower just the South, Yoruba land, and even Igbo land, and all this restructuring, he's going to effect that if he comes into a second term, and he's going to rebalance the country in such a way that I'm not saying the North will not necessarily get the seats again, but it would not have the potency that they are used to. I think it's going to recalibrate the country because he knows that the country needs recalibration.
Woman, and how exactly is a president going to restructure the country?
How do you mean?
No, you just said he's going to calibrate and restructure. How is he going to do that?
The template is already there now. How many templates do we have? The template for restructuring.
Goodluck Jonathan was supposed to sign.
Is he going to change the constitution? How is he going to do it? No, it's the question.
It doesn't necessarily have to change the constitution, but even if he has to change the constitution, Tinubu is powerful enough to change the constitution. But
yeah, you don't know what you are up against. He cannot change the constitution.
Look at that. He can change the constitution. No, he can't. Because everybody knows that.
You just wake up and change the constitution.
No, don't. That's not what is being said now. If the president is sympathetic towards the constitution changing, then the processes of changing that constitution will be initiated in sufficient enough of a time for him to sign it off. They will just make a lot of. I mean, you know these things
somebody
now.
That can go through the mud and get it done. You know, I don't think
commission go through the mud.
Yes, I don't think. Don't see Tinubu as somebody that is going to do all these things himself. He knows how to
get Michael, don't underestimate
the right people.
I think they underestimate the guy. And that's why I'm so pained that he's failing in health, because I think he could be useful if he has.
You people think some of us underestimate him, and we, some of us, think you guys overestimate him.
It is not overestimation. It is what I've seen.
Lord Michael,
you people
know, if you know the type of person Tinubu is, that's why I asked for clarification. See, he's a kind of person that want to hold on to power forever. He's a typical African man. Even if they die, you need some kind of power tools to remove the seat of power from their buttocks. That's a typical African man.
Lord Michael, you have to be able to think. Lord Michael, if you want to do grassroots politics, you have to be able to think in different dimensions when it comes to Nigerian politics.
My dear, I know Nigeria better than you.
Let me quickly line, please. Let me quickly line. So what they are saying is this: can Tinubu restructure the country? Yes, I hope so. I believe so. Until he fails. But as it is now, I think he has that capacity. Is he doing that just to make the country better off? Because no, it's for him to hold on to power. So anything that will not make him hold on to power, he will try as much as possible to remove the obstacle. That is why he's likely to restructure the country. I agree with that. So if you restructure the country, they are going to reduce the potency of that Abuja. The only reason people want to die going to Abuja is just because of the money there.
And that will be for the greater good. The country will benefit if the potency of Abuja is reduced. Let's solely round off his thought, because we are now in deep hours. So let's solely round off his thought so that I can go on to
And Lord Michael, another thing is the last thing I'm going to say is that as much as this guy, as bad as he is, as you know, as much rubbish as he does, as Agbero and Tautish as he is the kind of person that is a talk and do kind of person. If he says he's going to do it, you have a very high chance that he's going to do it. It doesn't matter how long it's going to take, but he's definitely going to do it. So that's
they don't call it talk and do. They call it talk nandu. The talk nandu. It's no. You see this guy. You see, you're putting across talk nandu. Yeah, the talk nandu. Talk nandu. Yes. So thank you, Solly. So from Solly, we go on now to rebranded Mazi from Oyo. This is a new thing that I happen to control with. So the Oyo man now, Mazi. Your thoughts on start off with the Abba Kyari narrative, Thomas.
One man, that man is a criminal. He's a big criminal. So I'm not surprised with all this testament revelation coming out. That man is a criminal. And I don't buy the idea you guys are narrating the other time that they put this on his bosom to hold him.
Thomas, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we're still struggling to hear you.
I said, can you hear me now?
A little bit better, yeah. Carry on.
Yes. I said they can't hold him to Nigeria to put him in a drug this thing. it doesn't make any meaning to me. This man is a criminal, and they have to take him out. So you saying, I remember Baba Kure saying, maybe they are trying to put him in that predicament to jail him in Nigeria so that he won't be extradited to the US. I don't think that's correct to me, to my opinion. Everybody have entitled to their opinion. But that man is a criminal, one man. He needs to be put in his place, one man. That's my position.
All right, thank you. And to the Tinubu narrative, a lot of divergent opinions on that, but what is yours, Thomas?
Yes, one man. Tinubu, for me, the man is going down. Maybe the man has capital. Because something capital, if you can't win, you will have a bag in your leg, right to your leg, then you will win there, then later on you can go and dispose it somewhere. But we don't know how far is that thing. But another video surfaced, him rushing into one toilet, telling people off your camera, off your camera. I don't think maybe you saw that video. So it is very unfortunate. Tinubu is old enough to be my father. But for him to be striving to that position, I think he has to go and rest somewhere between Pandem Yam and Hamala to put somebody forward that can even champion that thing. One man, what do you think about Osibajo is not bad? Because yeah, Osibajo is still vibrant to me to an extent.
Oshibajo doesn't strike me as a president, but then of course it might well be just a wily fox. It comes off like a wily fox. So it's like Baba Akure always says about him that this is a man that you cannot nail down. So he'll be an unknown quantity, even though he's a known quantity, which makes him a bit of a mystery man. A mystery man, Oshibanjo.
Yes, I said it countless of times here. I love that guy, and I think he's gonna do a great job. We should shift from this paradigm of who starts leading the country. Now, the man is a son, he's a lawyer, he's well exposed, he's well educated. We need somebody that is educated, that knows this. At least he has been the vice president. We can't tell him he doesn't know the terrain.
The only thing that he must never do again is sing. I'm still traumatized by what I heard yesterday. So he can be president, but he must never sing again, you know.
Oshibajo is a criminal.
But for one man, he's a pastor now. He will still
pastor, okay. Pastor. He's not a pastor anything. Forget that.
Yeah, he claims to be a pastor.
Yeah, he can claim anything.
Pastor turned to a bad man in Dior.
In Dior, you know.
After all, Pantami is a professor, so Oshibajo is a pastor.
All right, so to that space then, Thomas, Malam, Professor Isa Pantami, now no longer a professor, so now just Malam Isa Pantami. So what are you then making of the stripping naked of the Aboki by the universities?
One man, nothing will happen. Pantami is Buhari's boy. You remember all these allegations of terrorists, something has been going on for so long, and they still retain him as the minister. So this thing they will bury it. The man will continue to bear his professorship. I don't know because I don't know how they jump from getting a master's to a professor. Here in Australia, you have to be an associate professor for some couple of years with your research, with your everything you've done. Then from associate professor to a professor. But Nigeria, we never see associate professor. I don't know, maybe we have one, but that man will skate through all these audits because Buhari is there to fight for him. So Pantami is a strong man in that space at Ajale found one man. Pantami is a strong man. For him to have that all those allegations, I still retain the post as a minister. He will continue to be in that post. One man.
All right, thank you, Tom. All right,
And
thank
that
you,
makes him
Thomas.
strong, Thomas.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So sorry, let me just
Somebody
move
is
on.
talking to me.
Sorry,
Don't
Thomas.
worry, don't worry.
Let me just go on to Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Thomas. So let me go on to Ajanle Koko and to the same talking points. Ajanle Koko, do you want to kick off with it?
1 minute before you go to Ajale Koko, I want to say something. 1 minute. It's like you're playing Boju here. All the people I came here before, ahead of, they've all spoken. Now you're going to Ajale Koko. That even came
Let
last.
Ejiro go. Let Ejiro go.
Let me come to you then, Ejiro. This used to be Thomas who used to protest. So you are now a protester. What are you? What is this a mutiny?
DOG that came last. That even came last before Thomas. That came last before.
I don't keep score of the sequence. I just look at the screen and just pick a name. But I'm picking your name now, Ejiro, and I'm taking you to the Nigerian police forces, not to have you arrested. You say now. So I'm taking.
Actually, let me talk about Abba Kyari. Yes, let me talk about that man.
So I'm taking you to the Nigerian police forces, not to have you arrested, but to discuss the wayward police officer, Abba Kyari, Crooked Cop.
One man, you see, all cases and arrest by Abba Kyari team should be properly reviewed, you know. Some innocent people are left to waste in prison, and some are dead because of this, because of his criminality as a police officer. You know, at least the man thrown from an upstairs, you know, vindicated as well. You know, these allegations could be a plot, in my view, in my opinion. This allegation, you know, it could be a plot to restrict him from the US, where justice could be served. You know, could be served him openly. The Nigerian government is capable of doing anything, you know, to cover their own son, you know. So, in my view, if you ask me, in my view, I would say federal government is only trying to shield Abba Kyari from extradition, you know, and we all know the game plan. Tomorrow they will tell the FBI he has served his J term in Nigeria by giving him a soft landing, you know.
But they don't know it doesn't work like that. They will kidnap that man from Nigeria at the end of the day. Just
no,
like
I don't think his crime is sufficient enough for them to go to that extreme.
Yes, but this is not a good sign for the country. They can't hold somebody that the US wants to jail. The US does not take all these kind of things lightly.
You know, the US don't really want him aggressively. You know, they only move aggressively when it's terrorism and things like that. This is just some financial crime against the Qatari, by the way. You know, so yes, I'm not sure that these days it's not enough for the US to go all guns blazing.
No. Financial crime has been increasing in the US, and they've started making it a top priority. It's going to just keep on getting worse.
So they'll send the FBI to go and kidnap
Abba Kyari
because some Qatari man was robbed.
You know, Roman, let me chip this in. When they say the US, you don't know the US. I keep asking, who is this US? The same US that knew about NSAS and gave Buhari a red cap reception?
Yes, they said Nigeria is not a priority for them right now.
Just give a deal, and that case is over. It's as corrupt as Nigeria.
Yes, but they said Nigeria is not priority for them right now, that they have other priorities, that normally they should be trying to invade the country. It is not a priority for them, according to their agendas right now.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I too think they hype up that United here, not in the US. So what? It's just another. Everything is almost like a different planet coming to invade when they talk about the US. Sometimes it's just a country. It's just
I
a
had
country.
a discussion with my wife last week, and I was telling her I am changing my party. I'm going to become Republican.
They hate you. Eh? The
I'm going to
Republicans,
change,
they hate
my
you.
party soon.
Look at this guy.
But the Democrats are worse, though.
All right, let's not get into American politics.
They are
let's
worse
go
for
with
black people.
Yeah, all right. But let's, we have enough problems in Nigeria. But thank you, Lord Michael. So let's get back to Ejiro and take him to Tinubu and ask his soundings on the travails of the man that claims to be from Lagos State. Nothing straightforward about that guy. Claims to be from Lagos State, not from Lagos State. Claims to be an accountant, dubious. The university said he went to a different one. And now he's telling us he's hale and hearty as it continues to implode in front of our eyes. Tinubu, Ejiro.
One man, take it or leave it. In the political space in Nigeria, Tinubu is a genius. Take it or leave it. Many see him as a criminal, see him as different kind of entity, but the man has done good for himself. He has done good for himself. Jagaban has succeeded in institutionalizing Agbero in Lagos State. The youth now see it as one of the easiest way of making money. So like you always say, and I want to be, I want to agree with you here. The only thing that will really stop Tinubu for becoming president in Nigeria, I think, is his head. His head is one of that head issue that we've been flogging. Is one of the big obstacle, that will really stop him. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. Very, very, very difficult. Nigeria is such a funny place. You see, if religion, let's put it this way, if religion and politics are unable to end corruption in Nigeria, the only thing, again, I strongly believe that will end corruption in Nigeria, the only thing I strongly believe will be science and technology, if we allow it to prevail in that space. So as long as our politics is a money kind of politics, that they will play dirty. People have all the billions in the world, all the billions that you can think of in the world, to waste and to buy the minds of people, to pressure people to vote for him, So in my view and in my opinion, still it stand a better chance even than the article that we're even talking about here. And when, like you said, or like somebody once said here, when Tinubu gets a grip on something, it's difficult to take it back from him. So my only fear is if he become the president, all these the MC Oluomo of this world and other Agberos, what position is he going to give them? Someone like MC Oluomo said,
No. MC Oluomo is just no. It's not a minister of anything. MC Oluomo
Minister
is
of Transportation. You can even give him that. I'm telling you.
No, he cannot.
In Lagos State, what is he holding? What position is he holding?
Is the president of the Road Transport Unions
There
something?
We go. In the state.
But is that not his field? MC
That's
Oluomo
what I'm saying. The same thing I'm saying. The position that makes
Can you hold on? MC Oluomo is not going to be a minister of anything because it's horses for courses. You know what? MC Oluomo serves a purpose in politics and Tinubu's politics. MC Oluomo is the street level thuggery that politics needs. Tony Kabaka is what they use in Edo State. So, and if you go to the north, they have their own MC Oluomo that all the politicians of each state have. So they have that street level thuggery which MC Oluomo represents. So it's just one of the pieces in the puzzle of the making of that picture that Tinubu wants to paint. So he is not going to elevate him beyond his capacity. He's not going to be the minister of anything.
Yes.
Yeah, but what are you talking about? How can
Tinubu
it
doesn't work like that?
No.
Okay, let me respond. Let me respond. You see, we Nigerians sometimes we can be very funny. Despite I'll use Buhari self, despite the glaring evidence, you will still see some gullible people who have given their lives to this Buhari administration, expressing their continuous support. You know, that is how we are in that country. Tinubu that I know in politics, if MC Oluomo is wanting a position that
MC
Tinubu
Oluomo is not a national figure now. MC Oluomo is a Lagos
I know that
is a street level functionary as well. What
it's not a national figure, but in a state, I ask you a question. A whole state, a state. I ask you a question. What is he holding in a state? You just mentioned it.
Yes, the national
transport. Who would have thought that MC Oluomo would even hold that kind of position in a state?
Why would you not think that? Do you know what the National Road Transport something is? That is the people that controls the bus stops.
I don't know, one man, tell me.
No. It's a transport something. And MC Oluomo is an Agbero. So how would you not see? And is a leading Agbero. So how would you not see him as the chairman of the Agberos? That is essentially what the position is.
One man.
Yes, and Tinubu does not elevate people.
Hold on, let Ajale Koko talk, please, one by one.
Hold on now, let me coordinate the space, Ejiro, but yes, Ajale Koko come in.
Yeah, because it took for me.
Hold on, let me coordinate the space, so Ajale Koko come in.
S.C. Oluomo has been displaying certificates recently online. That he went to college, he went to University of Lagos and all this, he has been displaying it online. So what else does he want? So if they want to give him minister, what else does he need to qualify it?
There we go.
Yeah, but why would they give him a ministerial post?
Why not one man? If he has, what do we need
to the detriment of whom?
No, what qualification? I mean, what do we need to qualify him for that position? Is it not his level of education? Hold on.
No. It is not the level of qualifications. It's the national reach, isn't it? MC Oluomo is a Lagos head of road transport, essentially chairman of the Agbero in Lagos.
Let me tell you one man. If Tinubu becomes president, and they have a slot in Lagos, and him as president feel, I'm giving it to MC Oluomo, who is going to stop him.
No, it's not in Lagos, but not at the federal level.
No, I'm saying if he's a president today and a slot for a position of minister for Lagos, Tinubu appoint MC Oluomo as minister for transport. Who is going to stop him?
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ajale Koko. I don't really want to labor that spot too much, but I just wanted Tinubu, his failing health. So speak to that, Ejiro.
Ajale Koko, who would have thought that Pantami of all people?
Ejiro. So
we won't be a minister.
Ejiro.
No, because one man, you came with tsunami. That is why I'm on that space.
No, don't worry about that, because that space is just going to spiral, and nobody will agree, and we are nearly 4 hours in. So just to Tinubu's health.
Well, one man, you need to know that people occupying all these positions are not credible people in the first place.
Okay.
Well, so that's the situation.
All right, that's fine. I don't see Tinubu appointing MC Oluomo as a minister. I cannot see it, but you can. But some people can. But I don't want that to sweep up.
Yeah, that's what you could have said initially.
Okay, thank you, Ejiro. So go back to the Tinubu and his health.
Yeah, Tinubu and his head. Tinubu and his head, one man. I think I've flogged the issue enough. I don't want to really dig into it.
All right, and then to Pantami, Professor Pantami.
Pantami is a yam head. It's a yam head. So a yam head saying he's a professor. Whereas with the way things stand now, Asuu said it will sanction all his all his members who may have taken part in the processes, saying such thing, saying such we serve a deterrent to others, So you giving a professor, making somebody a professor, without even going through the 4 walls of education. You see the way our country is so rotten that anything can happen in that Nigeria. What in Nigeria, what does not exist? What does not, anything that the politician take or do in Nigeria does not exist, They can do and undo. Because the way our system is designed, the country is designed in a way that anybody can just come from nowhere and do what they like. Because that's Nigerian space. Like I always say, it's a business center. There are people that are cashing out, and the elites are those ones. That is why they don't want to even visit the constitution that we were talking about earlier on. That restructuring we've been talking about is the same thing. Nobody wants to talk about it. Because right now, even what we've been doing, supposed to be doing right now, it's not even an election. It's not even an election we're supposed to even be talking about right now. We're supposed to even be talking about how to restructure that country first and rebut a new constitution. If we are to even go forward as a people. But they know the right thing, they choose not to do it. So why would they not give him a professor, making him a professor? So Nigeria is a joke. Like Charles will always say, it's a big joke.
Yes.
So I'm not surprised.
Where is Charles? So there it is. So thank you, Ejiro. So Ejiro, now let's go on then to Ajanle Koko, who yielded the space. So now let's hear fully from him. And let's start Ajanle Koko off from the Abba Kyari narrative. Ajanle Koko, your thoughts.
Abba Kyari's story is a disgrace to Nigerian police. Yeah. It's a big disgrace to Nigerian police, and it's a disgrace to us as a country as well. It's a disgrace to that country. First time in history to see a police officer that is connected to drug cartel outside the country. He has brought big shame to that police.
To the National Assembly, sir.
Yeah. So this is a guy that has been given several awards. Even the National Assembly honored him some few years back as the best police officer in the nation. He was honored right in National Assembly by House of Standing Ovation. So now to see this guy in this kind of drug trafficking business is so sad for that country. But they says one day for thief. I mean, how do they say it? Several days for thieves and one day for the owner, or something like that. Every day, yeah.
Every day for the thief.
Yeah, every day
one
for
day for the owner.
Every
one
day
day
for
the owner.
One day for the owner. So it looked to me that this guy has been doing this thing for a long time. I don't think this is his first time.
You remember they used to describe him as a super
He has been doing it. He has been getting away with it. He used his position of authority to cover himself up and to have his men around him to carry out that drug trafficking and protect, himself and his group. So, and that is why after being suspended while the investigation is carried on him, on this American incident with Hush Puppy, he still have the confidence in going around doing that thing because he have his boys to cover him up and to carry the business along. So that department is a corrupt, rotten, corruption-rotten department. That police department, and they need to thoroughly investigate that department. But who are the people that are going to investigate it? Is it not police itself? One man, is it not police?
No, it's the police, but
yes, yeah. Is it not police that are going to investigate themselves? Okay, that's why we have problem in that country. Police department is a corruption, rotten department, and the government agency that are going to carry out investigation on this act is the police itself. So how are we sure that they're going to come out with an intensive and conclusive investigation on themselves? Already on Abba Kyari, the investigation already on him with the connection with Hush Puppy, he was exonerated. He was exonerated only for the maybe Minister of Police Commission that said is not satisfied. He now appointed another committee to reinvestigate him. And that one is on course before this incident with drug cartel happened. So you see, one factor that could jeopardize investigation is collusion. And that's a big problem we have in Nigeria. From one government agency to the other, to investigate them in this kind of act or criminal activities or, corruption or anything whatsoever, it's going to be very difficult to come out conclusively and achieve the purpose of that investigation, because one way or the other, they are connected with each other and they colluded in carrying out all this shady deal. So what I suspect that is playing out here, or what I can predict about this, is that Abba Kyari I believe is connected with a lot of people and a lot of government department, custom and some others in this business. And everybody would have put something in motion now to make sure they cover up something or the other. And that will not let them achieve a very meaningful, come out with a meaningful outcome on any investigation they're going to carry out. So we are going to see a situation where maybe at the end of the day, they can put up a strong defense for him, manipulate this investigation, and something not, there's not going to be anything punishable or severe action against him. That is what I suspect. I might not be right at the end of the day, but that is what I suspect, that something severe against the guy or punishable against him might not be.
Do you think he's still going to be extradited to America?
if they found him, if they indict him on this, if he's indicted on this, and he has to serve some terms of imprisonment, they won't extradite him to America now. They will just let America know, well, look at what happened to him. He's involved in drug. We got to punish him. And except they have to reach agreement that, well, he's going to serve 5 years in jail. After that, we might extradite him to you to come and face the consequence of his offense. They could reach agreement on that, but except if the law in the United States, sometimes the law will say, how do they say it? For some years, if somebody could not be tried for an offense, they call it, they have a particular term for it. I can't remember, for some number of years, if somebody committed an offense and it could not be tried.
Is it statute barred or time barred or something?
Yes, statute something. I can't remember.
Statute barred.
Yes. So after some years,
statute of limitation.
Statute of limitation. Yeah, statute of limitation. So if statute of limitation, said maybe after 2 years or 3 years, if nothing is done,
usually
then
5 years.
Maybe 5 years. So Nigeria can sentence him 10 years now. So statute of limitation will be expired, and that guy will be free from being extradited to the United States to go and face serious consequences for his action. So Abba Kyari he has brought a big shame to himself, to the department, to the country, to his family, and even to Africa, because now
and to Baba Kuresa theory that this thing is somewhat contrived, staged. He said, "Do you buy that conspiracy theory?"
Well, Nigeria is a country that you can never rule out anything. Yeah, we can speculate anything about because according to Baba Kuresa, he was saying that why now? That's a very big question right there. Why now? I believe this is not the first operation this guy has involved in. He has been doing it for a long time.
Yes.
This is not the first operation. He has been doing it for a long time. That's why he have the confidence after being suspended to still come out with his voice and involved in this thing. He's so confident. He's so, he enjoyed that power. He has that power. And that a degree of impunity is there that nothing can happen. We have everything.
Ajale Koko, what do you think propels this guy? This guy that is in the spotlight with all eyes on him in Nigeria and even internationally, and with that spotlight on him, he still goes about doing things like this. You'd have thought he would have just kept his head down and just try and hide away, and hopefully things fade away. But he just carries on. They tell us he's suspended. But then not only is he not suspended, he's still carrying out all these high-octane, high-profile acts of criminality. What propels this guy? Is he dumb? Or is he confident? Is it just foolhardiness? Or just his confidence that he is untouchable? What do you think is driving this guy?
Power and authority. The position he occupied before since is a position of power, a position of authority, and he has carried out several things, that he's an untouchable officer. He has, that power and authority is so enormous that that is why he can connect with hush puppy, because he believes nothing can happen. He had been doing a lot of shady deal, getting away with it, and doing it with that sense of
impunity.
Impunity is so high that he believes nothing can happen. He's connected with a lot of people in authority, in position of power, everywhere. Somebody that went to the assembly and they gave him standing ovation. Do you know how many politicians he's connected with? Do you know how many politicians he has sponsored to the position of authority? Do you know how many people he has helped into the Nigerian police force, into custom, into immigration? So maybe he, by his position, if he even called the chief of staff and said, I have an if I want to see president, maybe they even allow me with all the authority, with all the recognition got. So it's just this high level, this he has enjoyed so much power and authority, and that's why he feels nothing can touch him. He's connected with the power to be, the power that be in Nigeria, and that nothing can happen. Who are the people that are going to investigate him? Are they not Nigerian police? Nigeria, I told you earlier, Nigerian police investigated him on American issue with Spoppy, and they cleared him. They cleared him. Only for this, Minister of, what do you call? Minister of what's the name? Police Affairs.
General.
I'm not satisfied. Okay. No, it's Minister of Police Affairs.
No,
yes,
Police Commission. I think it was Police
Commission. Commission Affairs. That I am not satisfied with this investigation, and I want this matter to be reinvestigated. It might be connected to what do you call it? Attorney General and all those powers. If say nothing can happen to him. So that is why.
Can I say something, please?
While being in public,
even yeah, and even this allegation is facing now, selling of this in the people buying these things are big people as well. So to talk this guy will be difficult to Ajale Koko because he will start narrating who he normally sold these things to. And people buying these things, they're not garage, they're not small people. It's people in the high hierarchy that buy all those stuff. So to touch him will be very difficult. Carry on.
Yes, so it's connected to powers that be in Nigeria, and that is why he's doing this with impunity. So I don't know what's going to happen, but we just have to wait and see see how Nigeria is going to act. But he has brought shame to that country, and he has put that country on the radar right now. United States is going to be watching us and trying to see what they're going to do on this matter. And this is a very big offense. And I want to tell you, if those cartel that is connected to are on the list of United States drug trafficking cartel that is on United States watch, definitely they will like to put some case against Abba Kyari on the drug trafficking as well, because drug trafficking is an international offense, just as money laundering. Even the drug trafficking is more tougher, and it's more is stronger than money laundering. So if those cartel is connected to on the watch of United States, they will put some charges against him as well. So the only thing that can save him is if Nigerian jail him in Nigeria and didn't send him to the United States. But if they extradite him to the United States, this drug issue against him, we have to face some question as well in the United States. I know that for sure.
All right, thank you. And to Tinubu's failing health and his presidential ambitions, one has to give way. But which one do you think will give way, Ajanle Koko?
Well, you see, the incident that happened to Tinubu is with this wet here is we are not sure about it. Yeah. This wet here issue, we are not sure about it. There could be, this is time for politics. Politicians would like to destroy themselves. They like to ridicule themselves and carry out propaganda against themselves in order to, bring down their opponent. So it could be a Photoshop. It could be some kind of photo manipulation somewhere there, just to ridicule him and paint a picture against him that this guy is not healthy, and you can see him is wet here everywhere, and people should not vote for him. So I don't want to, I don't want to
dwell too much on it. Yeah.
So much. And if it is actually a true situation, I don't want to mock him because he's an elderly man, an elderly person. As we know, they have one health issue or the other, and they can have accident sometimes. And if that happens, we shouldn't mock them. We should just see it and see it that yes, it's just an accident that could happen to anybody. Every day that we live on earth, we're getting older, and we should see that one day we shall be in that position as well. Nobody pray to have a very bad health that will make him have wet hair. But when elderly person have wet hair, sometimes in the public, it's not that he like to do that as well, but just that he couldn't just help himself due to old age. So
all right. And to Professor Malam Pantami, now just Malam Pantami, according to the university unions. So what are you then making of the derobing of the Aboki?
That's another criminal, like this police officer we are talking about. The position he occupy, he is not qualified for that position in the first place. He doesn't have well, I don't think he's really qualified for that position because for somebody to hold that high sensitive data, how do we call it? Personal data, highly technological position like that. It should be somebody that have managed a private company or has worked in one of the top a top organization that we know is antecedent, but we don't know anything about him. All we know about him is that this guy was a religious champion that supported what do you call? Is it Okada or something? Yeah, I think it was Okada That was what we know about him, but we learned that
Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda. So that is what we know about him. And even when that video against him came out, the president did not say anything about it. All we saw was people around the president who were defending him. That when he was making that speech, he was a young person. He wasn't really know what he was doing, and he should be pardoned and stuff. And no statement came from the president. So, but this time around, that is while in the position of as a minister, at the same time you say you obtain professorship that you cannot show how many research you have done, journals you have written, and any academic write-up to show for it. I mean, that's a fraud. It should be fired by the president, because this has brought, it's nothing but a fraudulent act. So the president, if he's really a man of integrity, he should demonstrate to Nigeria that, yeah, I am not going to tolerate
you know when they have their next fake meeting, do you think they are going to mock him? You know, when they say Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, and then when they want to introduce him, how are they going to? Because the last meeting they introduced him as Professor Pantami, so how are they going to introduce him as the next fake meeting? Just this clownish guy from wherever he's from.
If Buhari is a person, is a man of integrity, as he called himself, and as people called him, he's supposed to fire him immediately. That is an educational saboteur to that country for obtaining professorship certificate through the back door, through Oluwole. It's an Oluwole professor.
Yes, essentially, that is what it is now.
That's Oluwole now. And you want to deceive the whole nation, because you want to use that title to upgrade your status, while you are serving, and to promote himself, to promote his personality and his record. So it's a fraud. The president supposed to fire him, and we have to thank Asuu for coming out strong, for not allowing any form of intimidation against him, for standing strong, and for coming out to say, no, this man is a fraud. We are not accepting him. So we have to give kudos to them. And what it will have been good news that we should have had on this matter as well is every other person that is connected to this criminal act, or let me say for this the criminal and fraudulent act, should be exposed as well. If the vice chancellor of that school, it cannot be vice chancellor, the vice chancellor of that school, if it's connected to this, and others that are connected, they should be exposed and they should be fired as well. Asuu should expose them. They should not cover them up, because it didn't just go there and get it from one person. There are some people that are connected to it in that college. They should be exposed and they should be fired and be tried alongside him and put to jail, so that others across the federation can learn a hard lesson from this, and that will help the nation a lot, and prevent others that are thinking about doing this kind of thing not to ever engage in it. So that is what I would like to see. I'd like others that are connected to be exposed and be tried alongside him.
Asuu called it a criminal act.
It's a criminal act.
It's a criminal act.
Not the only fire, the fire brigade. Not in Nigeria. Who do you want to fire? In the states where to start with, the governor is not supposed to be governor. What will you not say of a university in that kind of state?
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying here, if this guy has been exposed by Asuu, I believe Asuu carried out their investigation very well before coming out with this information that it was fraud. Those people that are connected, I believe they have their name too in that university. They should expose them as well, so that the university structure can sit tight and never allow this to happen in their campus anymore. So,
Ajale Koko, let me give you this quick paragraph. So this is what the ASU are saying. They say you cannot be a minister and a lecturer in a university. It is an encouragement of illegality, Mr. Osodeke said. Pantami has to quit as a minister and be tried for doing double jobs within the same federal system. He's not qualified. Pantami should not be treated as a professor. So he should be tried, is what they are actually suggesting. Yeah.
It should be tried. And with those people that are connected in that school to him getting this fake certificate, they should all be tried. If the vice chancellor is connected to it, it should be tried as well with him and be shamed, so that we can put a permanent stop to this kind of nonsense in that country. We want people that will occupy a sensitive position to merit it, and not this Ololole professor here and there. These people that will just come and go and get certificate somewhere, and they will carry their big stomach and carry it, and Mr. Integrity, fraudulent integrity, Buhari, we appoint them in governmental position and empower them to terrorize everybody everywhere. Actually, a fraudulent person, a criminal like this, be holding our record, our data, is the one, in charge of managing the data of all. 200 million.
Why do you think he's so keen to what do you think is so keen to procure that professorship? Does he think that Nigerians see him as an academic? I'm sure he knows that we in the South, we don't see him. Is this for the benefit of his own people, because so that they can say that he's a professor? Who do you think he's playing to with this play?
I think, he's trying to promote his himself. He's trying to promote his.
He wants to be seen as an intellectual. Is that what it is?
Yes, that's what he's trying to achieve. And but it did not emphasize that Asuu could do everything, because in Nigeria, it's a country where everything goes. Things happen and people don't ask questions. But this Asuu, they show that yes, we don't have power, we don't have money, but we have integrity, and we will protect that integrity. That is what they did. They did, and they should be commended for being bold to stand up against him. They should be commended. I give kudos to them, and I wish other professional body will emulate Asuu and stand up against any criminal or fraudulent activity by all these politicians, that parade themselves as master in this or professor this and that. They should expose them and shame them.
Just a little anecdote, Ajale Koko. They like titles in Nigeria. A good example is that Governor Ayade. So he goes to his local university in his own state. I think he's actually a proper intellectual, because he has so many degrees. But he's after some, I think, a master's in law or something like that. And they said he will turn up for lectures in a retinue of a convoy of blazing sirens to the point that students in the universities, they will abandon lectures and they will line up the windows to watch him arrive, you know. So this is, and the universities are allowing that. They should not allow that. If you cannot come, why would you
like
come?
a student,
Siren blazing into a university premises where people are studying, and they abandon studies to go, and the girls will be pushing out their chest that our governor, I'm here, you know.
It came to intimidate everybody.
Yes.
Intimidate the professor.
How would they even mark his paper with that sort of you fail him, you have your picture.
Even Dino Milaye did that, woman, you know that.
Yeah, but Dino Milaye, he graduated from Abuja, from Dubai. He says he got a first class in law when they published the result of the board. And what do they do? It's an annoyance now. They publish you know, when they release the results, they just put it on the notice board and then you go look for your name. And this guy is telling us he graduated as the best student in Abuja University when all the records are there for everybody to see. This is Dino. You know, this is Dino. But then he told us he went to Harvard, Oxford, Cambridge, and everything. That oh God, it's just.
Oh God. You know, talking about Asuu. Asuu is presently on strike now.
No, they have not started strike. They just
no, I think they have started. They have started.
They have started already.
Yeah, they've started.
They are on strike. Ajale Koko, they started.
Oh,
I saw that.
Wow! I thought it's a warning that they're giving warnings warning to the government that maybe in the next 30 days or something like, or 7 days.
1 month. Ajale Koko, if you like, call it 1 month. It's
well, since you guys said they have started, well, who am I to?
No, it's on the. Because
I believe you guys.
No, I have the latest news refreshing all the time here. Yeah.
Okay.
I was disappointed with them. You know why? In the front of, I'll say, in the presence of Asuu under their noses, kids who were purportedly supposed to be their students were massacred around the country. They did not say nothing. You know, it's a shame the way Nigeria is today. That fight of EndSARS was not fight of the youth, was fight of the nation, was fight of even parents. If it doesn't happen to me, I don't feel the pain. You know, Nigeria has become a state where we have insane minds, where life don't matter. If it's not affecting my immediate family, who cares? Until it comes to me. Now, Asuu wants us to sympathize with them. They are encouraging other professional bodies to follow suit.
You know,
some of the academians are the ones who will go in and read these politicians and call the results to us. Why are they not looking into all those things that will help us become civil and better in life? Now it's gotten to what is going to affect them. The same thing that happened to the bishop is happening to them now. Their pockets. What will affect their money? That is the only time they will come out.
You know, it takes 5-6 years to complete a 4-year degree in Nigeria. Not because you are failing exams. It's because one semester you attend lectures, the next semester the universities are. I cannot recall a time.
It takes longer.
Asuu is not on strike.
Did I hear you say 4, 5, 6 years? No.
8 years.
You should be saying 8, 9 years.
And you're not failing exams, so it's just
a whole year.
You are depressed at home. People are asking you, and they are saying, and they will say, "Okay, go and take a part-time job." You know,
some people come back to school pregnant. You know, they become nursing mothers in school.
And you know, it's just loafing around at home, you know, and when a young person is loafing around, you know, it usually leads to one thing, isn't it? Yeah.
And Igbo will come here and tell us that Nigeria is better than your London, one man.
Well, he said, I think he said it's better than Texas, you know. Ego is on a different journey.
Ajale Koko, no race another topic.
No,
all
Ego
right.
is not here. Ego is not here today. If he did,
But if
why
we
not just
listen,
start?
he will come charging in very
I
soon.
will not say that. Oh, if he's here, it's Wala.
He will
I
say,
don't want Wala.
he will say, Ajamile Koko. I don't know why he says Ajamile Koko.
Ajale Koko and Ego, they are two parallel lines.
Now I use on I won't make it come online today because it takes time support him yesterday, and I know.
It takes time supporting, but you not talk now. You were here yesterday now. You didn't look at you not talk.
But Aizon,
it was only Ajale Koko that attacked Aizon.
Yeah.
No, I don't give my final thing that time. So I was at the back end, just attacking there with him.
All right. So Ajale Koko, round off your thoughts, then I'll go on to Lord Michael.
Yeah, so we just have to give kudos to the Asuu for what they did against Pantami and other educational bodies as well. She will emulate Asuu and expose any criminal among these politicians that is parading themselves around with fraudulent certificates. You know, we must not allow them to continue, lying to the nation and lying to the people of what they are not. They have not shown any competence in governance, and they should be exposed.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Lord Michael, pick it up from where Ajale Koko left off. But this Pantami narrative now, he has shot himself in the foot somewhat, Lord Michael, because what he has done to go and procure this professorship, it then brings into question the entirety of his academic credentials. Because if this is the route that is wanted to follow to become a professor, then it brings to question which routes he followed to attain all the academic credentials that he wants. So, Professor Pantami, now Malam Pantami, Lord Michael, what says you?
Okay, it's a pandemic. You know, I want to say I blame the press of the South, because we are the ones who just see a nobody and begin to praise them. Everybody knows the Bible just like everybody knows the Quran. You will see some people who are on the street preaching, they are not pastors. You see some people who just know the Quran. Maybe they are imams or they are preachers. You will see our own press, we come and start calling them Islamic scholar. What is an Islamic scholar? What is a biblical scholar? They are just like me and you. There is nothing to prove the test that these people have anything. Isa Pantami is just a preacher of the word of the Holy Quran. It is we who just come and give them too much credence. We just overbloat the whole thing, overblow it out of proportion. Well, it's a shame that this is the state we have found ourselves. Like Ajale Koko rightly said, everybody who is involved in this thing should go down. It is time we should start talking. Most times people want to blame the leaders. We have bad leaders. No, I see it differently. We have bad followership. It is me and you. If me and you do the right thing and we hold those people who claim to be dealers because they are not leaders, they will not do it all. If the whole Nigeria supported those kids who were killed in Lekki Tollgate, in Obigbo, in Enugu, in other places, Nigeria would have changed by now. But what did we do? We back down. We wait. We go and sit down every Sunday. And some people will come and start lying to us. They will tell us God said, which God? Sometimes I ask, which God? Is it the same one I'm serving or a different one? Well, I don't blame them. These days they begin to have God of Oyedepo, God of another person. Who really knows the God they are serving? So for Isa Pantami and Isa pandemic, man, that guy should just go and sit down somewhere. You know, I don't really know how he got to that position. Despite everything that happened, they were still adamant on keeping him there. That shows there is a plan. Maybe what he wanted to do with his professorship was something more to put us deeply into something we don't know yet. We don't know. Well, I just believe, Nigeria is a movie scene. Every time it keeps unfolding.
All right. This guy, Charles Annex, he says, God of
God
Mommy
of Mommy
G.
Gio.
Have you been following that Mommy G.O. narrative? What's going on there? Because that's a name that just popped up into the
You see
public
that
conscious.
woman?
I've not really followed it that aggressively. I just saw her. I just see the most ridiculous headline saying that kissing your husband is a sin and having credit card will send you to hell. And so I just see the headlines. But are you following that narrative and what's that all about? This Mommy
Yes.
G.O. now that's just emerged.
What I see in that narrative is I see a liar, because she had an interview. Was it BBC Speaking English or something? And she said people were just lying against her.
What's her storyline? Where did she come from? Because she wasn't in space even.
You see, all
6
she
months
is saying
ago.
now, she has said them before. And all of a sudden, maybe she is now richer and everything is coming back to blow in her face. So she's trying to deny it. Then people went back. They said the internet doesn't lie. That is why we all have to be careful what we say online or what we do.
They don't say the internet doesn't lie. They say the internet never forgets.
Never forgets.
Look at
Yes,
this guy.
yes, that's why I put my own doesn't lie. See, woman, anybody can say anything. That is that person. So whatever anybody says is correct too. Like what we are doing today, the English we are speaking is somebody's language. What we are writing is somebody's language. What we are even referring to, that the right thing to say, that was somebody who said it. I can say mine, and it becomes popular tomorrow. So back to Mommy Gio, all the videos, they don't look doctor to me, except she wants to tell me everything she said. Somebody wore a mask looking like her when she was younger and said those things. This is the same woman who told you she was very beautiful before. All her shape, everything just went away, that they took it. Who is taking it? I don't know. So that Mommy Gio is another case. In the legalized world.
What took it was a childbearing and age. So that is what, a woman is only beautiful for a very short window. That's just it. Yeah.
She said the only thing that she had before that she has now is her open teeth. Everything
she used to dance behind fella.
She used to dance behind fella.
That if she doesn't have money back in the days, when she has 30 million, that's when she think, I'm broke.
Wow.
One man, you were asking where she came from. Do you know her full name? You want me to tell you?
What's her full name?
Yeah, tell us.
Fumilayo Adebayo.
Okay.
She's the owner of Rapture Proclaimer Evangelist Church.
Oh, she has a church. You see.
It's where they get this funky name. So Tabernacle of the Almighty Cross of
I know
Zion.
you say that.
The Holy Ghost fire of the ministry of the last day. Just ridiculous.
It's originally from Ekiti State, actually. You say where she came from. She's from It's Ola's sister. It's Ola's studio.
This is the thing. All those Ekiti people. All right, Lord Michael. So let me take you back to the politics then, and Tinubu's health and ambition.
Well, I wish Tinubu good health. Even for me, I don't wish my enemy death. For me, I would put this blame on his immediate family. They are the ones to blame. Except maybe if they've done their bits indoors. I think the wife and the son, Shehi, they should have called their father in the middle of the night and have a heart-to-heart discussion with him. That, Daddy, there is nothing you want that you do not have. Even your 10th generation will never be broke. I don't know what you are looking for. Just find a political cement so nobody will come after your family after you've gone. Write your name in gold. All what you are doing now, to me, is a political charade. It can never get there. There is one Yoruba white garment man, Onagbeson something, who has always said Tinubu can never be president, that he will die trying. The only way God will leave him is if he doesn't contest as the president. I I don't remember his name, but anytime I find him, I will make sure I write it down and I'll tell you guys. So for Tinubu, he should find a way and back up. And for those who still think everything can happen, he's going to be the president. I'm ready to bet anybody. You know, by the time you get to maybe 60, you begin to have urinary tract infection. It's natural for men. That is why they say at 40 years, you begin to do your prostrates and start going for screening so your bladder can last longer. I know a lot of politicians who use diapers. So the people of Wike, to the people of James Ibori, to the people of Atiku Abubakar, Buhari, none of them has had a leakage. So if Tinubu is having a leakage, maybe he's having a drainage. That is a serious problem. And that can take his strength and he will fall down and go into a stroke anytime. So he should really sit back and think about his career or his health. That is what I have to say. I wish him well.
All right, thank you. And to the Abba Kyari narrative, your thoughts on that?
It's only a matter of time whereby his colleagues, because they say, show me your friend, I'll tell you who you are, will be apprehended. Because I don't see no reason why somebody who was honored, and the same thing again, our press, which is from the South, they are the ones who keep blowing their trumpets. Super Cup. I cannot forget Ruben of Arise, Abati, yes.
Abati, yeah.
No, they were the ones who kept singing him. Super Cup. What is this other guy, Shei, from Channels? It is still our people who will sing the praises. Who will sing the praises of this guy. Good. There are some a few weeks ago, I read an article about Evans the kidnapper. Even though I do not like Evans to be a kidnapper, but he was making some things that they tried to take some money from him. He refused because he thought his connection was more than Abba Kyari's connection. That was why he was apprehended. That if he had played ball, nobody would have come close to him. And they posted some of the confessions to him. And I was like, well, you know what you have done? You have swindled people. You have rendered people's life useless. It's as good as killing people. You should have been ready to sacrifice your life by standing your ground and saying you are not going to make this confession. If they kill you, they kill you. But with what is happening now, I'm beginning to believe that some of the things, because I don't want to believe everything he said were false, because yes, he's a kidnapper and people attested to the fact that he's a kidnapper. So this guy has been into this business. He has been swindling people of cash. He has been swindling people of property. He has been settling deals with people. So it is not new. It is what has been in our security forces. Now, till today, I am still struggling to get my $4,000 back that I sent to Nigeria on the 18th of January. Somebody was supposed to pick this money in Delta State to help me do a transaction, but this money was picked in Access Bank in Lagos. I contacted somebody in the DSS. You know, these guys asked me to give them a mobilization fee. For them. Yes. You know what I did? I did not say nothing. I just called my bank here in the United States, and I was trying to explain. The lady just told me that, please, I'm talking too much. I should just calm down. That she just asked a few questions for me. That I sent money with my bank card abroad. I said, yes. He said, to what country? I said, Nigeria. Say, and my complaint is that my recipient did not get the money. He said, yes. He said, okay, that is fine. I'm going to file a dispute and they will help me retrieve my money. Now, forget about the long grammar. That they know these things is conversant with Nigeria. And what carrier did I use? Is it Western Union or MoneyGram? I said, no, World Remit. They say, fine, that World Remit has assets here. That if they refuse to go ahead and provide my money and fight for my money, that they will seize their assets here. So you see, all these things are there. I have written to Access Bank, I have written to CBN, I have written to every police, nobody even wants to to even look at me, because what I noticed is that they are all connected. Somebody from the inside gave out this information. Even before the person I wanted to send the information to pick the money from, they've gotten the information and they've taken the money. Somebody said maybe they thought it was a Yahoo boy. That's how they take Yahoo boys' money, and Yahoo boys will not be able to fight for their money. But sorry, this is my hard-earned money. $1,000 is not 40 naira. So that is it with corruption in Nigeria.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Lord Michael. So let's go then finally to Black League, who may or may not still be with us. Black League, are you still there? Okay, we don't appear to have Black League.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So there you are, Black League. So the Abba Kyari narrative, you've heard the ebb and flow of it, but how do you ebb or flow on it? Abba Kyari, super cop, now criminal cop. What are you making of that storyline and the conspiracy theory that Baba Kure brought forward?
Baba Kure's point may not be far from the truth, because we all know the FBI wants him extradited, and once he's extradited, it's difficult to tell his fate once he's in the United States. So, bringing a quote-unquote higher crime may be a good strategy to his advantage, thereby saying he has committed a bigger offense in his home country, so they would like to prosecute him there. And then that would stall the extradition procedure by the United States. So it may not be a conspiracy theory, but at the same time, we don't have the facts. We are just speculating. And also, I know Baba Korea was a policeman before, or maybe he still is. So I know he knows something about the inner workings of the police in Nigeria. So it may not be a far stretch with his point.
What do you think he would prefer, Abba Kyari, to be extradited or to be tried in Nigeria? Like you said, we're just speculating, but yeah.
Any one of us would prefer to be tried in Nigeria for that type of crime. And Abba Kyari, he has been chilling with the big boys in the police force, in the political class, military class, for a while now. So, and also I think you brought the point up. And I think you brought the point up that I forgot the point now. I think you earlier brought the point that I forgot the point you brought up. But
just that point you were making, that he would rather be tried in Nigeria than to be extradited to America. Who do you think will consider himself more fortunate, Hush Puppy or Mumfa?
Mumfa.
Of course, now he's in Sheraton with
Hush Puppy is gone for now. He has to serve his time. And there's, we're not saying the United States is not corrupt too. So we've heard of cases where they've been involved with, big time traffickers like El Chapo and the rest. But Abba Kyari's case is too small for them to be lobbying with him up and down. They will throw the books at him. How much was his transaction? It wasn't much. Those other guys are in excess of hundreds of millions of dollars.
If not billions even.
Yeah, Abba Kyari is a small fry. They will throw the heavy book at him. And his connects are in Nigeria, not in the FBI. So he would rather stay in Nigeria, in whatever prison they put him to. They have their ways around it. He might even be at home serving prison time. That's normal in Nigeria.
It's quite a narrative. But to the
another person that is that could be in trouble is the DSS son, Abba Kyari, because they're all ones running. Yeah, the footballer.
Why are they always Abba? Is there something wrong with that name, Abba? The moment we hear the name Abba in Nigeria, we just know that no good is about to happen. So Abba You know, haba haba, that's the thing. But haba haba this Black League, Tinubu now, you know, is just a step away, but that step could prove to be that step too far. His health now, you know, we've been speculating on this guy's health for going on 12 months now. And every other instance is further to say that this guy is just contending with too much. So now another round of incidents to contend with, and the guy is just falling apart, is hemorrhaging in public glare. It's quite a sad to see just this once great man just falling apart in public. Tinubu, his ambition, and his health. Black League.
I saw, two different clips of, the incident that happened to him. I think it's rather unfortunate. And I think for his handlers, I just have an advice for them. If he's to go on with this presidential campaign, presidential bid, I think his PR, his public relations needs to be a lot stronger. Whoever is handling his public image has to do a lot better. Because, this video didn't come out from people in outside or opposing camps. It came from the palace he was or the people who came with him. So I think that video shouldn't even have come out. That's normal for somebody Tinubu's age. So we won't even debate that.
And it might not even be
not
incontinent, so it might just be, well, you know, when you sit on, especially on a leather seat for a long time, it will sweat and it will soak your clothes. But it doesn't really matter whether it's true or false. The narrative is already out there to add on to the already existing narrative about this guy's health.
Yes, so should they even come to the public glare because he's running for the highest political seat in the land. So you expect an elite sort of presentation to cover embarrassing situations like this, whether or not it's true. But for a man his age, it's normal. It's not making fun of old people. We too will get to that stage, and things like that will happen to us. It's a circle of life. But you're contesting for a public office. You are a public figure. Everything will be scrutinized at this point. I think his handlers should know better and just do their jobs with a lot more finesse.
All right, thank you, Black League. And Professor Pantami, you know, why is this guy so obsessed with being seen as an intellectual? Because there seems to be an obsession there. Some forward-dated professorship, which is already congratulating himself beyond the date on the letter that confers. And then Asuu now withdraws that professorship and instructs all schools not to refer to him as that. Does this guy now has to go around again reprinting his business card? Professor Pantami, no more. What are you making then of that guy's narrative?
Well, if it's true that Asuu reversed it, I think they have to look at their own job a little closely, because how did he get it in the first place?
He bought
I
it
remember it was some federal university in Owerri. I think Federal University of Technology, something like that. Futo. That gave him that. And before then, they say he was an associate professor. But to be fair to him, I think he has a PhD in a university in, I think, Scotland or so.
In America?
No, in Scotland.
Is it? I don't think so, because I was checking him just now, but carry on, I'll check him again.
Yeah, I think Robert Gordon University in Aberdeen, Scotland. He has a PhD from there. Now, whether that qualifies you to be a doctor, so I don't know what the qualification is to be professor in Nigeria. But that aside, Pantami's image has been tainted by speech that went viral that he was supporting, I think it was Al Qaeda and other terrorist organizations. So I think that's why that he has been getting a lot of pushback. I think it's solely because of that. But in terms of education, I know he has been to university both in and outside the country. But links to terrorism would always overshadow educational qualifications. And his way of getting the professorship was through Hope Uzodinma, who is not really loved where he's from. So that again is another factor to it. So, but Asuu has withdrawn it. I mean, the Asuu withdraw it, or just professors within Asuu are kicking against it?
No. Asuu itself, in fact, they said that the conferment of that professorship was a criminal act. It says you cannot be a minister and a lecturer in a university. It is an encouragement of illegality. Pantami has to quit as a minister and be tried for doing double jobs within the same federal system. He's not qualified. Pantami should not be treated as a professor. So that is the president of the Asuu saying that.
Okay, so, well, we'll wait and see whether he would actually be tried, but you and I know better.
No, that one was
he won't be tried. If not, he may even be given another one. So, what would you say, one man, if the university in Oyo State gives him a professorship after this?
Possible now. We only give professorship in IFA studies, and that is the direct opposite of what Pantami stands for. So if he knows IFA divination, then he can come and collect it.
Yeah. But even that IFA divination is starting to dilute. Over here, I've seen a lot of white people from Europe calling themselves IFA priests.
Yes, I've seen those clips as well. It's just a... the Yoruba, I think is that course from Brazil that is cascading now into Anglo-West, because there's a lot of Ifa following. In fact, it's more fervent in Brazil and Latin America than it is in Yoruba land, because of course the people are reaching to cultures just to have that association. So I think it's now cascaded into... I've seen that guy sitting dressed in proper Boba Shokoto with Abete Aja, claiming that is John Ifatoye.
One man.
They are making a lot of money for consultations.
One man, even in Dominican Republic, they are worshiping Shango.
Yes.
So...
One man, just to add to what Black League said about his education in Scotland, it's true. 2012, first of all, 2012, the Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, he did his postgraduate certificate in research methods. Then in 2014, the same university, he got his PhD in computing and information systems.
Yes, I was checking that as Black League said it as well. So I even went to check the university if it's a proper one. Yeah.
But Ejiro, it doesn't automatically be a professor if you are a PhD.
No.
Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that.
No, that's not what is being
said. I'm only just buttressing what Black League said. Nobody is saying that. Are you sleeping?
Yeah, okay.
Now you say that extra one now is the one that will provoke people.
No, I'm just joking. I and Thomas normally joke. Now, yesterday he placed a joke on me too.
All right. Oh, okay. So you've been holding a Thanos since yesterday. Look at this guy.
No. He's my brother.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
We are all fact checking you now. What happened to Black League?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Fact checking you.
You said who's fact checking me?
All of them. They don't trust you.
It's because of one man. Every time I come here with facts, one man will say peperenpe, embellishment.
No, people know you're a bit shifty now. You're a bit
no, one man was saying US, Black League was saying Scotland. So there was a little bit of, you know.
Anyway.
Because I saw that Robert Gordon University, but I just made the assumption that it was America. But then Black League was quite confident, so I just quietly checked. So and then it was right, so I just left it there. But round off your thoughts. But you do come up with some psychedelic notions. Black League.
No,
That is
one man.
what. Yeah.
It's whenever we're talking. It's
From
whenever we're
Kumbaya.
talking about African
All this
history.
kumbaya stuff. Yes.
Whenever we're talking about the greatness Africa once attained, that's when you start telling me kumbaya and
Yeah,
then, but everything else to
because
you, Abi.
you cherry pick and then you try to paint a picture,
Oh,
But
no.
don't worry, one day you will have the floor, and we will nail.
Don't worry. If you notice, I'm
If you
giving
were
you I'm
here,
giving you a break with African facts. I'll come back. I'm just giving you a break.
if you were here yesterday, we nailed ego
We
down
nail
fully.
ego. We
So
nail ego down.
so
I wasn't here. I wasn't here.
no. So
I apologize to Ego. I should have been here to stand up with him. Although
So
I don't even know what the topic was.
No, the focus. But just know this: the focus is now on you. So one of these days we'll pounce on you and nail you down too. But until that day,
Did you successfully nail Ego? Did you
it was
successfully
nailed.
nail Ego?
It was nailed. I don't know.
He
Let
was
everybody
nailed
else know.
down.
It was nailed.
He was nailed down to
Yes.
his knees. He was nailed down to his knees.
Yes.
That's hard to believe. That's unlike Ego.
But
We
Ego now,
clip
he will
his
never
feather,
give
Black
up.
League.
He will never give up.
We actually clipped his feather yesterday. He couldn't fly yesterday.
I think Ahizon had to come running to his rescue. Ahizon, but there he was. But round of your thoughts, Black League, and then I'll start to round off.
We're talking about Pantami. Yeah, I think that terrorism link is what is making people jittery about his professorship and his links to Hope Uzodinma. That aside, to Tinubu, let's all pray for him. We don't wish sickness on anyone. It can happen to anyone. So, but I just think he should, have a better PR and or consider, pushing his most loyal associate, as far as I'm concerned, is Yemi Osinbajo. Earlier, I heard people saying he should push Fashola. Yes, Fashola is a very sellable product to any part of the country. But as a politician, you have to think of who will be loyal to you. That's how the Nigerian politicians think. The governorship he helped Fashola get, they had problems in between. Report says that the Abba of Lagos that intervened, Ambode wasn't as lucky. He may not have been in good terms with the Abba, so he was kicked out successfully. So for now, I think his most trusted political ally is Yemi Osinbajo. He would do as he says. So I think he should push him forward. And as if I'm at his stage, well, this is personal to me. I'll find time to be playing with my grandkids. Let them be slapping my cap off my head and, be crawling with them. I won't be suffering trying to travel to all these states trying to be president. But to each his own. So
that's why I somewhat regret the Buhari administration. Just one of the many reasons. Because if he had not become president, then we would have been able to draw the line under that generation of that phase of Nigeria. But him being president has opened that space still. If Goodluck Jonathan had it for one more, and then he will only ever give it to a younger northerner, and then that wipes out Atiku, Tinubu, or Buhari, all of them are just wiped out. Goodluck Jonathan, he has a lot to answer for. He should have held firm to that space.
But I give glory to God that Buhari came back to be president 2015, won elections again 2019. If that didn't happen, the way Buhari was so popular in 2014, 2015, all across the country, if Jonathan would have won, maybe by today is when we'll start packaging Buhari to champion him back to Aso Rock. So thank God Almighty that Jonathan lost the elections. Buhari was elected president, and we've all seen that, Buhari is not the Messiah we all thought Buhari would be. So that's why now I know Tinubu for a fact will be worse than Buhari, but I'm praying for him to come so that it may teach Nigerians more. Because if he doesn't come now,
the price is too much now.
Maybe it's 8 years down the line, you'll be trying to package him. God knows what the condition will be then. So let all these old men that we keep praising, and because they are very popular, regardless of the English we speak on this platform. When you go to the grassroots, these men are deified, they are demigods. So let all of them come and, put the icing on the cake on their
Black
resume
League,
and
don't
go
pray
back
for
home.
them, because we
Prayers
have
can
seen.
come true.
No, don't pray, because we've seen what Buhari has take us through. You see how many people died in the north, in the east, in the west, everywhere. We don't want no more blood spillage around that country anymore. So,
But Adale Koko, maybe we know they learn. So maybe that's what will teach us.
No,
No, we know they learn.
because
Maybe that's what will teach us.
maybe the thing never happened to us, and God will not let it happen to any one of us. And we're praying to God to stop this killing across the country. Is these people are, I mean, they are murderers, man. We should not
But
pray
do
for
you
them.
see it? Do you see it getting worse with all the top contenders that have said they want to be president? Which one of them can you beat your chest and you say their administration will be better than what we've seen in the past 7 years?
None.
Okay.
None.
So that's my case don't close.
If we all agree that none of them can do the job, then why do we want them to be there? One of them to be there 2023.
You know where you are leading Ajale Koko to Black League, but you know what you're doing. But go on, Ajale Koko.
You know it will get worse times 2 than this if we have any one of these people in power 2023 now. It will get worse twice than what we have seen.
So what option do we have?
Not sure for now.
No, you know you were leading him for some time.
Okay. No, who is your choice?
Ajale Koko is my choice for president. Ajale Koko.
One man. Nigeria is empty. No one. Nigeria is empty. Aside from these old people, no youth. You can point. You can beat your chest. And I've never seen
because
one.
if we had a viable option, we would not be talking about these people. We don't have viable options. That's the thing.
I have a strategy. The only strategy a third force will be able to come out, somebody younger, is for the person to come out with his first 11. If the Nigerian people see all the people you're going to bring into your government, they might start thinking of how to join you in kicking this old man. But we don't have any young person who will come and Nigerians will listen to him. But if a young man comes, bring his president, his vice president, his what they call the secretary to the federal government, and his ministers, and people like this setup, then they can take that power.
Listen to what you're saying, Lord Michael. So you're saying a young person should come forward, but we've been in that conversational space now for 30. This has been the story since Babangida era, that the country needed to pivot to a different generational space. And when they were asking Babangida, even in those days, when he was contending, that he says, yes, we want to groom them up. He says this. So when will the youth ever come? And in all of those, 20, 25, 30 years, there's been no real name to come into the space that is a younger move away from this recycling that we've been doing. So
okay, let me give you something. They don't have to be 25 to 26, 30 years. We can take 50 years and below.
No. I'm saying over the last 25 to 30 years, we've not seen anybody come through. So yes, of course, I'm even talking about from 45 to 60. There's who within that age, 45 to 60, is a shining light in the Nigerian politics at the presidential level.
This is what I'm trying to say. We don't need any shining lights. Right now, all the lights are dim in Nigeria. All we just need to do is name names. People do their research. I do not mind looking for people like what is this guy? Falano's son. Those kind of categories.
Look at that.
Yes, that guy will do better than what Buhari did. Are you doubting me?
I'm doubting you. I'm doubting you.
I'm doubting you. The bad boy. But you see where we are now. There's nobody now.
Whose name did you mention? Whose name did you mention?
President, the bad guy.
Falano's son.
President, the bad guy.
No, not Falano. Falano's son.
The son. Somebody like that. I'm not saying him. I said somebody of that kind of.
Do you think? Okay. Do you guys doubt him that he can do the job?
Falano's son, Faust the bad boy. The one that sings.
Yeah. Do you doubt him that he can do the job?
Do you know his education background? Do you know that guy's education?
What do you keep saying education background?
No, when you say Fast the bad guy, when you say the bad guy,
he's a lawyer.
When you just say the bad guy, you sound like the bad guy. You can't do anything.
No, forget all that. That is the name he goes by, isn't it? Fast the bad guy. That's what he calls himself.
That's just a trademark of him. Yes,
I know he's a lawyer, so I know his educational background. But what has
I thought you were thinking maybe he's just a wayward person that never went to school.
No. It's Falano's son. Now, how would he not go to school? But
let me touch on that scenario.
What is his antecedent that would suggest that he can run a country? What is his antecedent?
You need to have antecedents.
You don't need antecedent to run. What are you talking about? You don't need
that is our problem. Experience.
Well, that is our problem. That we want somebody that has pedigree to run a country is a problem.
Roman, let me tell you something. The problem we have is we keep doing one thing and over and over and over, and we expect change. All these people with experience, were you born with experience?
No. Hold on. What you're saying is wrong. You do need somebody with experience, but just the right experience. So experience is required, but the people they have the wrong experience. What do you mean? Is experience not required?
I think we are confusing experience for education. I mean, we've had people with PhDs as recent as Goodluck Jonathan.
Look at
that ran the country around, and we had to bring Buhari.
Look at this comment on your screen. This is what we have been reduced to.
He will learn on the job.
Look at that. Look at that. This is it. Look at that.
That is learn as you go, one man. Learn as you go.
We don't have anybody that's within that catchment of 45 to 60. There's nobody.
We have a lot of them. You see, all these criminals you have in place, in position of power in Nigeria, overshadowed everybody. That's why it look like that.
Well, there you are. So they're not sufficient enough then. If they cannot punch through,
they're not sufficient enough. It's horse that have to bring them out. We are the ones
they have to
need...
come out. No. We don't have to. They have to come out.
Yeah, they came out. They came out. You didn't give them support, but rather you chastise them. But rather you call them poser, but rather you call them all sorts of names. You said they don't have experience. You call them is what do you call him? What do you call him again? You say is a looter. This is what you call them. When Awolowo governed the West, he had no experience in governance. But they did not do it. Those were not the best in the history of Nigeria today. One of the best in Africa.
You cannot keep conjuring up the name Awolowo. Those were simpler times. Those were very simple times. Of course, were they not simpler times?
It was difficult that time. That was the most difficult time.
More difficult than
He governed the whole of the West. The whole of the West.
Those were analog age, one man. Analog age.
All right. I think we've done the Awolowo
No.
narrative.
Hold on. One man. Let us.
Don't go through the whole length of Awolowo because you.
No, I'm not going through the whole length. I'm not going. Just let me make this point. One man, please. Awolowo governed the whole West, and the whole West was financially buoyant and financially sustainable.
And had autonomy.
Did not rely on federal allocation, and it was one of the best ever in the history of Africa. Because why? You have leadership and esteem that they were best manager of human and natural resources, and that is what they did. We don't have those kind of men again. We have corrupt men. You don't have men that are patriotic to your nation. That is the problem.
Lord Michael, the thing is this. It is a system. It is a system that runs a country, not a personality. The type of Awolowo you are talking about.
No, personality matter too. When you have
Awolowo had autonomy.
Yes.
During the Awolowo you were talking about.
Personality run the system.
Wait now, Ajale Goko. During the time of Awolowo you were talking about, the thing is this: there was no exclusive list that was fixing all, that was capturing the regional assets. Now, Awolowo was part of
what of Second Republic? Okay, hold on right there. What of Second Republic? We don't have exclusive list in Second Republic.
It's not as bad as the 1999 Constitution of Ajale Goko. I can tell you that. It's not as bad as
it's the same thing. It's the same.
No,
it's the same.
The Constitution is unlike Ajale Goko, I'm sure.
It is the same. It is the same. The police was under the federal government. Army was under the confederal government. The land under the Land Use Act is in place. Everything you have now is the same under the
Ajale Goko, let me even go back to that pre-1960. The thing was that Awolowo was a known figure among those people that helped us fight against Oyibo, fight Oyibo for independence. And as at that time, Nigerians were tired of being under the British governance. And what it is that it was so simple for them to identify their people at that particular point in time. So Awolowo was able to mobilize. But now, all the crooks we have now presently, because they destroyed the system, they fragmented the system, so they've hijacked the system. So
the same thing happened after the death of Abiola. When Abiola died, these people came and told us that we're going to govern your place. And they used the name Awolowo to campaign to us. We're going to give you free, we're going to give you everything, we're going to make your place look nice. We are sending the military, the enemy of us, of the people away. We're going to what have they given to us? Because they are crook. They are led by all these crooked Tinubu and all the rest of them. So that's why we are getting the worst of the worst governance in the history of our nation.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So let's defer that conversation because we are now fast approaching 6 hours. And if we hit the 6 hours, I will just have to shut it down. So let's have Black League round off his thoughts and then we'll start to sweep up. So we're coming up to 5.5 hours now. So Black League, just round off your thoughts. You were speaking, I think, on was it Pantami?
Yeah, I think I already concluded with Pantami. As for Tinubu, I think he should just pass it to his to the vice president to continue. I mean, he's the second highest political officer in the land, so he's capable with Tinubu's support to be a top contender.
Go on.
Yeah. And we are just in a catch-22 right now in Nigeria because the old guard are fully in charge. But let's not forget, they were young when they went in. and the space wasn't ceded to them. They had to go grab it. For there to be a change, I think the young people in Nigeria have to do what the likes of
do you see anybody coming through in that catchment area that I described, 45 to 60?
For now, I don't. I see a few like the Kingsley Mogalus, and I don't know how old Pat Utomi is, and you may put Showore in that list. I give Showore his respect, because if not for Showore, somebody won't suggest Falz the bad guy to us right now. Showore opened that space for us to know that
we are really scraping
anybody
the
can
bottom of the bottom of the barrel, aren't we? Falz the bad guy. Can you imagine? He's unbelievable. What about Davido? What about Davido? Shall we consider Davido too? Davido and Wizkid. Wizkid for president.
Your mind is saturated to one angle. So when I said Falz the bad guy, I did not mean Falz the bad guy in person. I used him as a catchment phrase. So I'm saying somebody from that age range, not him. Like
Lord Mike, how old is he though? How old is he? Do you know?
It'll be late 30s, mid to late 30s, I imagine.
Just imagine, I don't want to name another person because you go and start shouting now.
I'm not shouting. My voice is not raised now. It's just funny to me,
Lord Michael, I thought you are a strong guy. Why you just mention whoever you want to mention?
Exactly, it's your opinion.
Oh yeah,
difference of opinion.
He doesn't have the confidence in the name that he wants to mention. That's it. Oh yeah, mention the name now.
Character of like that kind of a person, EFCC chairman. Tell me who is still
who FCC chairman?
Somebody character of somebody like Kuti, who will even insult anybody. That person, somebody like
Kuti.
Lord Michael, you fall my hand though.
Look at that.
Not Kuti. No.
But I said the video now, you are saying I'm being ridiculous. You said that it was ridiculous to say the video, but you give us Kuti.
You see where I have a problem with you guys. You don't
movement
listen.
Of the people, Abby.
I just said the character. I did not say the person. This is where you people don't understand. You see, sometimes it's difficult having some kind of discussion because your mind is already set to a certain place. And you want to capture everybody to where your mind is. That is dirty thinking.
Look at that. Okay, I reverse my opinion and I join you.
That kind of catchment phrase might fit in. We might have an intellect. Okay, let me mention this name. This is an Igbo man, Raphael Ozigbo. Have you heard about that guy?
Nobody has.
He contested for Anambra State governorship. He was one of the aspirants. Somebody of that character. He was a businessman.
So he couldn't even win a ticket for Anambra State and he should govern Nigeria.
Oh man. He's just giving as an example, one man as an example.
But I jest a little bit, but I think what Lord Michael is saying is actually making my point that there's nobody in the space. There's no young person coming through, and that is why we're stuck recycling these politicians. But I'm round of your thoughts.
One man, how about Jando?
Jando, look at that. Lagos for Lagos, Abby. Lagos for Lagos. That there it is. Jando for go. Let him go and get the governorship in Lagos State first now, and then we can come and talk business.
That's the problem with you. You always want to narrow people to a certain space. How about you bring these people out and expose them? What happened to electing people with no experience and make these people go take some management courses? You see, what these old men are doing is...
No. Say what you said again, but then listen to yourself as you're saying it. Say it again and listen to yourself as you're saying it.
Listen to yourself as what you are saying now.
Huh? We should get somebody with no experience, send them on a management training course to come and preside over Nigeria, the 25th largest economy on the planet. Management training course for an inexperienced person to be president.
let me educate you on something today.
All right,
anybody
please.
who's 40 years of age, you think that person doesn't have experience? What has that person been doing for the last 40 years?
Anybody has experience, but is the experience relevant to the job?
What experience do you think is relevant to a job? To the office of the president?
Michael, I think it's about I think it was Allah who said it. It's about the system we're running.
Exactly.
With the system we're running, even all these names we're calling, when they get there, we'll see the same results or even worse. How can they survive a national assembly? How can they survive their political party? They just have to make a lot of compromises to the current system. So we'll all go back to square one. So it's really the system of governance we have is the replica of the American system. So today they still have godfathers in American system, in American politics. You just don't get rid of the old guard with the type of democracy we run. Obama came, nobody knew him. When you call his name, people will be laughing. But he was a product of Clinton's. He's a political godson of Bill Clinton and the Clinton family. So that gave him an edge at the end of the day. So all of them all have their own godfathers, including Biden and them, and even Trump. So that's just what we run right now. That's our reality. So it's either we change it or keep going.
All right. I'm going to be rounding off in 20 minutes. So I'm going to start taking closing remarks from here, and I'll start from Solly. So Solly, your words. Okay. To you then, Lord Michael. Or Faust, the bad boy. Faust, the bad boy.
A few minutes from now, I'm going to have a romantic date with my wife. It's Valentine's Day, so I want to start by saying happy Valentine's Day to you all. May the love of Valentine be with you. What I have to say is we should start looking inwards. Like I said, there is nobody Nigeria alone is an experience for you. There is nobody who is 40 years and below, or let me say 40 years and above in Nigeria today, who you will say he or she doesn't have an experience. All we just are interested in is people who have education on paper. What happened to our common sense? What happened to our way of living? What happened to our life? What do we learn? What are our people learning? Are we trying to say everybody in Nigeria are just goats or animals who do not even think? This is what part of the thing where I was telling somebody today that stop thinking for people, think for yourself. If you think you cannot take this, don't think everybody cannot take it too. So we can look inwards. It's just that sometimes I want to think maybe the time is too short, but there is never such a thing like a short time. A change can take effect in a few minutes. After all, some people just ask a woman out today and they lay her in bed the same day. So what are we saying? We're not animals, we're not goats. Who are we going to deal with? Fellow human beings. If we all agree, I think we can make a change. Like Black League rightfully stated, it is the system that is corrupt. That is why some of us are not even looking at elections. Some of us are looking to change the constitution. What can we do? That is why I went back to my hometown to start seeing how we can change the mindsets of people, how we can think, how we can take over the office even from the lowest councillor. And I believe if everybody does this in their own different places, man, it's just a simple sweep. All we need to do is change our mindsets and do the right things. So, guys, I'm sorry I have to leave you at this point. I hope to be part of your conversation tomorrow, God willing. You all have a good night. Thank you.
And to you. Thank you, Lord Michael. So I'll go have that dinner date with the missus. So Lord Michael championing the causes of Faust, the bad boy. So to you then, Solly, your words.
First of all, there are 100 people here and only 40-something likes. So can we get the likes up? And second of all, yes, some people may say the people on ground are not stupid. Nobody is calling them stupid. But the matter of fact is that they are scared. They talk about they want change, but they put no actions towards it. Just mouth and talk, and it's only in their mind. They've had years to, groom a candidate that would have been young, that would have known every political game and step, that would have made himself well known. Nobody stopped anybody from doing that. But, talk, 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 talk. When it's now too late, we're almost at the finish line. Everybody wants a young president. And, there's nobody to take that place. The old people you are complaining about, they've been preparing for years. And everybody is not stupid, but they are scared because first of all, the people at the top are very violent, and second of all, the people at the bottom, they don't know what to do. They don't know the changes to make. you know you can be angry all you want, you can do whatever you want, but if there's no real action, nothing will change. And next election again, we are going to be in this same situation again. If nobody comes, if nobody comes up, if there's no young person, you still vote another old evil person again. So the change has to come from both the top and the bottom. And if you want real change, it has to be the people in power. You have to get into power to create this change. If not, you are just going to keep complaining every election and nothing will happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Solly. A real delight. So that's Solly now, one of the regular voices on the platform. The regular voice on the platform that you all know, or Ola, your words. Just a short summary.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It is good that we are able to talk about the problem of the country. And one thing we cannot take away is that the system is already hijacked. Now, when we talk of younger people, the people that are there today, they started young, and they learned the rope of even being more dangerous than the old politicians. What is giving them this kind of environment to even master the crooked way of doing things? It's just because of the system. Just imagine someone that was able to get there at the lower bar. The entry bar for them was very low at 1999, although even some of them were there as far back as between 1990 and 1993. When they got there, the entry was still very low for them. But getting there, they were raising the bar to make sure that nobody will come in again. It's a systemic thing. That one is not this. So that's why that you want to even get a presidential form in some of the major parties today. Who knows whether it's going to cost 50 million by the time they ask you to pick your primary ticket. So those are the situations we have. So until you tear this system down, that you allow a fair play grant, for example, someone is giving you 50 million to go to Abuja to go and contest, for example. What do you think? Do you think the person is giving you for free? They are going to work to return that money. So we have to break that system down. So the more we keep talking about how to fix the system, that's why we believe in the restructuring. Take as much as possible away from Abuja so that people at the grassroots will have something meaningful to contribute. So that's the way we see the system. Whether you push the younger one or the older one there today, is not going to change anything. That's why I like referring to Farotimi and those people that say, if you like, multiply, carry Dele Farotimi, put everybody there. You Dele Farotimi in every position in this thing, you understand? Like he said that time, the country will still remain the same. Whether Faz a bad guy, whether Showore, all those, it's not going to work if you don't fit the system. So as for me, I believe that the system needs to be changed. Then that said, I will still appeal to us once more. Let us please just be kind enough. Thumb up. Let us reach wider audience, and we can even get better participation. Thank you, everyone. Good day wherever you are.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, we go on to Black League. So just Black League, your summary from.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, we need to really look at the system if we are serious about making change. As Ola just rightfully said, the system is already rigged against anybody with the best of intentions. So once that system is changed, either through the legislature or through a revolution, but even before we get to all that stage of revolution, I think through the legislature, with the right orientation and the right pressure from the Nigerian people, the right things can be done. As for us as a people, we just need to, reevaluate how we think and how we process things. I think there's a flaw there, and that's why politicians and wealthy people can easily take advantage of the masses. Even the word the masses is derogatory. It's simply meaning all we do is occupy mass. That's all we are. Research was done to show that if the wealth of the world was redistributed evenly all over the world, meaning everyone having the same amount of money, everyone having a fresh start, in 50 years, money will go back to the same hands they are in today. The poor people today will remain poor, and the rich people will go back to being rich in just a space of 50 years. So that shows something about subconscious programming and how the masses have been at the short end of the stick. But I think with the right reorientation, things will change. Everybody, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. See you again next time.
All right, Black League. So always said like Black League, you know the voice, so and you know his opinion somewhat. Thankfully, it cools down on the psychedelic notions. So thank you, Black League. Always a delight. So Ajanle Koko now, just a short summary to take it home for us. Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, woman, and I want to thank every contributors on this platform today. You've all contributed meaningfully. I will like to give kudos once again to Asuu for coming out strongly without, fear of power that be in Nigeria, and put to shame Pantami and describe him as a fraudulent professor for declaring that he should not call himself professor because he did not work to earn it, and that he is a fraudulent professor. Is not a professor that worked hard. He did not write any journal. He did not carry out any research to earn that professorship. So therefore, it should be tried. It should be shamed, and we should use him as a lesson to others that have that kind of intention to do such fraudulent act, and put stop to this kind of fraudulent activity being perpetrated by people in government. So I would like to tell us Nigerians that even though the system is rigged, we can still kick these criminals in power out of power. The only solution you have is to vote against these two parties. They are the criminal that we have in power that have put us down this terrible situation we are going through in Nigeria. They have put us in a hole, and to take us out depend on we the people. Vote against them and vote for AAC or any other party of your choice, but no PDP and no APC. Other than that, I would like to thank everybody listening to us around the world. Please like. I say like. The more you like, the more you propel this the algorithm of this platform, the more people can hear us or view us around the world, and the more we can continue to enlighten our people around the world. Nigerian nation, Nigerian country belong to all Nigerians, and it is time for everybody to rise up and save the country. So once again, like, share, and subscribe. and hit the notification button so that anytime one man when tomorrow is going on live, you can get 25. Those of you guys chatting behind the scene, you are the strength of the parcel. Keep on doing what you like to do best. And tomorrow we shall meet. We shall be here again to continue the struggle. It's a real struggle, and we're not going to stop pushing. And tomorrow, another day, one man will be here and continue the struggle.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Thank you for spending so long hours with the session always. So that's Ajanle Koko, your favorite voice in the space. So traditionally, Ajanle Koko has the last word. But this time around, the last word is going to come from the North. So I'll leave it here, carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. And here I say peace as you hear the final voice from the North.
Come on.